Welcome, everyone. Hey, Steve, what are you doing up so late, Steve? We're gonna be doing a debunking video tonight, Steve. We got a propagandist to debunk and do some recordings on. Had a date? Oh, how'd it go, Steve? How'd it go? Excellent. Very nice. Is it with the woman, Steve? Oh, that's very nice, Steve. Glad it went well for you. What's new with you? Not much. Just on the backup account still for the next few nights. Gonna be doing a big debunk video on someone. Here, I'll pull it up. What we're doing it on. Okay, come on. Open.
Breaking news, North Korea has
Jesus Christ, that's so loud. Let's see. Take that off. Let's add another source. Let's do window capture. There we go. Okay. We're gonna be debunking this guy tonight. Supporting Israel is like supporting Germany all over again. Not really. Like if you're a moron, then sure you can compare the two, but not really. This guy, I found out, someone sent it to me, he's a propaganda channel. Like, literally just nothing but blatant fucking lies about the war and just misleading stuff.
Breaking news reports show the Russian military. Russia has launched the big.
Okay, hang on.
As the hours go by, we'll get. Ukrainian media
this is the first one.
Now that Zelensky is hiding away in a bunker under Kiev as the capital city is being shelled by Russian ballistic missiles. After deciding to attack deep into Russian territory,
Bet you miss slavery. Totally, bro. My family fought to free the slaves, but yeah, sure. I mean, do you want to actually come up and have a discussion, or are you just going to mouth off in the comments? Because I don't think you know a damn thing about what's actually going on in the conflict.
Is now making the people of Ukraine pay for his
I've been to white colonialism. More buzzwords that you don't know what they even mean.
Half of the regions in Ukraine, with severe alerts right now only in the capital city of Kiev, as the Russian retaliation has started. Early on, we're seeing strikes on military troop training facilities.
This is like Propaganda 101, pretending like air raids in Ukraine are something new, and oh my god, it's only because Russia's retaliating, or they're only hitting civilian targets. Oh boy, we have some videos to prove that wrong. Let's see here. I should have. Your special, yeah. Free Palestine. Why don't you come up here and have a discussion instead of just spouting off buzzwords? Because we could actually have this discussion if you were actually willing to talk about it. But I don't think you are. Okay, so here is one of the videos I wanted to use. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Those are the two videos I wanted to use. I did my I don't care what you did your thesis on. I guarantee you I have forgotten more about this conflict than you could ever know. Guarantee it. Again, I don't care what you did your thesis on. Doesn't say anything. Are you going to come up here and have a discussion, or are you just going to be a coward in the comments? Is that how this is going to work? You're just going to mouth off and be a coward? Because that's pretty typical. Oh my god, there's Sufapod. It's Sufapod. Get the fuck out of here, you little fucking prick. Oh wow, Sufapod. So different than literally any other day with Russia blowing up civilian targets. Great job, Sufapod. So it's the total amount of bombers that Russia's lost. Bombers, I'd have to look at the exact amount. I know I have the list of total planes that were damaged and destroyed, but I don't remember which ones are bombers. I'd have to look at the list. Nobody wants to discuss anything with Mossad agents. Prove to me that I am paid by Mossad. Prove it. Prove that anyone pays me. You people are special. Let's just get Sufapod out of here, little fucking Nazi. You want me to prove a negative, so you want me to show a lack of paycheck, is what you're saying. A lack of paycheck? That makes sense. Free Palestine, just put in a request to come up, dude. Nobody's stopping you. Put in the request. Let's see here. Is everything going on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube? Yep, those are live. So you gonna come up? Cold, I'll let you up in a little bit or just a second. I want to see if he'll actually come up and engage in a conversation. Probably won't. Tell us a ghost story. I don't believe in ghosts. I'll believe it when I see it, but I do have some really fucking creepy stories from working in top secret buildings. You had a lot of weird shit going on. Have fun with the bots. Thanks, Steve. Still waiting for you to come up, Free Palestine. How about you have a discussion instead of just rambling? Are you capable of that? Are you capable of having a cohesive conversation? Or is that too much to ask? Because what I have a feeling you're going to do is you're going to come up here and immediately just start monologuing and get upset when I tell you to slow down or to stop. I really have a very strong suspicion that that's going to happen. You realize there's a guest button at the bottom of the screen, right? You can click the button yourself. Look, someone else managed to do it. I don't know what this dude's coming up here for, but let's find out. If gold is in your chat and you're 100% paid, dude, I'm broke as shit. You prove to me that I'm getting a paycheck from anyone.
Hey, buddy.
Hello, what's up?
Yeah, so why the Yahtzee flag up there?
Which one's the Yahtzee flag?
The blue and white one.
The blue and white one? You mean the home of the Jews?
Is it the home of the Jews or the home of the Palestinians?
No, it's not the home of the Palestinians. They are
Who was
not
there
from
first?
there.
Who was there first?
What ethnicity are Palestinians?
They're Canaanites.
No, they're not. Canaanites also, no.
They share over 50% DNA according to the American Journal 2017.
Yeah, that was debunked. So again, let's go back to who are they?
Who debunked it?
We'll get to that because I know which study you're talking about. I've got it on a PDF already. So let's
Which one?
get
Tell me
cool.
what is it?
Don't worry about it. We'll pull it. Don't don't pivot. Don't run away. No.
No, stay here.
What Canaanite tribe? Let's just say what Canaanite tribe are they? Which tribe? No, it is because Canaanites aren't just one ethnic group. There's different tribes. No. You tell me you're making the claim. Which Canaanite tribe do they belong to?
You said the study was debunked.
Mighty slave. Which Canaanite tribe do they belong to?
Not how it works, sir.
It is because the Canaanites are not just one people. No. It's not a red herring. It's called how this fucking works. The Canaanites are not just one people. The Canaanites are different tribes. I'm just speaking. You don't tell me what to do on my live. You don't tell me what to do on my live. No. You don't tell me what to do on my live. You're the dimmy here. Now tell me, what Canaanite tribe do they come from?
You said it was debunked.
What Canaanite tribe do they come from?
Doesn't matter, sir.
Last chance. What Canaanite tribe do they come from?
Deflection, red herring.
Yeah, great job, debate bro, making shit. No, it's not. It's not. No, because you can't just say that someone is a Canaanite and not specify what tribe they come from. That's like saying indigenous American, but not specifying what tribe. Are they Chickasaw? Are they, what are they?
Debunk the article. You said it was debunked.
Can you just answer a simple question?
Why can't you answer a simple
Why
question?
can't you answer a simple fucking question? I asked you one question.
Red herring, sir.
Okay. When you figure out what tribe Canaanite tribe they're from, you can tell me. Because I don't think you know that there's different tribes of Canaanites. I don't think you know that there's different tribes. I think you think the Canaanite people are just one people. I think you're that dumb. Debate proceeds to never answer a question. Dude, like, I asked one question. What tribe are they from? Why is it so hard to answer? I have the studies. We can get to the studies, but we have to establish the groundwork first. It's not hard. Like, I don't understand why this is so hard.
I was gonna write duh, but I'll just say it. Red herring, red herring. How you doing, Sam?
Doing fine. Just these fucking debate bros, dude. It's like, oh, like realizing that they've gotten caught in something they don't know. Red herring. No, it's entirely relevant because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, that's the entire point. You don't know what you're talking about, which is why I'm bringing it up.
I think most of the people who live in the Middle East have some blood DNA connection to Canaanites, considering, like you said, there were multiple tribes who were nomadic.
Yeah, but also I forgot to add 2 Yahtzees that we like got immediately as soon as the live started. Yeah, but the thing is also the whole thing of 50% Canaanite DNA. That's not a thing. It's literally just not.
It is though.
No, no, the Palestinians having 50% from one tribe. No,
Not from one
they
tribe.
no, they also
They
don't. They also don't have a section of their DNA that says Canaanite.
No, but
That's
that's not even the point. The point is that if you're indigenous, you carry those cultures, practice, traditions,
Mhm.
like everything with you throughout the whole time. So it's showing up on your DNA test. That doesn't mean anything.
The whole Israelis coming from Slavic countries. Israeli is a nationality, not an ethnicity. But good job. Would you like to try
Also,
again?
also primarily of the Jews in Israel are not from Slavic countries. They're from Middle Eastern countries.
Stop eating your fingernails. No, I'm not. I'm picking at my teeth. I get this. It's one of my ADHD ticks. If I can pick at my teeth.
I
That
twirl my hair. My mom yells at me all the time.
no stop. Why?
Yeah, she's right.
That's just how. That's just what I do. Yes. God bless America. They all from Russia, Ukraine, and Poland. No, factually incorrect. Are you going to carry on with Khazarian theory? Is that what this is?
Fun fact, most of the European Ashkenazi Jews ended up in the West. America, England, France, those countries. That's why you're used to seeing white passing Jews or white presenting Jews around you. Majority of Middle Eastern and North African Jews ended up in Israel. That's why most of Israel is brown and black.
Yeah. MKNYC. Could you tell me where do Mizrahi Jews come from? Where do they come from? I'm a Russian immigrant. America is the goal for everyone. Hey, if you support America and you support American allies, you're all right with me.
America is
But
the
you
goal for
respond to
everyone.
my BS, but not any of my other points. What other points? I don't see any other comments from you. You could have gotten filtered for all I know. My family is half from Iraq and half from Yemen. I am an Israeli Jew, and about 1 million of us have been brought to Israel. How come the Palestinians, who are not much numerous, remain refugees? Yeah, the Palestinians are the only people who inherit refugee status no matter where they are in the world, UV. No matter where they are in the world. It's the only people that have that happen. Israel only likes America for things they do for them. Well, a lot of countries like other countries that trade and give them stuff and they make economic and military agreements with. Do you support Qatar? Nah, Qatar fucking sucks. They aren't friends of us. They just use us. It's the same thing with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia likes us every other week and then dislikes us the next week. It's because they only like to talk to us when it's useful for them. Same thing with Qatar. Qatar, who actively funds anti-American sentiment throughout the entirety of the United States and college system.
Soap trading. This is not like American government.
Where?
This is the
Wait.
dictatorship of Symphony.
No, that's TikTok. He says, "Where's my freedom of speech?" I don't fucking know, dude. If TikTok's censoring you, that's not on me. Like I don't have. Actually, that's weird. I just realized there's a chat filter for comments on posts. Does that exist
Yeah,
for
yeah, it's
Live
new.
Studio? No, like
Oh, I
like it has I get videos like when people just start calling me a Jew, like and just saying anti-Semitic shit, even though again not Jewish. Um, it keeps saying, "Oh, like, we've turned on the anti-bullying thing," and I'm like, What are you talking about? I have no idea how this works. Are they starting to do that with lives though? Because I know I could turn it off. Like I
They
do
started doing weird things with
unfiltered
live.
comments on videos. I don't like filtering the comments. I don't delete the comments. But do they do that on lives
Yesterday,
too?
Coach got weird things. I was like educating about history of Israel, and
Mm-hmm.
I got taken down for misinformation.
Mm-hmm.
Then he got a warning at the bottom that
Mm-hmm.
said tough subjects being spoken about, and people might get offended. It
Uh,
was really
it gave an
weird.
actual trigger warning. Oh my god!
Yes, it gave a trigger warning.
Put down the bottle, brother. It's a can. It's Red Bull. Got to be the worst three nations.
Yeah,
All right.
I stand by that. Got to be the worst 3 fucking countries on planet Earth, bro.
And
Where do you live?
Yeah, where are you from?
I'm actually Russian by blood, but I've been living in the U.S.
Where?
That
Oh,
makes
in the
sense.
U.S. Why did you leave
Yeah.
Russia?
Hey, why the fuck aren't you in Israel? Death to Israel, death to
Why?
America,
Why?
death
Cause-
to
Why are,
Ukraine.
cause
why
Fuck
are
I'm-
all
you
y'all,
leaving
fuck
Russia?
NATO.
Hang on. Hey, are you capable of not having a meltdown like a child?
Hey, governor.
Wait, hang on, Golda, hold on. Are you capable of like having an actual conversation without melting down? Is that
I
possible?
actually am. Matter of
Ты мне
fact.
Then why
понимаешь?
did you just go on your little emotional tirade there? Like what was the purpose of that? It doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I just think it's kind of funny, especially like
Why did your family leave
What?
Russia?
collapsing economy in the 90s.
They didn't want to stay and let you live that wonderful life?
Yeah, Russia's a shithole. I totally don't disagree. I'm a communist.
You're a communist.
I am indeed.
Go back to
How's
Russia.
how's Venezuela
Russia is
how's
a-
Venezuela
Иди
doing?
отсюда.
Wait.
Oh my God.
Wasn't Venezuela like the thing that the country that a few years ago remember every single time there's communism
Not
or
a communist
socialism? Hey,
party, by the way. The
quiet.
Hamas.
No, don't talk over me. Oh, Andy's
No, he
gone.
left.
All right. I just literally couldn't handle anyone criticizing communism.
Oh my God.
Arab Israelis won the lottery. They're the most educated Arabs in the Middle East. Palestinians got the short end of the stick, mostly because they got fucked by our neighbors. Actually, fuck. I saw a study that said that well, I don't know if this would apply. Arabs that migrate to the United States with the highest education level. I think it was Jordan. But I don't know if that's like post-migration or like pre-migration.
What's the question?
Someone in my chat, an Israeli says, Arab Israelis won the lottery. They're the most educated Arabs in the Middle East. Palestinians got the short end of the stick, mostly because they got fucked by our neighbors and themselves. But it reminded me of a study I was reading that was talking about different classes of immigrants and how successful they are and stuff. And it was talking about how certain Arab countries have the actual highest success rate with immigrants who move to the United States to build a better life for their family and stuff and get higher education jobs. And I can't remember what country it was. They said, I'll have to go find the study, but it might have been Jordanians had the highest success rate. I don't know if that equated to highest education level or if that was pre.
I can actually understand that.
Yeah, I don't remember if that was pre move to America or post move to America as well. I don't remember.
No, but if you look at the countries that surround Israel, Jordan might be the most, like, I don't know, moderate. They're not really like the civilians or whatever, but I don't know. It's not Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. It's not Hezbollah in Syria and Lebanon. You know what I mean?
Not a single job in sight. You're right, because I'm on my off day. I work 12-hour shifts and I work 4 days a week, so this is my off
Literally
time.
Friday night, dude.
Remember when Germany wanted a German state when they've had one for a long fucking time? What?
Which is that? They had a kingdom. It was called Germania. It took up most of all the Slavic countries today.
President of Jordan, his Zionist, just like you guys. Don't care.
Yep. God bless the King of Jordan. By the way, King of Jordan, not president. They have a monarchy.
Did you know we get breaks during work? Right? Yeah, like their breaks exist. Like fuck, when I'm on lives, when I'm on other people's lives at night, that's usually because I'm on break.
You're not usually on Fridays, though, right?
No, my stream nights are Wednesday through Friday because that's my off days. And sometimes Saturdays.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, user. Oh God.
Hello,
Yes.
Anthony.
Yes.
I want to comment about something about Jordan. Jordan is a very fragile country. It's very,
Okay.
very. It's. I mean, lately there was actually an attempt. What do you call it? Coup d'état. And now.
How recently?
Oh wait, hang on, Moses, just 1 second. AOS, it's not that people are calling me a Yahtzee, it's people that come up here thinking I'm Jewish and start throwing insults at me like 6 million wasn't enough, H-Man was right, should have finished the job, get in the ashtray, get in the oven, that stuff. It's not people calling me a Yahtzee.
It's people who are Yahtzees.
Yeah, it's people that literally think that I'm Jewish and think that, therefore I can throw insults at the Jew. Go ahead, Mostly talk. The coup d'état.
When was the coup d'état
I
or
think it
attempted?
happened a couple months ago, or something. You know,
Mhm.
now there's if it's this happened this year.
I didn't even hear about it.
They almost over. Let me see. They almost overthrow. It's just it was so quick that they caught us so quick, and it's always motivated by the palace. That's the one. They tried throughout the year to do that.
Mhm.
They tried. Even recently, his brother, the king of Jordan's brother, this he's also tried to overthrow him. With they suspect it was with the help of the Qataris, and that was the conspiracy. But they don't want to. They stop talking about it. But the worst one is there was the 1970, the Black September.
Yeah.
That was the final nail in the coffin, because when because Jordan is actually a state built for a Palestinian.
Yeah,
Yep.
I know.
It is the actual two-state solution.
It is
Yeah,
a
it
Crazy.
was
two
actually the
state.
two-state solution. That's what Jordan was. The Jordan and Israel was actually the two-state solution. But
Um,
it
mhm.
just went awry. That's all what happened.
Hema says, oh, people need to look at Asia. Yeah, Hema, I actually tested out having a Taiwan flag. I was gonna put Taiwan and West Taiwan up here. It wouldn't let me put the image up tonight. I've had it up there before, but it wouldn't let me put it up tonight. I don't know what the deal was. Yo, wear Palestine flag, bro, not? What? Bro, not right. You play, man. This makes me feel. Dude, what are you do? Musa, what the fuck are you trying to say?
Musa, stop drinking.
Two states does not work with two totally different kinds of people. Well, it could have, Hema, if they had accepted the original plan for the partition.
No, but they did. Two states. We were just talking about
No,
it,
I'm saying
Jordan.
had they
So,
actually accepted that all of them went like,
I know, but the
all of them went
original.
there, and the rest of them said, I want to live in peace. I'll just stay here with the Jews. That would have worked.
Yeah, exactly. That's a two state. But Musa, you don't have an excuse for all your misspellings. You're American, dude.
Crazy says English on randomized mode. Oh God! Wait,
Yeah,
someone joined with the name Amir Huckleberry, and I was just talking about Tombstone last night. I feel vindicated.
yeah, Musa, you don't have an excuse. You're American, so you should spell correctly.
I go Musa. You said I'm right, Golda. Nobody knows what you're even talking about. How could we know if you're right or wrong? I'm your Huckleberry. That's a great name right there, bud. Great name. Great movie.
Mostly sorry. Go ahead, continue.
You know, in Arab culture, which is I can speak for that because I'm from Morocco. Okay, especially in the Middle East, they don't have the concept of state.
Mm-hmm.
It's the because the founder of the Islamic religion, I won't mention his name
You're talking
because I
about
don't
the
want.
Ummah.
Yeah, even Ummah is a fantasy. It's something that probably doesn't even. It's based on dwelling. It's dwelling, conflict. They when I look, for example, when the founder died, he never
Agreed,
left
UV.
a concept how to build a state. He just told them how just to go and raid and do this and do that, and that's why you see them dwelling. Nothing satisfies them. It's not about Israel. It's just because Israel is just a distraction to them for something that they don't even understand. A lot of them don't even know what Israel is. A lot of them. Like I talk to sometimes people in here, and I said, "Why exactly Israel? Why exactly Israel?" I mean, here's a guy from Sudan. He said, "I want free Palestine," and I'm like, "You're from Sudan. What do you know about these people?" And what do you know about Palestine? They don't know. They just don't know
Of
anything.
course not.
H says, I'm Muslim, just trying to understand the upside, know what it's like to feel targeted. Well, you can come on up and have discussions if you want. Duop Wreath says, go to bed. Nah, man, this is my wake time. This is my normal work schedule. Like, I work night shift, so this is when I'm awake.
Mostly you're from Morocco?
Hema, the reason I was going to do just Taiwan is because that's an area I specialize in. So, like, I specialize in geopolitics, foreign affairs, and military doctrine and conflict stuff, specifically with the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and specifically Taiwan and China. I know of everything that's going on with Pakistan and India and between India and China, but it's not my area of expertise. So I don't. I do still need to do more research on it. I'm still reading up on stuff. Like I'm still reading. It's very interesting reading um, what you would call an after action report or briefings on like the small skirmishes that happen between China and India in the mountains when they just beat the shit out of each other with sticks. Like it's really interesting going into the like getting into the weeds of that stuff. It's a lot. Oh wow, he actually wants to come up.
Just like that. Embarrassed. Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 27.
27. When were you born?
Ah, shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so a
bye.
child was trying to say that I don't know what I'm talking about in the chat. Good job, child. Maybe if you stuck around, you would learn some things. Shadow King Taiwan does not belong to China. West Taiwan belongs to Taiwan. Yes, I kicked you because you have to be 18 to be on the panel. That's literally the TikTok rules.
Also, I laughed because you told us that you weren't gonna come up for shit.
Ah, shit! I didn't mean to hit accept. Look, you can't be up here if you're not 18, dude.
I literally am saying I'm 18.
You just said you're
I'm
27.
21.
Goodbye. He's a person in the background. I'm 21. Sam Anthony. So Owen, Sam41 has been my call sign since before I joined the military when I was at working at the police station. And I used it for my gamer tag stuff because I didn't want to use my real name. But recently I did a bunch of public interviews with my full name and face, so anonymity gone. Duna, we literally aren't allowed to have you on the panel if you're not 18.
Yeah, if you can remember your age, like your date of birth right away. No, sorry, bad sign.
Lil, what's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, awesome. I see you have the Israeli and American flag there.
Mhm.
I have a question for you.
What's up?
Since America was aware that a huge genocide was happening in World War II during the Jews, but they never seemed to step in to do something about it. Why is that?
Because they don't give a shit.
One,
They didn't
yeah,
give a shit, yeah.
one, America was pretty isolationist. Two, there was a lot of people even within the American government that didn't really believe how severe it was. Because, like, genuinely, like, think about someone
they
back.
were
Hang on. Yes, they were aware something was happening, but think about this: during that period of time, think about how someone would have reacted if you said, "Hey, yeah, man, like unaliving people. Yeah, the Germans just industrialized it. Like they made it like making cars." Like the thought of someone doing it on such an industrial scale was like unheard of. So it was like, thank you for the gifts, by the way. For I don't know who they went to.
Tribe.
Oh, they went to Golda. God damn it. But like
You get the
that was unheard of that it would happen on that level. So yeah, a lot of people knew that something was happening, but not to the severity that it was happening. And it was one of those things where like, it's probably bad. It's probably not that bad, but it's also not our business. We're isolationists.
But also the Red Cross, like they lied on their reports, they hid their reports. So a lot of countries they had somewhat of a knowledge, but not really to the extent. But yeah, a lot of people
Actually,
just
America did know the full extent of the
not
plans.
the full extent.
No.
but also-
And they rejected boats of Jewish refugees coming to America too.
Now
they
that part's
did.
true, but no, they didn't
They
know the
did.
severity. I don't deny that part, but they didn't know the severity of it. No.
When did the shift, change started? Now that
the what?
the
shift what?
The shift from Americans supporting Israel.
America.
Israel
They didn't care about
Hold
them
on,
being
hold on.
killed, but now they care
Wait,
about
but
them.
Israel didn't exist.
Stop. Relax.
Talking about Jews.
Yes, I know that, Golda, but you have to calm down. Okay,
doesn't
so
matter.
Israel and the United States started talks and becoming allies early 70s, and it was kind of And then mid 70s it started getting more in depth, and then when we start getting to the late 70s and the early 80s, when we start seeing actual partnerships and proper trade agreements and aid and stuff. But that again, that's the country of Israel, and like Golda was saying, that's not just the Jews. Israel isn't just Jewish people.
Correct. One more thing, since even the World War II, there was no
Mhm.
country that stepped in just to save the Jews. they all fled to different like areas, Southern
Mm.
Europe.
What is your point?
So my
Hold
point
it,
is
just
that
let him
the,
talk.
I mean, the whole saying nobody wants to save the Palestinians or come save the Palestinians.
When did I say that?
So who was saving the
Wait,
Jews during the
when
war?
did I say that?
I mean, you didn't say that, but now it's the
But
majority.
you know, but you just said that I said something. Why are you bringing up
No,
something
I-
why did you bring up something that I didn't say and say I said it?
I didn't say that. I did say you said it.
No, you
said
literally
the
just did. You said the host said that. I didn't say anything about that.
Okay. So apologize for it. I didn't say you said anything about it. But the whole argument is like saving the Palestinians. There's no Arab countries coming in, but nobody saved the Jews. Nobody was actually started a war with Hitler to save the Jews at all.
We didn't try to unalive kings and prime
Okay,
ministers.
cool. What's your point? The world was shitty and didn't react like they should have. I don't disagree. It took them too long, and it was more about their own existence, really, than it was for at least until the end about rescuing Jews. I don't disagree. What's the point?
Can I tell you one more fun fact?
No, but what's your
No,
point?
no. Lowell, I want to get what's your point?
It's that like I'm sorry, one moment.
Are you searching for something?
Okay. I guess for
Okay.
55 people listening, everybody, if you haven't liked, tapped, shared, join the team, click that orange heart next to Samthony's name. Send some hearts, send some bracelets.
You guys new people have no idea why you say Samthony, right?
Yeah. Some people
Well,
know.
Yeah, but
Your
that's what I
fans
said.
know.
New people.
Oh,
That
new
reminds
people.
me of
Well,
West Streets, Ukraine. Now, agreed, Irene. Paul Blart, why don't you come on up? I don't know what
Yeah.
end he's gone. Okay, Paul Blart, why don't you come on up? I'm confused on what the fuck your point is in the chat. Snakes.
Binky,
Okay, thanks,
he
Aaron.
Binky, he didn't do the puzzle correctly. Like, if you don't touch the phone, they give you a puzzle, and he fucked it up, and it closed down his live.
Wolfie, dude, if you're gonna just be here to harass Golda, you're just gonna sit in timeout. So here's a 5-minute timeout, and let's see if you can behave when you come back.
Thank you.
Paul Blart, come on down.
Not but ugly. I know his point. He's trying to compare the Jewish experience to the
You-
Palestinian experience.
You can chat though, but why don't you just come up here and have the discussion?
Hey, Shameless.
Gold, I can hear the crickets in your background.
I know.
It doesn't compare. That is correct, Tribe. It does not compare.
Tribe is a Palestinian from Judea.
I can't talk because my fam is sleeping. It's like 1 a.m. for me. Why the fuck are you on TikTok? What are the plans after Gaza is fully taken? Well, I don't think Israel should take it. I think it's just going to be a military occupation until the Arab leaders actually do anything. Add one to the count. Okay, thanks, you little Nazi fuck, DK. Bye-bye. Get out of my chat.
Did he tell you to add one?
Yeah, no, he told me to add himself and then said 88. It's addictive, host.
Hi,
I would
Sad.
though. I'm a debater. Okay, well, I'm an educator, Paul. Hey, Steve. What time is it where you are? It is 2:53 a.m.
Loosey Goosey, Zionism started over 3,000 years ago.
Yeah, Lucy, anti-Semitism was specifically invented as a term, or the term anti-Semitism was specifically invented to make hating Jews more palatable to the general population because it wasn't really publicly acceptable to just, even if you hated Jews, to go like, I hate Jews. Like, you can't just say it.
Not palatable, more scientific.
No, it was literally for public opinion, which
Yeah.
palatable. So, Zionism, we literally see the earliest calls for Zionism or the return to Zion during the first Babylonian exile in songs.
They have a whole song about it. It's really
Mhm.
famous.
And Kareen came and sang it very poorly last night.
I sang it very well.
I didn't hear you. All I heard was Kareen.
Oh, no. I sang it at the same time.
Same number of Palestinians were expelled from Israel as Jews escaping from Muslim countries. Unfortunately, no one will take them. Oof. Why do you
What did you
think
say?
Russia? do you think Russia can escalate in reaction? Do they even have means? I mean, they already gave their response, and it was just same shit, different day. They just hit more civilian targets. That's all they did.
Ryuk.
Would you say he's a master debate? God damn it, Ryuk.
I love Ryuk.
I'm a Palestinian from Judea, and I will stand on Mount Sinai for the head count. Oof.
W Tribe.
Okay, let's see if this works. I want to see if you can actually hear the audio from this, Golda. So there is an account that we're going to be doing some debunks on later.
Breaking
Did you hear this, Golda?
Korea has just entered
No.
the war in Ukraine. Following a meeting with the Russian Minister of Defense, Kim Jong-un has pledged his, quote, unconditional...
Oh,
You can read it. I can
Charlie
read
Kirk.
it.
I absolutely want to stomp Charlie Kirk into the ground. I would love to debate Charlie Kirk. Holy shit, that would be fucking hilarious.
Sam, if you want to play it, it has subtitles and the chat can hear it.
Yeah, I know the chat can hear it, but I'm still trying to figure out why guests can't hear video, audio, TikTok Studio. Let's see.
Is it because of the headphones?
No idea. Okay, hang on. Let me ask my friend.
Hey, Chloe. Guys, there's 55 people in here. Sam should at least be up to 5K. Can everyone please don't forget to like, tap, and share?
You love Charlie Kirk? That's not something I would be proud of. America should not be funding universal health care in Israel. Good news for you then. We're not. Yeah, Israelis fund free healthcare in Israel and universal healthcare because they have a stupidly high tax rate.
Yeah, shameless. Apparently, I'm paying for your health care.
The Yahtzee counter is for people that think I'm Jewish and think that, this man must be Jewish. So clearly, let me just spam a bunch of stuff and yell anti-Semitic crap like, jump in an oven, H-Man was right, he should have finished the job, 6 million wasn't enough. That one. Shameless, no, I don't need too many people that are pro-Zionist up here. I can't keep doing it. I gotta put my foot down. I keep letting a bunch of Zionists up here, and one, it takes away from the other topics, and two, nobody fucking comes up.
What do you mean the dental plan?
The what?
Ajax said thanks for the dental plan.
Oh, you paid for their health care, which includes dental plan.
Oh.
So are you Jewish? What part of I'm not Jewish did you not understand?
So fun fact, Sam got all those Yahtzees before I came up. I'm the only Jew on the panel.
Yeah, these Yahtzees are like from yesterday and today.
Yeah.
I think Ukraine will survive one way or the other. Guys and girls got hard. Are they going to make it? Yep.
Okay, you're not, I see.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how many times I have to say that I'm not Jewish. The chosen one.
Is it because he told you or because he doesn't look Jewish? Because I've been told that based on his face shape, he might be a Jew.
Secretly a Jew, according to the Nazis of TikTok.
My favorite story.
Jewish by association. By the Nazis, you will always be Jewish. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, we got at least a couple viewers on YouTube right now tonight. That's nice. What's going on in the news tonight? Let's see if I can put that up. Let's see what's going on in the news. There we go. Okay. Supreme Court mistakenly emailed. Oh, wait, nope. I gotta move that. Okay. Supreme Court mistakenly emailed orders to attorney ahead of schedule. It's the second major technical error in a year. Not surprising. Blood test showed 95% accuracy for Alzheimer's disease diagnosis in outpatient memory clinics. That's actually huge.
Did you hear about the FBI warning for Jews?
No. FBI Director Kash Patel says his home was targeted in swatting attempt. Not gonna lie, as stupid as swatting is, that would be hilarious to see the FBI director get swatted. They think he doesn't look Jewish. Sam looks Ashkenaz. Let's see.
Oh, did they get to Gaza yet on their gas boat?
Oh, they finally started publishing stories about them rescuing the migrants. They rescued 4 Libyan migrants. Boy, are they in for a surprise when they finally figure out how to translate to those 4 people. And they go, hey, we're going to Gaza.
Wait, hold on. The flotilla rescued Libyan migrants and they're bringing them to Gaza?
Well, I don't imagine they're going to stop anywhere.
I didn't hear that they rescued migrants.
A ship called Medellin, carrying activists including Greta Thunberg, rescued 4 migrants from the Mediterranean Sea on Thursday after they jumped from another vessel to avoid Libyan authorities. The vessel Medellin was alerted by the European Union's Frontex Border Control Agency to the location of another boat with 30 to 40 people on it. The Freedom Flotilla Coalition protested the return of migrants to Libya, where they may face abuse, according to human rights campaigners. The Medellin is on a mission to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza, and its voyage is expected to last 7 days. How much aid are they planning to bring? That's a tiny boat.
It's a really small boat.
It looks like a
11 pounds.
Dude, this is like fuck off.
Sad, unfortunately, it is. They're taking a tiny
What?
gas-powered boat and saying they're bringing humanitarian aid, but everyone's okay with it, even if it's performative, because it quote unquote brings attention.
My thing is, that's like maybe a 35 dude.
They're carrying aid for 2.1 million Gazans
That's
on this boat.
like, I know they're not gonna have a lot of aid, but like obviously, but that's like maybe a 35-footer. I don't even know how they're all sleeping on that ship. I don't know how they're all fitting on that.
Did you hear about the last boat?
What?
When they what's it called? Because it got attacked by the drones and it had to go to port. Malta agreed to fix it, but they wanted security to go on board to check, and they wouldn't let them check.
No, Golda, that was fake. Did you not hear the statement from the Maltese government?
No.
They claimed that they were attacked by drones. The Maltese government openly came out, was like, literally no drones were in our airspace. Because they said it was Israel. Yeah. Dude.
That's so fucking weird. So they all got together and went, guys. But wait, the ship wasn't destroyed?
No. The Maltese government, though, I'll see if I can find it. The Maltese government said it never happened. They said, yeah, the ship has damage, but there was no proof of a drone attack. Oh my God.
You know how they talk about it now? They're like, we got hit by drones, heavily suspected that it's Israel, without any evidence or anything.
Exactly. That was the claim, but there was no proof of that. And the Maltese government literally said, hey, no one was in our airspace.
They're still saying that.
They can say it all they want. You got to stop taking the bait on this shit.
Well, I don't take the bait on
but Golda, even for you, that should have been a story where you should have been immediately. Why the fuck would Israel have drones in Maltese airspace?
Sam, I'm pointing out the fact that they're still peddling bullshit even after evidence came out.
Yeah, but you told the story as if it was true. But what I'm saying is, that story should have been. You said that the ship was attacked by drones and that it was in Malta.
No, they said that ship was attacked by drones.
You said, did you hear the story about the ship that was attacked by drones?
I meant, okay, I said it wrong. I meant the other ship and not this one.
That's maybe 10 families worth of aid. Dude, crazy. It's not even going to be that much.
It's enough food to feed the people on board. But that's what happened with the last ship too. When they did finally, after a few days, let them on to check, the crew said that they only had enough food, mostly for the crew.
Wait, Tribe says I was stationed on the USS Ronald Reagan. Tribe, not only would that boat fit in a squad bay, that boat would fit on the catapult, and it would be hilarious.
Do you see the videos of them swimming in the ocean?
No. What up?
That's
Cyber. Cyber.
Did you fix your? Oh, I see you haven't fixed it to working class.
Yeah, no. I'm running with the joke at this point. It kind of fits because I do overnight security. Oh yeah. No, I was gonna say, did you guys hear about them bitch money complaining about the 2008 one where Egypt
What?
detained them and found. Yeah, the first Freedom Flotilla, I think it was like 2008 and 2003,
What about it?
where they found 700 militants on board. Like 4 people were unalive. That's
In
where they're going at.
2003?
I believe so. I
Shocker.
could be getting it. I gotta
Wait,
look
I
at the
think
date real quick.
are you talking about 2014?
I could be. I could be wrong though. Let me look
Someone in
real
chat
quick.
says 2008 Ken O'Keefe.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. No, see, I was right. I was right. I was not dumb on this one. Thank
no,
God.
I didn't say you're dumb, but there was another Freedom Flotilla in 2014, and things got like really hairy with that one.
Okay, I'm gonna go pee real quick. Hang on.
Alrighty.
Have a good time.
You lost the game, by the way.
You're not allowed to
No, no.
speak.
Hey, I'm not on a college campus. I got the First Amendment. I don't have to abide by Title VI.
Yurgo, I don't know which one he's talking about because now we're getting 2008 and 2010, but I think maybe 2010. But the one I was talking about happened in 2014. But oh, I guess Woking was talking about 2010.
Yes, I'm talking about 2010. I just had to relook that one up. My bad, people. I am, for somebody who has a degree in accounting, I'm terrible with numbers at times.
I'm also really bad at numbers. I know it's not very Jewish of me, but that's what it is. Izzy!
Okay.
Oh, Wolfie Falcon's here. That's great.
Why?
Why?
I was on. You know
Becca.
who Musa is?
Who?
The dude, Musa. He's a pro pally. He has a Israel, not a Israel,
How do you
U.S.
people even remember who the fuck these
Yeah,
people
no.
are?
It's the same. It's the same Musa who was here before, the one who sounded drunk.
Oh,
Yeah,
that guy.
dude, I was on his live and I bamboozled the shit out of him. Cause
That's
I
a,
jumped
that-
on.
that's a man, right? He's pro pally.
Yeah, he has a U.S. Palestine flag and like pin bullshit. But I
Mm.
jumped up on his live and I was just sitting there like acting like I was a pro Hamas supporter. And I was like, how do we switch the narrative to where like, because we have like even Al Jazeera is now putting out videos of all these Gazans coming out saying that they love the IDF and they love Trump. Like, how do we switch that narrative? And he was trying to like actually switch it, and I was like, he was like, all the news agencies are super Zionist. I was like, I know.
They're all
See, they
super
like
Zionists, but
Israel.
all against Israel. Totally.
So,
I know.
Cyber, this guy literally like changed his profile picture to copy a Jewish music studio from New Jersey.
I don't. Fuck it. Who
And now he's
cares?
just like,
Who
but that's what he
cares?
does.
I know
I'm
they are, but
telling
who
Cyber.
cares?
I'm telling Cyber. I never spoke to this person on the panel, but he has.
Do you think Zelensky used USA money to buy expensive jewelry and houses? No, those claims have been entirely debunked, Shadow King. In fact, I'm 99% positive you've been on my lives when I've gone over them. Back up. What's USMC? United States Marine Corps. Okay.
So Cyber, check out his text.
Okay. Wait. Why is Kharkiv getting hit so hard? Why civilian areas? Kharkiv has one of the highest defended borders, or the largest defensive lines right up against Russia. That's why Kharkiv gets hit pretty fucking hard. Is Russia committing a genocide? Definitionally speaking, by the definition of genocide is set in place by the Genocide Convention. Absolutely.
How do you feel about that Russian mayor general that got assassinated recently?
I'm a happy boy.
What he was like the butcher of Mariupol, I believe it was, or I could
Yeah.
get those. Okay, yay! I finally remember something factual.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna drop you guys and thin this out for right now. Trying to get some opposition up via Instagram if you want, and I'm gonna go over some stuff that I'm debunking that I'm gonna be doing a video on later tonight. Towards the end of the stream, I'm gonna make a video and then post it, and people here will probably just get to see the process of how I do it.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Ooh.
Okay. How the F does anyone not know what USMC is, much less Mark Henry's? A lot of people don't know anything about the United States military. You'd be surprised. Okay. Let's see. So this is the guy we're going to be doing a debunk video on. From the river to the sea. Good. Okay, dude. Good job. Wait, how is Russia committing a genocide? Because they have the intent to wipe out the Ukrainian people in whole or in part. Putin has openly stated himself that he does not recognize Ukrainian ethnic identity and that they don't deserve to exist and that they should never have gotten freedom. So, literally, definitionally speaking, by the Genocide Convention, Russia is doing that. And also, we've seen the facts that even in Ukrainian cities, after the fighting has ended and people have surrendered, Russia still slaughters the civilians and just unalives them all. Literally fits the definition of genocide 1 for 1. Jisrael, good job, dude. That's a wow. You know what? Israel has fallen. I don't know how they're going to come back from that one. All right, so this is the account we're going to be going after. Ethan Levine SZ says independent journalism with the American flag. This dude is anything but American.
Breaking news, North Korea has just entered the war in Ukraine. Following a meeting with the Russian Minister of Defense,
Hello, fellow Americans. I am totally American.
Kim Jong-un has pledged his, quote, unconditional support for the Russian, all the way up until a total victory is achieved. In his address to the nation yesterday, Putin said that peace is no longer an option and only a total Russian victory.
Here's the thing. He posts these videos on timelines that make it seem like this is new news. Like, he just posted this video like 2 days ago, even though this is old. They agreed to sign a military alliance with Russia a long time ago. Like, this isn't anything new. Mickey SU in the chat. We're going to be doing some big debunking. All right, so let's see if I can find which one was it that someone sent me? Let me see if I can find it. Why is Russia's special 3-day operation so long? You know, they count days differently in Russia. You know, days are a lot longer in Russia. Okay. The video that someone sent me. By the way, if you're here, thank you. It was Jiu-Jitsu who sent it to me. Which video was it? Oh, that's Russian Ministry of Defense stuff. Was it this one? His video's down. Oh. Thank God I downloaded it.
Break Russia as they
This one.
media is reporting right now.
So he posted this one on Monday or Sunday, right after the drone attack. Against. I love the American flag shirt, by the way. American flag shirt. Totally American. This is this guy. I had a brief back and forth with him on X. I'm gonna see if he'll come on TikTok for a debate or on Twitter Spaces, either one. Did I miss anything in Twitch chat, by the way? Change their names and dates and birth, brainwashing them to ban their Ukrainian identity. Deportation of 20,000 Ukrainian cities, children. Yep, that's also true. Okay, so he posted this video right after the Ukrainian attack on the Russian air bases.
Ukrainian media is reporting right now that Zelensky is hiding away in a bunker under Kiev as the capital city is being...
Kiev. Also, he spells it the Russian way. Notice the, right here. K-I-E-V. That is the Russian way of spelling this. The Ukrainian way is K-Y-I-V.
Bunker under Kiev as the capital city is being shelled by Russian ballistic missiles.
Also, I don't know how you shell a city with ballistic missiles. Like, shelling is artillery, not ballistic missiles.
After deciding to attack deep into Russian territory, escalating this conflict further, than, you know, an all-out, full-scale invasion. Makes sense? Zelensky is now making the people of Ukraine pay for his decision. Air raid alerts are for over half of the regions in Ukraine.
Air raid alerts for over half of Ukraine. Okay, let's pull up what the air raid alerts are right now in Ukraine. Let's do right now. Oh, wow. A good chunk of Ukraine is already in air raid alert. Wow. But, you know, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that every single day they go through this. Every single day.
with severe alerts right now only in the capital city of Kiev as the Russian
Severe alerts only in Kyiv. But his own map shows that it's the whole fucking region. The whole fucking region is under severe air alert. But he's intentionally lying and manipulating what's going on. Crazy.
of Kiev as the Russian retaliation has started. Early on, we're seeing strikes on military troop training facilities, which is different than Zelensky's strategy yesterday whenever he ordered a bridge to blow up over a civilian train moving in Russia.
It's funny because even the Russian civilians claimed that the bridge was already fucked up and it wasn't Ukraine that did it.
As you see, this civilian train had this bridge fall down on it, where 9 people lost their lives,
Also, it was a military train. Just, he's going to leave that out.
including children. So after that escalation, Zelensky decides to start attacking deep into Russia, escalating this war, and putting rumors out there that Russia is going to declare war on Ukraine, which would open up a lot of new options for the Russians,
They're going to declare war, guys.
including a certain type of weapon.
Guys, they're going to declare war. Did you hear that? Russia's going to declare war on Ukraine now. Oh my God. Okay, so he posted that one. And then, let's see. That was posted, what was Monday? Monday was the 2nd. So that was... Yes, he's also going after Ryan Macbeth. That one's gonna be fun too. I gotta send that one to myself to go after. Yeah, Irene, that's what I've been saying to all the little bots on Twitter. Oh no, what is Russia gonna do? Invade? So he posted this one. This was posted on Monday the 2nd. And then after that, he posts... that one wasn't true either. Ukraine tricked Russian troops. Nope. But they have done that before. Nope, not that one, but I need to save that video too. Save that video. Dude, there's just so there's so many videos that I gotta go through this guy.
The hours go by and we're getting more information on the Russian strike on Ukraine coming up. It's looking more likely this will be a joint attack on Ukraine and NATO. When I say this, I mean that in Western Ukraine, NATO holds about 40% of its total supplies to Ukraine in equipment and munitions in the open. And as more reports come in on detailing the
Not
Russian
true.
response to the spiderweb attacks, it looks like Russia will be striking these as well as Ukrainian cities, which is an escalation to NATO. Because
How is that an escalation to NATO if NATO's not in Ukraine?
at these sites are NATO employees, but they're not soldiers. Meaning these are workers, these are truck drivers, these are cargo handlers that are employed by NATO. These are non-Ukrainian workers.
Not true.
There's some from Germany, France, the UK, the Baltics. These people will be in direct danger if Russia decides to destroy this ammunition, which, by the way, would be a severe blow to Ukraine. And Putin confirmed to President Trump last night in a phone call that he is having a response and it will be massive. So big that he had to warn Trump about it. And all the signs as of right now are pointing that this NATO ammunition depot is going to be hit, which Russia has launched the biggest air attack we have seen in this war. And the biggest drone attack of all time. Last night we saw phase 1 of Russia's retaliation to Operation Spiderweb because they have promised that more will come. Even the city of
Yeah, the Russian Ministry of Defense said otherwise. Let's see if I can find it here. The Russian Ministry of Defense actually said oh wait, no. Nope. Where's the... Okay, so this is from TASS, the official Russian media, state media. This is from the Russian Ministry of Defense. Oh, yeah. This is... that was it. That was their whole response. That was their whole response. I gotta organize this stuff and figure out what order I'm gonna do this in. Okay. Let's see. Maybe I'll get out the video editing software. Do you imagine calling Master Chief on a DEF CON? What? Why are we calling Master Chief? Dude, this guy is... I want to see Ethan Levins. Let's see what Ryan Macbeth said about him. Ryan Macbeth, Ethan Levins. Let's see. So he said that he made a video on him. How many days ago? How many days ago was this? Let's see. This man wears the same shirt in every video, by the way. There we go. 4 days ago, so that would be... Actually, let's just go to Ryan Macbeth's YouTube channel. Russia is hitting back, aka doing normal operations, hitting... Yeah. Let's see. Let's see.
Did Ukraine just commit a war crime? Video piece by piece.
To the average person, this looks like just a
Ah, yeah, there we go. Let's pull this up on stream. Let's pull this up on stream. Let's put it in 1.5 to 1.5 times speed. Don't spread lies today. Never have, Jason.
Landmines to look like logs and dropping them over Russian lines. Well, it's a war crime, according to professional screaming idiot Ethan Levin, who made a TikTok video about it, where he said,
Yes, this is a war crime. It's actually 2 war crimes.
"Oh, do tell, Ethan. I'm a bit of a war crime expert myself. Hey, before I get started, you know it's a real crime not buying my..."
Oh my god, Jason. No fucking way. Is this the idiot you got war crimes from? No fucking way. Please, Jason, tell me this is the idiot that you got war crimes from.
New novel, The Last Republic. It's an alternate history where Brigham Young founds the nation of Deseret instead of the Utah Territory, and what happens 170 years
I'm gonna
later
message
when the
Ryan
U.S.
Macbeth.
invades. Available on Amazon and on Audible if you're a Marine. Now, this video appeared on TikTok and Instagram, and it didn't seem to get much general traction, but one of my viewers sent it to me. The main thing is I couldn't believe people were still simping for Russia. I mean, that is so 2023. Why don't you make Barbenheimer memes, for Pete's sake? But I took a look at my new friend Ethan, and it kind of looks like this is his jam, right? Simping for Russia. He calls himself an independent journalist, but he obviously doesn't do any research, as we're going to see. And no, using ChatGPT is not research. And his videos are filled with a lot of pro-Russian content. So let's go over this video piece by piece.
To the average person, this looks like just a log. But in Ukraine right now, they are disguising landmines as logs. And they are taking these that look nothing like a lethal weapon, dropping them all in the Russian wilderness. Places where, yeah, soldiers can move around, but most notably, what about the kids and civilians that could just be wandering in the woods?
So right there, you have the exact reason
No, Jason, not Ryan, from the Ethan dude.
for the Ottawa Treaty, which is also known as the Convention on the Prohibition of the Use, Stockpiling, Production, and Transfer of Anti-Personnel Mines and on their destruction. So we're just going to call it Ottawa Treaty. And this treaty basically bans the use of victim-detonated anti-personnel landmines. Anti-tank landmines go after vehicles, anti-personnel landmines go after people. These victim-detonated anti-personnel mines are the famous landmines where the guy's walking and he steps on it, explodes, blows off a leg or whatever. But there are a couple things to note. The actual Ottawa Treaty does not ban anti-tank landmines. I'm not saying anti-tank landmines are less dangerous anti-personnel landmines, but anti-tank landmines take a significant amount of pressure to detonate, way more than anti-personnel landmines, because anti-tank landmines are designed to blow up big, heavy tanks, or maybe even vehicles. You don't want a person to accidentally...
Hello, unusual AI.
...by a tank. And I believe the mines that are shown in this video are actually anti-tank landmines, but we're going to get to that. One more thing about the Ottawa Treaty, it really only binds people who agree to it. So if you didn't sign the Ottawa Treaty, you are not beholden to the Ottawa Treaty. The U.S., Ukraine, and Russia never signed the Ottawa Treaty, although in practice, the U.S. only uses landmines in the DMZ with North Korea. So that scene in Bad Boys 2 is completely inaccurate. All the landmines at Guantanamo Bay were removed in 1999, I believe. Now, some countries have recognized Russia as such a threat that they withdrew from the Ottawa Treaty.
And use Broken Arrow once?
Lithuania, Estonia,
Borrow Arrow or
Sweden,
Broken
and
Arrow?
next, right? So let's keep going.
You mean Broken Arrow.
Boy, wait until this guy finds out that landmines are supposed to be buried.
Wait.
Until this guy finds out that landmines are supposed to be buried in the
Did he just say that landmines are supposed to be marked for your enemy?
Estonia and Poland. I mean, because they know they're next, right? So let's keep going.
Number one, a landmine is supposed to be properly marked.
Hiding or failing to properly record and mark landmines can be considered a war crime, specifically placing minefields without marking them and recording them for later removal. So marking them for your own records.
Boy, wait until this guy finds out that landmines are supposed to be buried in the ground. But his reasoning is kind of funny here.
So that a civilian doesn't bump the land.
Now, I guarantee you that if you marked a landmine so that a civilian could see it, a soldier could see it too. I mean, the mental gymnastics this guy is using is on par with what the New York Jets fans do every September. But let's keep going here.
But most of the time, yes,
Ouch.
they do hide them.
Yes, they do. That's the purpose of a freaking landmine there, Ethan.
But they're in a war zone, so a child isn't going to run and try to pick one up.
Well, they might, but one thing here is that over time...
Actually, here's a landmine that a lot of children pick up in Ukraine because Russia drops them. This is a PFM-1. This is a Russian Leaf landmine that drops from an airburst munition, and they land all over the fucking place, and they blend in with leaves, and they activate once they've been sitting still. If you tilt or move this thing too fast, it goes off. It's not enough to unalive you, unless you've got it on your face, but it will blow off your hand or your foot. And this is basically the fuse for it. This is a 3D printed training model. But yeah, Russia drops these all over the place, including over civilian populated areas where there's children running around. Children pick these up on a regular basis in Ukraine. Ironic.
Civilians learn basic survival skills. And it's kind of morbid to talk about this, but civilians learn fast because the people who don't learn get killed. If you take a look at the siege of Sarajevo as an example, people learned what foods were edible, what to touch, what not to touch, what routes through the city were safe. It sucks to have to live like that. And quite a few people die, so others can learn this by trial and error. But these survival skills do get disseminated. And if drones are genuinely dropping these log-looking landmines, they are most likely short-range drones. So, in fact, I found a picture of one of these delivery drones right here. And these things are not going all the way to Moscow. These things are maybe going 10 kilometers into the forward line of troops and then flying back. So it would be unlikely that any Russian citizens would ever encounter these munitions. Because these kinds of Class 1 drones really only have the range to mine the front lines.
Because with these drones, they're just dropping them.
So in Ukraine.
Now, if I were using one of these things, I would not just drop these logs pell-mell in the woods randomly. That's just stupid. Remember, these munitions have a dollar value. They took time to construct. You have to take time out to fly a drone mission there. And when that drone is
Finnish
flying,
Parliament would hurry up with the Ottawa Treaty exit vote.
So if you're going
That'd
to
be
take
nice.
the risk on losing a drone, you want to place these mines on routes where you know Russian soldiers travel. So it's my estimation that these particular mines be placed on paths or roads with frequent Russian vehicle traffic. But this guy also says,
Number one, a landmine is supposed to be properly marked.
so yes and no. Now, I think what this guy did was he just Googled the question, is marking the location of a landmine a war crime? And that's kind of where his research stopped, because I basically got the same answer when I typed this into Google. Look, man, if you want to be a journalist, you got to do more research than that. All right? AI is not journalism. But the key item here is recording. The U.S. uses DD Form 3007 to record the location of the Hastings minefield and DA Form 1355 for a deliberate minefield, and we do that for a few reasons. We record the location of the minefields internally, but we don't put little flags
By
on them so the
2028, it
enemy
will
know where
be
they
all
are.
about the
Although
South China
sometimes we
Sea.
actually do
Yep,
create,
I agree, UV.
decoy
That is what we
minefields to
expect.
make the enemy think there's a minefield there.
No,
or
actually,
break off.
2027.
But there's a few reasons why we record these minefields internally. First, landmines have a dollar value. You can actually recover them, you can disarm them, you can move them someplace else. Second, you want to know where their minefields are in general so you can demine the area after a conflict. And third, you might have to move through that minefield when you counterattack, or when you get relieved by another unit, you need to tell that unit, hey, there's a Hastings minefield out in front of us, here's the location of all the mines. So you need to know the general location of that field. Now, if you're using something like FastCam, a family of scatterable mines, which kind of toss anti-tank landmines out of the side of the truck or helicopter, you would mark the general area of the minefield. You know, don't go there. So are the Ukrainians marking the territory of every mine they land? Logically, they should, at least in their own records, because you don't want to mine the same place twice.
For your own records.
Every time you send a drone out, you're at risk being detected. Russia has some great electronic warfare tech to track radio transmissions back to the drone operator. So every drone mission is a risk in itself. You don't want to send a drone out to a location that's already been mined. It's a waste of resources, duplication of
DJI
effort,
and Autel, you can hear the
also,
drone. Yep.
when a brigade
Yep,
goes
Brian
to
Macbeth.
For rest and refit, they have to hand off the location of all their mines, like I just said. So you don't want to duplicate work. You don't want that new brigade to go and discover, oh crap, there's already a minefield here. We just wasted 12 hours getting these mines ready. Now, Ukraine also probably has ISR, or intelligence surveillance reconnaissance.
Yeah,
assets,
unusual. I
fire
saw that.
fighters,
They use
to
the thermal
search
cameras.
paths and to see if there's any blown up trucks, any battle damage. So odds are Ukraine is.
Alright, so he's basically just addressing that the dude flat out fucking lied. Let's see. The dude flat out fucking lied about what is a war crime and what isn't, and accusing Ukraine of committing war crimes with drones. Let's see. Let's see if we can get to this Ethan dude's account. Mr. Fellow American. Let's see if this dude will actually do a debate too. I'm curious. I have a feeling he won't. Interesting. Did someone tip this guy off? Because, like, I have to log out to see his account right now. Ethan Levins. Sorry, Ethan Levins. Let's see. Okay, Ethan Levins. Let's see here. Let's see what his video is reacting to Ryan calling him out for being a fucking liar. Hello, Lion Golem. Okay, 4 days ago. 4 days ago. Okay. So this is him responding to Ryan Macbeth calling him out for being a liar.
He made a video attacking me for exposing Ukrainian
Ukrainian war crimes.
In a near 20-minute rant, he tries to justify and defend Ukraine painting landmines as logs and dropping these mines deep into Russia past the front lines where civilians are.
Did Ukraine just commit a war crime by painting landmines to look like logs and dropping them over Russian lines? Well, it's a war crime according to professional screaming idiot Ethan Levin, who made a TikTok video about it where he said, "Yes, this is a war crime. It's
Ethan says I used ChatGPT to show the war crime. He doesn't elaborate on this because he realizes me using ChatGPT doesn't discredit that they are war crimes.
It entirely does, because ChatGPT is an aggregate and very often shows incorrect information. Like the fact that it doesn't talk to him about how it's not a war crime to not label it for public or for other soldiers. It's a war crime possibly to not label it for your own record keeping to remove after the war. I don't understand why this is so hard.
So let's see his reasoning as to why dropping them deep in the woods into Russia is okay.
But one thing here is that over time, civilians learn basic survival skills. And it's kind of morbid to talk about this, but civilians learn fast because the people who don't learn get killed.
He basically defends his point by saying the Russian children will learn not to mess with these logs because the others will, you know. He says that because they're
That's not what he said at all. You guys watched the video with me. That's not what Ryan said at all.
anti-tank landmines that it's okay.
I'm not saying anti-tank landmines are less dangerous than anti-personnel landmines, but anti-tank landmines take a significant amount of pressure to detonate.
Because they take more weight to detonate, and that it's probably okay. In his 20-minute
Again, not what he said.
video, he attacks me personally and gives me insults, which is very strange for a man that I have never known until he said my name first, and then created a near 20-minute video about me, only for other people to send it to me because I had no idea he was talking about.
Well, Ethan, Mr. American, you're about to know me. Hello, fellow Americans. I am American. Trust me. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, these people. By the way, when we talk about his response, the Russia response to Ukraine, which he was very happy about. This is the Russia response to Ukraine. It's a whole lot of fucking military targets. That apartment building, totally a military target. That apartment building, military target. That apartment building, military target. Wow, you know that shopping center right there? Military target. That shopping center? Military target. ChatGPT collects data, and if more fake information is available in the internet, it will use the fake data. Correct. That's a whole lot of military targets. Are you sure? It looks like AI footage. Yeah, man, that's totally AI. This CCTV camera is totally AI. The one that corresponds with Russia doing their attack and confirming that they commenced the attack. That's totally AI. Totally. Good job, Shadow King. God, these fucking people, dude. I don't understand how they can be so fucking stupid. But yeah, we're gonna go through all that stuff, do stuff, and we're gonna edit up a video on this shit. No video. They went in and out before the bombing. So wait, what? Russia and Iran and China and North Korea will evil union. Peace to them is impossible. Agreed. Drone factories. The Lebanon army refuted them before the bombing. They went in and out before the bombing. So you sue me. What? They targeted factories used as intelligence gathering hubs. Hey, Jason. I know where this building is. I passed this building all the time when I was in Kharkiv. Because I lived there. That's not a fucking factory. That's a civilian apartment building. You disgusting fucking liar. You don't even know what the fuck you don't even know what city this is, let alone what these buildings are. You don't know shit. I was there. I've seen Russia blow up these civilian buildings. Are you fucking kidding me, Jason? You just have to make excuses and make up blatant fucking lies. What is wrong with you? Like, seriously. I don't understand. I watched them blow up civilian buildings every fucking day when I lived in that city. Every day. Is that Kharkiv? Yes. Yes, it is. That's what Twitter said. No. You said that, Jason. You just said that with your own fucking fingers typing it in TikTok. In response to me showing you civilian buildings getting blown up, apartment buildings, you said they target military facilities. Beirut drone factory, or was there a newer attack? Unusual, what are you talking about? So Twitter is now a source. According to him, it is. CCTV footage is not a source, but according to Jason, Twitter comments are. Woo, let's go. Let's go what? What are you excited about, space trash? Oh, of course. People are reporting for gifting now. Again, of course. Good job with the reports, guys. Never mentioned money, never mentioned anything, but yeah, totally grifting for money here. Good job. I don't understand what the fuck's wrong with you people. No AI, this is from Ukraine, looks bad. Yes, I know, UV. Civilian-wise, it doesn't look like any military targets. Yeah, no shit. They on purpose use civilian buildings. It's a win-win. Either they don't get shot, or if they do, they run to the media. Choco Chips, I want you to prove to me that this is a military building. I want you to prove to me that the Ukrainian military was using this building. I want you to prove to me that the Ukrainian military was using that building. Or the shopping center over here. I want you to prove that to me. Prove it. Because I've been in those buildings. And they're not. I've been in those fucking buildings. Let's see here. You people are fucking insane. Hey, Auntie. Just because you were there when it wasn't used by the military doesn't mean it wasn't used by the military. Choco, so here's what we have here. Me, an eyewitness, a primary source that witnessed that it was not indeed a military building. And you, a random fuck on TikTok going, nope, it was used by the military. So can you prove that to me? Prove to me that it was used by the military. It doesn't matter when I was there. I was there during the war. Can you prove to me that it's used by the military? Because this isn't like Hamas we're talking about, where they openly post videos of themselves operating within civilian infrastructure. This is random civilian buildings. So can you prove it to me, Choco? Years ago. Yeah, totally. Totally. It's a fact that Ukraine uses civilian infrastructure. Yeah, in cities on the front line. Kharkiv's not the front line, Jason. On the front line when you're fighting within a city, yeah, no shit. Because that's what you fight from, because you're defending the city. That's how it's how it works. But this isn't the front line. Kharkiv is not directly on the front line. It's away from the front line. I know where the military buildings are in and around this city. Those weren't them. Auntie, I know. I'm trying not to have too many friendlies up. It's a part of the fight zone. No, Choco, that is not part of where the fighting is. It's not at all. You don't know jack fuck about that. Choco, I'm still waiting for you to prove that that was a Ukrainian military building. Prove it to me. I want proof that every single one of those buildings that blew up was a Ukrainian military building. Bro, the fact you get so angry you know Ukraine is losing. No, I get angry with morons spreading blatant propaganda and lies. I get sick of people like you, Jason, coming up and trying to act like you know anything about anything, like you know your own head from your own ass, and trying to tell someone who's an expert or someone who's been an eyewitness that they're wrong, or justifying the slaughtering of Ukrainian civilians because Putin says he wants to do it, and justifying all of Russia's war crimes because white people bad, but somehow Russia good, but somehow you also support unaliving Jews. Like, I don't get what your deal is here. Choco, why are you avoiding the question? Why can't you provide me any evidence that these were military buildings? Provide me the evidence. Choco, you seem to know what these buildings are. I'm not going to give you where those buildings are. I know what city they're in. You should be able to figure it out. You said you know. So if you... No. You said you know these buildings were used for military purposes, which would imply that you know what buildings they are. Right? You know what buildings they are, right? Kharkiv's not a very big city. I mean, it kind of is, but it's not a very big city. You can zoom in on Google Maps, figure out where the fuck you are. So show me the evidence that those buildings are used by the Ukrainian military. Would love to see it. So prove to me the Ukrainian military uses those civilian buildings. Prove it. You don't just get to say it's true after Russia does it and openly admits to it. That's not how this works. Ruskies are pathetic liars. Yeah, so are tankies. Ukraine will do, by the time this war ends, it will be a military superpower. I don't know about that. Choco, I want you to provide literally any evidence that these buildings were used by the Ukrainian military. You should know. You claim that they used these buildings. So you know what buildings these are. Chaco, you made the claim, so back it up. You made the claim that the Ukrainian military used those buildings. I didn't make that claim. You did. Good job, Systematic. You freed Palestine. Good job. You're unable to provide any evidence you were there, yet you say I was there. My brother in Christ, my profile photo is literally me in Ukraine. I've got videos on my main profile of me in Ukraine. No, Chaco, your excuse for these specific buildings was that they use civilian buildings. 3 years ago, totally. Yes, you did, Chaco. Yes, you did. These buildings. Okay. Well, now the live's flagged. It's great, guys. These fucking people, dude. All right. Okay, cool. Fuck off, Chaco. Now you get banned for reporting the live. Now you get banned for reporting. Auntie, I'm not having any friendlies up right now. Yeah, Auntie, you don't need the whole caps lock too. These fucking people, dude. This is insanity. Let's justify civilian crimes. Mind your own business then? What? What do you mean mind my own business? Sam, just be more relaxed. Yeah, no, no. I don't like the city I lived in and my friends' homes being blown up. And I don't like that your piece of shit ass justifies it. It's fucking disgusting. You don't belong there. So because I'm not from Ukraine, I'm not allowed to defend an American ally and be upset about it. That makes sense. Totally makes sense, dude. Ukrainians are not Russians, Space Trash. Ukrainians are not Russians. They are Ukrainians. They are their own ethnic identity. They have their own fucking country. They have been their own ethnic identity. They are not Russian, as much as Russia would like you to believe they are. I think war will break out here in the U.S. and how bad do you think it will get? Probably not. My brother in Christ, Space Trash, Ukrainians grew up speaking Russian because they were forced to speak Russian because it was literally made illegal to speak Ukrainian. It was literally illegal to speak Ukrainian in the Soviet Union on multiple occasions. Are you fucking kidding me? No. They have been their own ethnic identity for centuries, Space Trash. Have you never taken a world history class in your life? Do you support them just because they're white? I don't give a fuck what race they are. Doesn't change a damn thing. They can be any race. It doesn't matter. I have no idea, UV. It's just... this shit makes no fucking sense to me. Must be an American, to be honest. I am indeed an American. Duh. Ooh. That hurt. The one in the comments, the TTV one. Oh. Probably. Doesn't know anything about ethnic identities in Europe at all. Displaced European. What? Ukraine was promised them 700 years ago. Okay, nice anti-Semitism, Tochka. Good job. Goodbye, Nazi. Let's add one more to the counter, everyone. It's 15. Yes, I stand with Israel. See. Hey, Sahar, how's it going? Where do they bring this from? They're just idiots, UV. Do you condemn the USA for the Iraq invasion? No, I don't like how it ended and how we dropped the ball and fucked up cleaning up the second time. But the first Iraq war, entirely justified. Second Iraq war, a little bit shaky, but still justified by the United Nations. And we dropped the ball on how we handled it. Clearly, yous now have big enemies yous are scared of. Space Trash, what the fuck are you talking about? Why do you think Putin has nuclear subs in Cuba? I'm pretty sure they left Cuba already. U.S. trash. Okay, Jose. You can't handle Russia too many nukes. What? The UN... I see the person in the guest request. I'll let you up in just a second. The UN justified the invasion, Chengi, because... So... Let me pause this. Okay, so with Iraq, the main thing was the weapons of mass destruction, and it was both nukes and chemical weapons. Don't get mistaken, it wasn't just nukes. There was chemical weapons that were also considered weapons of mass destruction that we know for a fact that we knew for a fact Saddam had. He used them against other people. And no, not the one. Cool. I like the Dodgers too. Whatever. We know for a fact they'd use them, not the ones given by the U.S. as well, because that was also a fucking mistake on our part that we gave them chemical weapons. So when the UN weapons inspectors went into Iraq after being denied the first 3 times because Saddam had said, hey, I've stopped my nuclear weapons development, I've stopped my chemical weapons development programs. But he denied the access to the UN weapons inspectors multiple times. When they were finally allowed in, and they went, okay, we didn't find any nukes. We see evidence that they've stopped producing nukes, or at least trying to produce nukes. But there's a bunch of chemical weapons that they had cataloged, like in their documents and stuff, that are just missing. Where'd they go? And then we saw evidence. The UN found evidence of materials being transported into Iraq that were used in both chemical weapons development and in nuclear weapons development. So they figured, okay, if we know for a fact that they've lied about the chemical weapons, why would they have not also lied about the nukes? So that is the main reason why the UN said, okay, fuck it, let's go into Iraq. Like, that was the main reason. The UN voted on it. It's funny because everyone blames Israel. Israel's intelligence and their investigation actually straight up said they didn't think there was even chemical weapons, even though we found them. Like, they straight up said they didn't think there was chemical weapons. Has the Pentagon propaganda money come in? Sure. Totally. Ukraine belongs to Russia. Sure thing, Eugene. And what, another, how many more years are Russians going to lose their lives trying to do that? I love these people that come in and go, Russia doesn't want Ukraine. They could end it if they wanted to. And then the actual honest pro-Russian that goes, Russia's going to take all of Ukraine. There you go. As long as it takes. Cool. Have fun losing millions of Russians, Eugene. I hope to see you in the meat grinder. Keep Greta safe. Nobody gives a fuck about Greta. Oh, wow. C is dehumanizing people in the chat. Wow. C's just being a moron in the chat. Lovely. They're great. They won the Second World War. No, that was the Soviets that won the or that helped win the Second World War using mostly ethnic minorities. Try reading a history book, Eugene. They kept U.S. imperialism at bay? What? Yeah, sad to say, so many lives in the West, yet in so many. Wait, fuck. Yeah, sad to say, so many live in the West, yet disagree with you. I don't even know what the fuck you're trying to say, Space Trash. Eugene's profile picture is a big Ukraine supporter. Lol. You know, Russian subs were still in Cuba a week ago. I'm pretty sure they left. They rotate in and out of Cuba all the time, Tech. They're trying to build close relations with Cuba. They're trying to mend relations because they pissed off the Cuban government. I'll see if I can find the public statement. But the Cuban government put out a statement a few months back after it was discovered that Russia was tricking Cubans into enlisting in the Russian military to fight in the war. Lend-Lease wasn't critical to the Soviets winning. Man, Stalin would really beg to disagree with you or beg to differ with you, Eugene. Stalin himself openly states that the Soviet Union would have collapsed with the help of the United States. If Israel takes back his land, maybe you give back to Mexicans' land. What? You have streets lined with homeless. What about that? Okay. It's a state issue. I donate to homeless veterans organizations. So, Stalin never said such a thing? I have to do it. Let's see. Let's see if we can find the quote. Okay, a quote from Stalin himself. I want to tell you what, from the Russian point of view, the President and the United States have done for the victory in this war. The most important things in this war are the machines. The United States is a country of machines. Without the machines we received through Lend-Lease, we would have lost the war. Nikita Khrushchev also said the same thing. If the United States had, quote, if the United States had not helped us, we would have not won the war. He wrote that in his personal memoirs. One-on-one against H-Man's Germany, we would not have withstood its onslaught and would have lost the war. No one talks about this officially, and Stalin never, I think, left any written traces of his opinions, but I can say that he expressed this view several times in conversations with me, end quote. So, about that, Eugene. Are Stalin and Khrushchev both lying? Mo Haas, liberal? I'm not a liberal. How do you justify blocking aid and starving children? Well, one, they're not starving, C, and two, there is absolutely no law that states that you are required to provide humanitarian aid, only that you're allowed to, that you have to let it pass through, unless, of course, according to the Geneva Conventions themselves, you have proof or even just a feeling that it's being taken to be used to aid the enemy. Eugene has left the chat. Yeah. Russia does more evils. Why does USA dares not to invade it like Iraq? Because the United States is a bunch of fucking pussies right now. What's the Yahtzee count on the weekly record? The Yahtzee counter is, I know you were here for this, Wolfie. The Yahtzee counter is people that come in, think that I am Jewish because they see an Israeli and a Ukrainian flag, and just start hurling insults and slurs at me and say stuff like, 6 million wasn't enough, H-Man was right, should have finished the job. So it's people who are just on my panel or in my chat and are Yahtzees. And the weekly record is 47. We got that in a 3-day stream period. No, I'm not Jewish. But they think I am. Zionism is an affront to Judaism and humanity. Travis, can you tell me what Zionism is? Please tell me what Zionism is. See, why don't you come on up here? See, let's see if you're capable of having a conversation without being a little prick.
Hey, sorry, give me a sec. Give me a sec.
I agree, Wolfie. Hey, Dutch Cossack. Guess we'll wait. Cyber will let you up for a second while we wait for this dude.
You know, you already know who I am.
Yeah, I know. I said I'll let Cyber up while we wait for this dude.
What's going on, Sam? Just dealing with stupidity and shit. I see.
Yeah, and I've had a bunch of reports for random shit, so that's lovely.
All right, brother. My mic's working now. What's
Alright.
up, man?
All right, so what's Cyber? I got this one. So what's your issue, dude? Like,
What do you mean? What's my issue? There's kids being starved. You can keep saying there's not as
Okay.
much as you want.
what does how many people have died of starvation in Gaza according to the United Nations and the Gaza Ministry of Health?
I couldn't tell you.
I can. It's 58. That's since October 7th. 58.
58. Okay.
58 in over a year. According to the United Nations, how many months of food does Gaza currently have stored up? Like if they again, like right now, no aid, how many more months of food do they have according to the United Nations and the Gaza Ministry of
I
Health?
don't know.
8 months.
8 months.
According
Have you seen
to
how that food's getting to them?
Cool. That's not. No,
They
we're
have
not
to
pivoting
go
to that.
through
Hang on.
chain
Cool.
link
We're
fences.
not. Yeah, maybe
Like in the
because
Holocaust.
yeah, the Holocaust was just chain link fences. Got it. So don't pivot to appeal to emotion. So according
I'm not
to
pivoting to
according
zero
to the
emotion,
Gaza Ministry of Health and UNRWA themselves, they have 8 months of food. How are they starving exactly?
Have you seen the videos?
Oh, video. Oh.
You can talk all that
Oh,
you want about.
we want to go to
so
videos.
the
Oh.
UN says this and that. They're being carpet bombed. Their hospitals. Are
Yeah,
being
yeah.
carpet
Well, no, we're not pivoting to buzzwords right now. We'll get to that because you don't even know what the fuck carpet bombing is. But let's go to this
Yeah,
video.
what carpet bombing is. Have you seen the Gazan Strip?
Yep.
Have you seen what they've done to it?
Yep.
They have no regard for civilian life. The
You know
only
what I've
reason
also-
you don't
hey,
care is
hey,
'cause they're
cool,
Muslim.
cool.
Isn't that right?
Nope. Here, you know what? This is what I do see though. This is videos from Gazans. Wow, they're so starving.
Oh wow, you managed to find the one video with food. Wow.
Oh, the one dude.
Yeah,
this is
brilliant.
multiple videos of this dude cooking like a fucking master chef.
Yeah, great. Yeah,
How
great,
about
great.
what about
He's
all
cooking
the
food,
cool?
great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about
You
wait
ain't saying
wait
anything
shush
about
shush
the background,
shush
you
shush.
fucking retard.
Cool.
Yeah,
Oh
no.
yeah, nice ad hominem. Cool. What about this? What about the 5-star dessert restaurants, the 5-star cafes that are
It's
brand
probably
new?
Blown up by now. You
Nope,
fucking idiot.
brand new. No, you have no proof of
They're
that.
Probably blown up. By
So
now.
show me the proof of that. These are
Show me
brand
the
new.
proof that- Show me the proof that it's new. You just showing me these random fucking videos.
These are videos posted.
Well, it
Cool.
can't be a genocide because look at.
Calm down. These are videos posted by the Gazans themselves all over Twitter and Telegram. These are from last month. These are brand new restaurants that have opened up.
Show me proof. It's last month.
You're joking, right?
Hey, buddy.
You're
if you look
joking,
at-
right? No, show me proof. Show me proof
No,
if it's
see,
last
see, one
month.
second. If you look at the very top of that
Shut the
video,
fuck up. I wasn't
page
talking to you. Shut the
65,
fuck up.
Hey, little fucking peasant. Be calm.
Yeah, cool.
Be an
How
adult.
many of your friends died in war?
Be an adult. Calm down.
How
Calm
many of your
down.
mates died in war?
A lot.
Good. Good.
Oh, good. Oh
I bet
no.
you cry yourself to sleep.
Oh
about it every
no!
night.
A
You
man
little
on
prick.
the internet's upset with me. Oh no.
Yeah, but they're not
Cool.
bringing your
Is
friends
it-
back, are they?
Cool.
Yeah. Keep getting angry.
You know
and
what's
shit.
also not coming back? The
Urgh.
50,000 people in Gaza.
Yeah, there we are. The mask slips.
No, it's
Yeah, I
because
knew it.
they died in war.
No,
Welcome
no,
to war.
No, it's because this. It's because that. They're civilians, mate. They're bombing.
Really?
cancer
Really?
hospitals.
Really?
They're
Ca-
bombing cancer
Show
hospitals.
cancer
Killing
hospital.
foreign aid workers.
Cancer hospitals? Oh my god. Dude,
Search
name
it
me
up,
no,
search
name
it up, search it up.
name me one single hospital that's been bombed. One hospital.
Yep, there we go.
What?
There's 8.
What?
Give me
Name
5
me
seconds. There's
one.
8.
Give
So
me
give me 5
one.
seconds.
Give me one.
I love how he's like, well, show me what that's the date. I'm like, it's literally on the video itself.
Nope.
What about this guy who was fucking yelling that he wanted
I've seen
bread?
that one. Yeah, I've seen that one. Holy shit! Have you seen the fact that he's like 8 different fucking people?
Nasir Hospital.
Oh, Al Nasser Hospital? You mean the one that they said was gone, right? Oh my god.
What are you talking about?
Oh my god. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be great. Hey, who remembers when Hamas said Al Nasser Hospital was gone, and then they filmed themselves walking out of Al Nasser Hospital with hostages?
Right.
Oh, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be great. Where's the video?
All hospitals are gone. Hey, Mally, if all hospitals are gone, then how are they making the claim that that there was a doctor in a hospital that where
Who has
I guess
wait, here. Who has the videos of the hostage exchange where Hamas walked out of the hospital? Please. I want to see that. I need to find that video.
Just ignore me.
Let's see.
Just ignore me. Yeah, I named another hospital.
You realize we can't hear you when you're tabbed out, right?
Oh, Ali Arab Hospital.
You mean Al Ali?
That's another one. Huh?
You mean Al Ali?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Cool. Well, while I'm waiting for someone to get me that video of Al Nasser Hospital, when was
Anthony,
when
can
was
I ask
no
you something?
no you
Can I
can
ask
you
you
can
something?
you can sit there and wait because I'm going to debunk you again. Al Ali
Yanking
Hospital.
again.
When was Al Ali Hospital
Hey,
destroyed?
your friend's head's got debunked.
Cool. When
and
was
yours.
Al Ali Hospital destroyed?
Zionist fag.
When was so you're homophobic too? Okay. When
Yes,
was
you're
Al
homophobic. I'd
Ali?
rather be homophobic than against kids starving. you
Cool.
fucking idiot.
So when was Al Ali destroyed? You have to Google
there's Al
this.
Shifa as well.
No,
Al
no, no, no,
Shifa
no, no. We're
Hospital.
not gonna pivot. We've got two.
2023, I said
Okay,
2023,
we've got two hospitals.
2023.
Okay, so
No,
Wha-
I've named you
okay,
3.
yeah,
You
cool.
said there's
No,
one.
you only said 2. You said Al Nasser and you said Al Ali. Okay, so let's do
I
Al
named
Ali
the third
first.
one now.
Yeah, you're pivoted, and I said we're gonna stick with 2 first.
You
So
said
Al
name me
Ali.
one. I've named you
Cool.
3. You
Cool.
fucking
Al
idiot.
Ali.
You think I'm
Al
answering
Ali was supposedly leveled in October of 2023, right? Gone completely. 500 people dead, right? Why do you have to go to Google? You don't know this?
Because I told you. I said, give me 5 seconds. I'll tell you 8.
Okay,
I'm-
so
I'm looking
would
at
you agree that
more and more
Al
hospitals.
Ali? Hang on, we're sticking to 2 though. Don't run away from these 2.
Because they suit
No.
your narrative.
No, because
fuck?
because
There's
you're a
8.
moron. Let's stick with these first 2. Al Ali was supposedly leveled, completely gone, October of 2023, right? Right?
Yeah.
Hey, how come that's the hospital right there in the background?
He pulls up some WhatsApp fucking conspiracy theory.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't believe this
Nope,
shit.
that's directly from the BBC.
From the BBC. I don't believe the BBC.
Okay, cool.
I'm
So
British,
let's
I know
look
how
at
shit they are.
cool. I don't care if you believe the BBC or not. Let's look at the actual image.
The Israeli
Cool.
apology.
Let's look at the actual image because you know you're about to get fucking clowned on.
defended Jimmy Savile,
Cool.
the
I don't
paedophile.
care who they
I
fucking
don't think
defended.
it's
I don't
legit.
care who they defended. This is
Okay,
a
well,
factual
I'll take up
image.
some random
Cool.
bullshit
This
till
is
I
a
come up-
factual image, and you know you're about to get
It's not
fucking
that.
clowned
It's
on.
not that.
So you're telling me
How-
this is
how am I
not
gonna
an
get
image.
clowned on?
You're telling me this is not an image of Al Ali Hospital?
I just don't trust the source. They defended paedophiles.
This video is from Gazans. Or this photo is from Gazans in Gaza.
Which Gazans? You tell me.
The people that lived next to this fucking hospital.
Which people?
I don't know the individual dude's name, you
Shut
jackass.
the fuck up.
Oh,
Don't
shut the
name
fuck
names
up.
if you
Okay,
can't name
cool.
the names.
Name me every person dead in Gaza.
No. What the fuck?
Oh my
Name
God!
me
So they're
every
not dead.
yes
I don't
or no.
believe you're. I don't believe they're
Hey,
dead. Then.
Name me every one of your
No,
dead
do you see
comrades.
how
No.
fucking stupid this sounds? Name me
every one of
name
your
me the
dead
person.
Comrades, scumbag.
Oh no!
Yeah, I
You
bet
call me a
you know that,
scumbag.
don't
You
you? I
not
bet
call
you
me a
know that, don't you?
scumbag.
Yeah, keep touching
So
the-
back to this image. This is the crater. This is the crater that was
My
supposedly.
friends got blown up in
This is
war.
the
Now I
crater.
defend children.
Dimmy.
Why is he so mad?
I don't know.
Because he defends children.
'Cause he's
stuff.
from a
He
shit
defends
country
cancer
taken
hospitals
over.
being bombed.
Cool. So this is the actual crater from the missile or bomb that supposedly hit Al Ali Hospital. No, come back! Don't run away. Come back.
told you I don't even
Don't-
see this as a legitimate.
Cool, I don't
source.
care whether
I've
you
sent
see it.
pedophiles
So
to
you're.
the
I
90s.
don't care. Fine, we'll pull it
Just-
up from a different source. All hospital bombing. Let's see.
What about the other 8 I mentioned?
Let's
I
see.
swear to
Cool.
God,
No,
I mentioned
you
like
realize
6
that we
now.
can't
You're
hear you.
focusing on
No,
one.
we cannot hear you when you are tabbed out of
Go
the
to
app.
The other.
We cannot hear what you said because we cannot hear you when you are out of the app. What does your
Relax,
fucking
relax,
retard brain not
relax.
understand about that?
Relax. Relax.
Quiet. Okay, so let's go
How many
to
of your
Human
comrades
Rights
still have
Watch.
brains, by the way?
Let's
Just
go to
asking.
hang on. Let's go to Human. Do you believe Human Rights Watch?
Yeah.
Okay, Human Rights
Well,
Watch.
no, I
Cool.
believe Human Rights Watch.
Okay, cool. So, the findings from the explosion at Al Ahly Hospital. Wow. Oh my God, that's the same location. That's the hospital right there. That's the
Oh, I believe
crater.
you, I believe you. It
Okay,
probably didn't
so
happen, yeah.
that
I
crater.
believe you.
No, it's not that it didn't happen. Look, this crater right here. The close-up images show that's the impact crater. Now, what everyone claims happened, and what the Gaza Ministry of Health claimed happened, was that a 2,000-pound airburst JDAM was dropped and the entire hospital was leveled. They said it was completely gone, everyone inside dead. But yet, that's not an impact from a 2,000-pound JDAM. That is a 1.1 meters squared, 1 by 1 foot in depth crater. That is not what HADAM does, especially a 2,000-pound airburst JDAM. We're talking this whole fucking area a crater if that happens. We're not talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars burned, a couple roof tiles upturned, and some broken windows. That's the hospital right there. The hospital's fully standing. It's not
Yeah,
gone.
I believe you. I believe you. What about the other 7? Like, what?
You don't
There's
see it
so
as a
many other
you don't hang on
hospitals.
you
There's
don't
so
see,
many
hang
other
on you don't
hospitals.
see it as a problem that one of your first examples was a blatant fucking lie, like,
There's propaganda spread everywhere.
and you didn't even bother doing
On both
research. Hang on,
sides.
you didn't even bother researching it though.
There's like
No,
7 other
no. I'm
more.
being serious. I don't even give a fuck about all the insults you've been throwing. You're telling me you didn't even bother researching this? Because like
There's 7
dude,
more.
they
I told you I
apologize.
listed
Hang on,
them.
they apologized for all the major news organizations apologized for this because for the first 3 days they were parroting what the Gaza Ministry of Health was saying and saying that the fucking Gazans were completely gone in this hospital, the building was gone, and that Israel blew it up. They apologized for it.
Anthony, can I ask you a question? Because I concede on this point. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How come the UN thinks it's this war has turned into like war crimes and whatnot?
Can you tell me where the UN says that and not the UN repeating what the Gaza Ministry of Health says? And keep in mind, we can't hear you when you're tabbed out. You're going to have to remember what it is and then come back and say it.
I might just comment it relief at this point because I can be. Like, that's my favorite thing to do.
Do I need knee slap humor?
Oh, I got plenty of knee slapping humor. This is not appropriate for TikTok.
So I'll read you the headline here. And this comes from the UN itself.
Okay.
UN finds. Sorry, I actually can't remember.
UN
lovely.
finds. You can copy and
Israel's
paste it and put it in the
warfare
chat if you want.
Consistent with genocide,
Consistent with
including starvation as weapons of war, and that's the UN itself.
How much you want? How much does anyone want to bet that this is going to be Francesca Albanese? What was the date on this?
It doesn't matter. They've been doing it.
No, I want to see. I want to read what you're reading because I have a feeling you didn't actually read it. So
Oh,
what
okay,
is
okay,
what is
I'll-
the date?
November 2024.
November 14th.
Yeah, November 4th.
Okay. Let's see. Control Francesca by Albanese. Oh no. Is this the UN Special Committee? Yep, this is Francesca Albanese's committee. Crazy how I knew that was going to happen. So UN Special Committee finds Israel's warfare. Not the UN, a committee within the UN.
Sorry, she's not a bought Israeli politician like you. would
No,
always
her
think,
husband
no.
literally works for the
Apologies.
No, her husband literally works for the Palestinian Authority. Do you not see that as a conflict of interest?
Yeah, but so
No. It's not yeah,
what?
but it's not yeah, but it's yeah. That's a severe.
Countries sell weapons to the US.
No, no, I don't,
That's a conflict of
care.
interest.
No, 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 I don't
No,
care.
no, I don't care.
No,
I don't
so
care. You
if,
can keep
hang
saying
on,
that shit. You can keep trying to
so
talk
you're
over
telling me if an Israeli was leading a UN special committee and came out and said a bunch of stuff about Gaza that you wouldn't see that as a problem? You wouldn't see that as a conflict of interest? No, hang on. No, they don't. Because UN doesn't give a fuck about Israel. They fucking hate Israel.
Okay.
But
Good.
no,
I
really,
can see
be
why.
honest with me. If an Israeli was the head of a random committee that was making stuff up about Gaza, would you not see that as a conflict of interest?
They're not making it
No,
up,
hang
though.
on. Stop. Would you not see that as a conflict of interest? Would you?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. So would you not also agree that it's a conflict of interest that the woman who failed to disclose that her husband literally works for the Palestinian Authority is leading a committee where she was going around to multiple countries and just flat out asking genocide questions and just, do you not see that as a conflict of interest?
Anthony, I would, but in the same like note, countries that vote on seeing this as a genocide actively vote no because they sell guns to Israel. So how is that not a conflict of interest?
Because that's a pivot that has nothing to do with this. It's a whataboutism.
No. How does it have to do with it?
It's a
Because
pivot.
they're both conflicts.
No,
of
it's
interest,
a no, it's a whataboutism. So what?
No, because they're both
Did you
conflicts of
be
interest.
honest
Yes
with
or
me?
no?
Be
Yes
honest.
or no? Yes or
No,
no?
be honest with me. Did you read this
So
report?
they're not. So
Did
it's
you
not.
read this?
The US not voting
Be
on it.
honest with
That's-
me. Did you read this report? Did you read it, or did you just read that title? So why are you using something you
I've
didn't
skimmed
read?
through it. I've skimmed through it. to be
You
fair. I've
skimmed through it. Okay, so the problem with this report, which was thoroughly debunked, which was again led by the committee, led by Francesca Albanese, whose husband works for the PA, is they're quoting things that aren't true. They're making up claims that aren't true. They were saying that nothing was being let in. That was one of the main things. That nothing was being let in. But this report came out in November of 2024. We're gonna do something real quick. November.
Are you gonna go to the World Food Cabinet?
No, I'm gonna go to OCHA.
Ooh, even better.
Okay, so we're gonna leave that up. I'm gonna go to Dropbox and get that link. We're gonna go to
Just to let you know, we can't actually read that. The small lettering.
yeah, it's fine.
It looks like it. Looks like
OCHA
Roman
moving
numeral.
Gaza supplies and dispatching website. There we go. Copy. Paste. So this comes from the Gaza Ministry of Health and UNRWA, or OCHA and UNRWA, which is supported by everything from the Gaza Ministry of Health. So this is supplies and dispatching. This is tracking everything that goes in and out of Gaza. So let's look at
Sorry, what's the source? What's the
UNRWA.
The UN? Okay.
Okay. So we can see all of the aid. This is not including a lot of private industry stuff. This is just stuff that is marked by the UN. So this counts every single truck that goes through every single gate, what was on it. You could even see you could see whether it was received or not, which crossing it went through, what the items were, how many fucking pallets there were, where it was going to, if it was going to an UNRWA facility or not. You could even see who signed for it. Like, I'm not kidding. You can pull the whole manifest and see who signed for every single item. This is from UNRWA. Now, if we go to, when was this report again? November of 2024. Interesting. So
November 14th.
yeah, let's go to November is 11th, 11 month. Okay, let's see. Oh, that's 2023, 2024. Oh, nope. I went to the wrong section. God damn it. I can't read sideways. Okay, cool. So we can see here, this is around when that report came out. This is all November of 2024. We can see that all this stuff's coming through. Oh, nope, there we are. So we can see that there's still aid going through multiple crossings, including the Eretz crossing, Gate 96, J-Lots, Karim Shalom, and Kisufim. And we can even see what was in that aid. So we could see Most of it was from the UN, some of it was from the private sector, and others was from humanitarian NGOs. So we can see that their main basis of their claim that there wasn't enough aid or aid wasn't going through period was a flat out lie. Because again, we can go to the manifest itself. We can literally go to the manifest of these things. Oh, God, no, I'm not entering my email. Fuck that. I'll just download the PDF later, or the Excel doc. Also, the whole thing of mass civilian casualties, we've got the lowest civilian combatant death ratio in the history of urban warfare. But that's...
All right, buddy.
No,
that's why so many hospitals have been bombed. Okay.
Cool. That has nothing to do with the number of deaths. Again, that's also according to UNRWA's own numbers.
What? Yeah, targeting hospitals has nothing to do with the amount of civilians we killed.
No, the lowest civilian. No. What I said was
no.
What I said. The civilian to combatant death ratio has nothing to do with the hospitals being targeted. Also, if according to the United Nations and the Geneva Conventions, if you use a hospital for military purposes whatsoever, that building has lost its protected status entirely. Get fucked. Don't let Hamas into hospitals. So again,
Israel uses white phosphorus, but yeah, okay, buddy.
Cool. Oh, we're pivoting again.
War crime after
Okay,
war
hang
crime.
on. See
You murder
what?
foreign aid
See.
workers
Hey.
in a-
See.
in an
Before,
ambulance.
since we're doing our next pivot,
All acceptable.
see
to Anthony.
what are the four types of white phosphorus? What are the 4 types?
I don't know. What the fuck is this? Yeah, name
So,
5 songs.
so
of
no.
fire.
It's relevant because some are
I'm not a
legal,
soldier, retard.
some
I
are.
kill people.
So what you're saying is you don't know the legality of it then, because some forms of white phosphorus
I know
are
what it
legal.
does.
Hang
I
on,
know what it
hang
does
on,
to
stop.
people.
Some forms of white phosphorus are legal,
No,
and
you
some
obviously
aren't. Some forms of white phosphorus
Some
are
are
legal.
okay, some aren't. None of them are okay. I don't care
Really?
if you're gonna say they're legal.
Really?
It's fucked
So,
up. It's wrong.
but you don't know what it
burns through
does.
Your skin. It sticks on children.
Wait,
and
wait. So,
fucking
illuminate.
sticks on,
So let's go through the 4 types. Let's go through the 4 types here. We've got gas. We've got smoke. We've got incendiary, and we've got illumination. Let's go for the first one. Illumination. Is illumination white phosphorus illegal? Like giant flares, they last longer than normal flares. Is that illegal? See, come back. Come on, without having to go to
I don't
Google.
think it should be used at all.
Okay, that's. I didn't ask what your opinion was. I asked, is it legal? Is illuminating white phosphorus legal?
Oh my god. Yeah, you know, sex with children is legal in some countries. You fucking idiot.
Oh yeah, like Iraq.
Use your mind. Use your mind, brother.
Like Gaza, by the way. 30% of marriages in Gaza are with minors. Just thought you should know that.
Okay, and
Okay,
Israel's
cool.
a known
Cool.
safe haven
Cool.
for pedophiles.
Cool. So we're pivoting
their
again.
literal prime
Cool.
ministers
We're
have
pivoting
addressed that
again.
fact.
Cool. We're pivoting again.
No,
So
oh,
let's
you
go
can
to let's
skip
stick to
over
white
that.
phosphorus. Let's stick to white
You wanna skip
phosphorus.
over that? Yeah, skip over that.
Oh no, like you don't like
Yeah.
skipping over how you.
Good
Oh,
going,
there
good
it
going.
is. There it is. The little Nazi fuck. The mask came off.
Yeah, your mask came off a while ago, didn't it?
No, because I haven't
You
hidden
said you're
anything.
glad about the dead Palestinians.
Oh, I didn't say I was glad about anything.
No, you said like the 50,000 dead Palestinians.
No, because you made an ad hominem attack and said, "Oh, your friends are dead. They're never coming back." And I said, "Yeah, like the
Wait, say it
50,000
again,
people in
say it again.
Gaza."
Say it again. It put a smile on my face.
Oh, what's
Yeah,
it
knowing
like
your
being
colonial
so
studies are dead.
inferior?
Yeah, keep defending
What's it like
your
being
pedophile
so
safe
inferior
haven.
to Jews?
You said you're not Jewish, though.
I'm not.
So you suck up to them, don't you?
No, but I'm saying that
You're inferior to Jews, don't you?
No, I think you are.
Oh, the
Because you're
Muslims.
intentionally taking that perpetual fucking L for your entire fucking life, siding with the side that what their Reich lasted 10 years,
That doesn't
15
bomb
years.
hospitals. No.
So everything the Germans did was okay because they didn't bomb hospitals.
I never said that. Don't put words into my mouth.
Oh, then the
But
Germans
that's what
never
I no. I just talked about how they unalived Jews. You said, but they didn't bomb hospitals. Really?
No, I said don't put words into my mouth. I didn't say anything about the Germans in World War II. Don't look for your victim card.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah,
Nice
good
report.
going.
Nice
Keep
reports,
defending
guys.
your
Ni-
paedophile
nice
culture.
reports, guys. Good job.
Are you gonna keep me off now? I can't keep speaking about your fucking disgusting war.
No, yeah. I'm the disgusting one. Meanwhile, you're the one bragging about service members being dead. Good job.
Wait, can I ask him an honest
Hey,
question?
you
Sure.
bragged about 50,000 Palestinians.
Be quiet. I didn't brag about it. Be quiet.
Yeah, keep sucking up to.
I said be
yeah,
quiet.
see, I get it.
Let him
Yeah,
talk. Be
now-
quiet.
Good guy.
Well,
Good
see,
guy.
Yeah. See, I'm just, I was gonna ask you a genuine question. Like, how do you feel that Hamas has repeatedly resurrected people from the unalive counts, or the fact that a troop has repeatedly had to have a lot of their stuff redacted, like the 14,000 kids that were going to be unalive due to malnutrition in 48 hours. Like, how do you, like, how can you consciously sit here and, like, argue that we have the facts when half the stuff you guys have been coming out with has been redacted or been proved to be not true?
So what's your question is how can I still stand when a lot of this stuff I'm saying is factually wrong? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, inherently wrong.
Because even if half the stuff I'm saying is wrong, if half of it's right, then it's disgusting what's going on in the Gaza Strip, and it should be seen
I
as
agree.
ethnic
War
cleansing,
sucks.
which is what it is.
What? Wait. What? Wait. What
It's not
ethnicity?
war.
What
It's not
ethnicity are
war. It's an ethnic
Palestinians?
cleansing.
What ethnicity are
It's an ethnic
Palestinians?
cleansing.
What ethnicity are Palestinians?
Arab.
Arabs. Where do Arabs come from?
I don't know. Oh, you're gonna say they come from some Saudi Arabia. I don't know.
You mean the Arabian Peninsula?
I don't know. They're Palestinians, dude. They're Palestinians.
Yeah,
All
they're
I'm saying,
Arabs.
I'm not
They're
fucking
Arabs.
history expert. I
Meaning,
just see what's happening.
meaning the Arab colonizers are upset that the Jews want to live in their indigenous homeland peacefully.
Hold on, it's not indigenous land for the Jews, but
Wait. How is it? How is it not
who
the
was there
indigenous land
first.
for the Jews? I could tell you who was there
They
first.
got moved there
I could
after
tell you who
World
was there
War
first,
II.
not the Arabs. Wait. So they got moved there from where?
Yeah, didn't
From
they?
where? Where?
From England. Didn't a lot of them go to England? And England said basically,
What?
oh, well,
Where are
we wanna
Mizrahi?
keep
Where
you
are
people."
Mizrahi Jews from?
I don't know what the fuck a Mizrahi Jew is. Probably someone you.
So
suck
you
up.
don't know about Jews that are from the Middle East that are
No, I
you don't know.
care
Okay.
about Jews.
Wait,
Like,
how
what
did
the
how
fuck?
did the Jews get to Europe?
They're not the one getting
How,
genocided.
how
What
did
the
the Jews
fuck?
get to Europe?
I
Neither are
don't
Palestinians.
know. I just know they got sent there after World War
could
II.
it be that they got sent to Europe after being put into diaspora and kicked out of their land that they were indigenous to, Judea?
What the fuck?
See
You
what?
act like
Hey,
this
from the
means they're
river,
allowed to commit war crimes.
from the river to the
Fuck.
sea. What river and what sea? Don't you Google what river and what sea?
I don't know.
Get the fuck out, you fucking moron!
Oh, yeah,
You don't
yeah.
even know what river. You didn't even read any of the. Oh my fucking god! Holy
Well,
shit!
he's okay with. He's definitely okay with 50% of his stuff being lies.
Hello.
Yeah. Medical. The Khazarian theory's been long debunked. Good job.
I have a question.
What's up?
If Judea is the promised land,
I'm not religious. So
why
I
was
don't
it
give a fuck what any
promised?
religion says about it.
okay, well you're talking about the Zionist cult, so like I'm
It's
bringing it up.
not a cult. Zionism is also not Judaism, although they go hand in hand.
It's a fascist cult, but we'll agree to disagree.
A fascist cult.
Yeah.
So, but
That's what you
wait.
call a
So,
nationalist
so
fascist
yeah.
genocidal
Wait. It's an organization now. So what you're telling me is the belief in the rights of the indigenous people is bad. You are mad. You don't believe in indigenous rights.
So when are you giving up the United States?
Hey, if the land I lived on was owned and illegally taken from an indigenous tribe and they want to take it back, then
It was.
where do
Okay,
I
Go
live?
back to the
Where do
caves
I
in
live?
Europe.
No, because not every spot.
back to the
No,
caves in
stop. Not every spot in the United States was illegally taken.
Okay, so a patchwork of.
So you don't even know where I live. You don't
Not
know. You don't know where. You don't know if
But
the land that I
also
was
don't
taken
care
from.
about legality. Legality is not morality.
Cool. Yeah. So the morality of the Arab Muslim colonizers wanting to slaughter all the Jews in the land doesn't seem to be a problem with you.
I don't think slaughter is good. I think
But
we
no,
can
hang on.
agree
But you're
that
saying you
slaughter is
don't see a
bad.
problem with the fact that the Arab Muslim colonizers want to slaughter the indigenous people and kick them out. They want all
They
Jews gone from that
invited
land.
the Jewish
No, the
people to
fuck
live
they
in
didn't.
Palestine.
No,
Yes,
the
they did.
fuck. Really? Let me guess. The
They
ship.
allowed them to
The
live
ship.
there.
Hang on. The ship that was like, oh, don't take our hopes and our dreams. That ship.
Yeah, sure.
Where? What happened to that ship? Where'd it go? Did it land? Did it actually make landfall in Palestine? The British mandated Palestine.
Well, it wasn't Britain. It wasn't Britain's Palestine to begin with.
It
just because
quite
they
literally was.
claimed
No,
ownership
no,
doesn't
it
mean
wasn't. They
was
claimed
theirs.
it. They had ownership. The British Mandate of Palestine,
They
land of
stole it.
Israel.
They stole.
Well, okay,
No,
let
they
me
did.
tell
They
you.
didn't
It
steal
belonged
it
to the
from shit.
Palestinians.
They did.
Yeah, they did.
What?
You know what?
It belonged.
colonizers
Wait,
that
wait, wait,
lived
wait,
in
wait,
England
wait,
were
wait, wait.
doing?
Hang on, hang on.
Stealing land.
When did the people of that land, the Arabs, first start calling themselves Palestinians?
Like, Palestine, like
Nope.
Philistines.
Nope. Philistine has absolutely zero relation to Palestinians. So when did they start calling themselves Palestinians?
Fuck if I know.
1964.
Okay.
So you know
But
who?
when did you start calling yourself your name?
So the Palestinians were not an actual national identity until
So?
much after.
I'm not a
Because
national.
hang on, because
give a
I don't
fuck.
care. I didn't fucking ask if you were. The Palestinians didn't have that identity until it was convenient, and they would use it to, as the Palestinian leaders themselves stated, they would use it to fight the existence of a Jewish state. They didn't want the Jews to have land. Now, when Israel was founded, when they declared independence, the people of that area, there was Jews that were known as Palestinians because it was the British Mandate of Palestine, land of Israel, or Eretz Israel, and there was Arabs. Do you know why the Arabs didn't want to be called Palestinians back then? Back when the British owned it?
Because maybe they were like Ottomans and they
No.
didn't really want to like
No, they viewed it as a
vibe with that.
they viewed it as a Jewish identity, and they did not want to be associated with the Jews. And in fact, they very openly petitioned against the British government for calling them Palestinians, and they petitioned to the Syrian government to annex that land and make it part of southern Syria. They didn't want to be known as Palestinians. There was no thought of a Palestinian. There was no idea of creating a Palestine. They didn't care about that. They just didn't want the Jews there.
Okay, so what about all the coins and like memorabilia that have like Palestine on them?
Because the entire
from
name of
before
the name of the region was British Mandate of Palestine, Eretz Israel, which means land of Israel. If you look at the passports, it says British Mandate of Palestine, Eretz Israel. They literally have Hebrew on them. That was the whole name of it. It wasn't just Palestine.
Okay.
It wasn't just
So
Israel.
why-
It wasn't just the
why
British
need
Mandate.
for the genocide then. Why the need for the genocide? If it was already Israel, why the need for the genocide? Why are
There
you
is
killing
definitionally speaking, there is no genocide. Like definitionally speaking,
genocide?
based on what is the definition of a genocide?
The dead humans.
No.
The
Wait. So
piles of
hang
dead
on.
humans.
So if I
That's a
break into Woking down there's house and I unalive his family, is that a genocide?
If you kill more than 3 people, I'm gonna call it genocidal.
No, that's homicidal, not genocidal. But
I'm calling it a group of people.
And I would call you a
Well,
moron.
that's what.
Okay.
Because
Probably
that's
don't
not
have
how
to
genocide works. Genocide has a very
Well, you are the expert.
genocide has a legal definition set in place by the United Nations at the Genocide Convention of 1948 or 1949, one of the two.
Okay, well, I don't care about the law, and neither does Israel.
Except they do.
Do they? Is that why they're
Yes.
following international law?
Yes, they are.
By murdering the Palestinians?
Can you name me a single war in history where civilians have not died? Civilians dying in war doesn't make it a genocide. Unfortunately, here's
So
the reality.
When are the
Hang on.
Israelis gonna die?
They did
When
on
are you gonna kill the Israelis?
on October 7th when they walked in and slaughtered Jews with their bare hands and filmed videos of themselves calling home and going, "Dad, I just unalived a bunch of Jews. I'm calling you from the Jewish woman's phone now."
Okay, well, 1948.
1948, you mean when the Arabs invaded the land of Israel?
When the Nakba started.
The Nakba.
When the
No, we're not gonna pivot. Hold on. We're not gonna pivot. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. I've got plenty of fucking books on the Nakba, but we'll get to that. You realize that unfortunately, war is disgusting. War fucking
Zionist propaganda
cool.
too?
No, they're literally from Arab historians and Arab leaders who were there at the time. It's primary sources and anti-Zionist British investigative journalists who were there at the time.
Give me one. I'll read it. Sure. Yeah, tell me one. Grab one off your shelf. Yeah. Thank you.
Not Sam in short shorts.
No, I'm not against learning. I just
Okay.
don't want to be propaganda.
If you would like
fed
to,
by a
I
bunch
can
of
actually send you a Dropbox link to these books. Just message me. So we have
Okay.
I.F. Stones. This is Israel. I.F. Stone is a British investigative journalist who was there during many of the meetings. He was there during the meetings with the Arab High Commissions, between the British military leaders, between the Jewish leaders. He recorded all this stuff. He had access to the British military archives. He was there when the Jews were saying to the surrounding Arab villages, "Hey, please don't leave," because he documented the Arab leaders told their people, "Hey, leave. We're going to slaughter all the Jews, and then you can come back, and we'll divide the land amongst the Arab nations." They weren't going to make a Palestine. They were just going to give it to the surrounding Arab nations. He was there for those meetings. He documented how the Jewish leaders went to some of these Arab villages, and there were Arab villages that said, "Hey, you're right. We don't want to give credence to the war. We don't want to help justify what they're doing. We don't want to leave, but we do have to go back to our Arab leaders and talk about this." And then would come back the
Is
next
it
day and go,
possible that they're lying?
"Who?"
These sources. Is it possible that they're lying? Is there contrary sources?
Well, we have
Or are
Constantine.
these your only sources?
We have Constantine Zaraik's The Meaning of Disaster, which is the meaning of disaster, the Nakba. This is literally the dude that coined the term Nakba. This is the dude that created the term Nakba, who openly admits what the Nakba actually was. It was the failure of the Arab armies to openly cooperate and collaborate and fight together, and how they weren't truthful with each other and ran away from the Jewish army. He openly admits what happened and how they told certain villages to leave and told the Palestinians or the Arabs to leave that land in order to avoid that area. And we can also go to a book by Peter
Are they
Dodd.
not leaving
Hang on.
to avoid genocide?
No, because this book covers that. Peter Dodd and Hanlon Barkat, called A River Without Bridges, where they go through and they document. It's called A River Without Bridges, a study of the exodus of the 1967 Palestinian Arab refugees, where they have a section where they actually go over and they interview people who were refugees in the 48 war. And when they interviewed people in the who were refugees from the 48 war, they showed that 68% of them never. Oh no. Hang on, let me see if I can find the exact one. 68% of them never even saw a single Israeli. Not like you saw a Israeli soldier, just never even saw a single Israeli. So how is it that you kick all these people out and you genocide them if they don't even see you? And these again are all sources that go against that claim. Again, anti-Zionist British investigative journalist, the dude that literally coined the term Nakba.
Sam, I got two things. One,
Huh?
Sam, Alice wants to end the Alice apartheid.
I know, Alice,
Yeah, I know.
Alice, I love you, but I can't keep letting a bunch of people that are on my side up every fucking night because nobody fucking comes up anymore. Every single night, I let up my friends, and nobody fucking comes up anymore.
And two, I was gonna ask if I can get those books. And I was gonna go
Yeah,
through-
shoot me a DM. I've got the Dropbox links. I'll give them to you. It's full in PDF form.
I'll actually switch out with Alice if you want me to, because she's native and he's pushing the native
Sure.
plan.
Sure, we can get to the indigenous stuff after. Thanks, Cyber. But yeah, these are all books that go against that narrative, and it's again from people who were anti-Zionist. Like,
Tell you what, I'll read them.
Mhm.
I'll do some more research, and I'll come back and have more conversation because I don't want to be
Fair enough.
You know, faithfully true to reality.
You know, you
I just think that
came in
genocide is
hot,
bad.
but fair enough. I at least appreciate that you're willing to do that. And if you would like to, I'm working on it right now and trying to make it public. I've got a Dropbox that has basically everything from Zionist to anti-Zionist sources, everything that I'm trying to make public, but just
I'm
I
still
do got it.
hostile, and I'm still.
You know
pretty
what you know
sure.
what
I
you
just-
know what I mean though. Come on, you know what I mean. But like you're at least willing to go, "Hey, I'll read that book." Like that's more than 90% of the people.
books.
That's more than
I just don't
90% of the
like being lied
people
to.
who that's more than 90% of the people who come up here willing to do. Also, do you believe in Khazarian theory by any chance?
I've heard of Khazar Jewish people.
Yeah,
but I'm not.
Khazarian theory comes from a thing released by Russia called the Theories of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. It's basically a plagiarized
about
play.
that.
Yeah. It's really funny.
I'm not an expert.
Constantine Zaraik, the dude that coined the term Nakba and wrote The Meaning of Disaster, really goes hard on Khazarian theory, which, to be fair, at the time, there wasn't a lot to disprove it. So it's understandable that he would have believed it. But dude, it's a really hard read. It's really fucking anti-Semitic. Yes, the Theories of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion was literally a plagiarized play with the words changed around. Yeah, DM me at some point after the live. I will give you the sources, or I will give you the books. I've got other books. I've got the UN migration tracker or refugee trackers and everything to show who went where, all that stuff. And then when you come back, we can discuss the books and even discuss the actual like meaning of genocide and how it's not.
Okay. As a final
Mhm.
top off, because I'm about to go to bed. If you could stop all the killing, would you?
Obviously, war sucks. War's
Okay.
disgusting. I don't want war to happen, but unfortunately, sometimes
you-
war has to happen. You have to, like, if someone's going to wage war against you, and they say, "Hey, I'm going to keep hitting you in the face until you stop me," you're gonna have to stop them.
I think there's proportional defense. Like if you actually stopped the people that did the T attack.
So,
Fine.
proportionality in this case would be the IDF walking into Gaza and filming themselves slaughtering a bunch of Arab Muslim Palestinians, going, "Look, I killed a Muslim."
No. I mean justice, like where you actually find the people who did the crime.
That's what
and
they're
then
working
you
on.
Give them due process, and you.
Well, those people don't
you
want
know,
due process. They want to go down swinging. That's the problem. That's the
well,
problem.
You can say that, but that doesn't mean that that's the just thing to do.
If you're gonna shoot at me and try to unalive me, you're
Then
gonna
kill
get
somebody's
you're
whole
you're
family?
you're gonna get got. No, that's not what I said. I'm saying you're gonna get got. And unfortunately, the problem is Hamas knows that, so they intentionally fight in civilian areas around civilians because they know that it's going to make Israel look bad because they're intentionally using civilian infrastructure to hide within. Like that's how urban warfare
How
is.
do
It's
you
how
feel
guerrilla
about-
warfare is.
How do you feel about Netanyahu supporting and propping up Hamas in the first place instead of the PLO?
We'll get to that
Because-
too. That's been debunked. The problem was Netanyahu.
It was his words.
No, Netanyahu. Yeah, the words that were supposedly spoken at a private meeting that had no cameras, no recordings, and the source is anonymous. But everyone who was in that meeting said that never happened. Yeah.
And
So
what about the support for ISIS that was recently uncovered?
no, that's also not true at all. There is no evidence to substantiate that. In fact, IS and Israel have both engaged with each other on multiple occasions. Now, there was some drama about some IS fighters secretly going to Israel to go claim like they were just innocent people who got injured and tried to get treatment, and they got caught doing that, and they got arrested. So that was a thing. But with the whole money thing, with propping up Hamas, that was literally Netanyahu said, "Hey, this money is supposed to go through us." He's got two options. The money's coming from Qatar. It's not Israel's money. He has two options. Either give it to the Palestinians, which is just Hamas, because it's going to go to Hamas, which he knows is going to be used to get against Israel anyways, and be used to build more terrorist infrastructure, or he holds on to it and says, "No, I know you're going to use this for terrorist means. I'm not going to give it to you." So either knowingly give the money that's going to end up unaliving your own people, or get accosted by the world for not giving money anyways, which wasn't even theirs in the first place. And ultimately he said, "This isn't our money to stop. It's not our money. Unfortunately, we should let it go through." And he did. And unfortunately, he was right. That money would later be used against them.
So should we stop funding IPAC for the same reason?
You mean APAC? We don't fund APAC. Private citizens fund APAC because it's a PAC. That's how PACs work in America.
But they're stealing money through
Nope.
lobbying politicians
Nope.
and having them funnel money into IPAC.
Nope. It's APAC.
APAC.
So like PACs in America. Do you know how PACs in America work with funding?
It's like a pool of money
Yeah, but where does that pool of money come from?
from donors.
Yeah. So in
Supposedly.
the United States, there's a limit on how much you can donate to a politician in their campaign. I can't remember the exact number. Let's say it's $5,000. Let's say you and I both support the same candidate. Doesn't matter what they are, but let's say the PAC is for school buses for children. Let's say there's a candidate that you and I both like that supports school buses for children. I have $6,000 I want to donate. You have $500 you want to donate. But I can't donate the full $6,000, but you can still donate your $500. So we both give our money to that PAC for school buses for children, and we say, hey, we want this to go to politicians that support this. So they will then take it and distribute that. Now, I am giving $5,000 and you are giving $1,500 because you're not allowed to donate a certain amount as an American citizen. Like, that's literally how PACs work. It's not a bunch of outside funding. It's not foreign funding. That's how PACs work.
Okay. I'm gonna DM you for
Okay.
those books.
Sounds good. For everyone that DMs me
night.
for the books, I reply usually a couple hours after stream. Thank you for coming up. Oh my god, what have I been missing in YouTube chat? What the fuck's going on? Oh, someone on Twitter. What do people actually think is happening? Like, that's literally what Israel is doing. Israel is targeting the bad guys. Israel is saving the children's lives. I mean, they're fucking trying. I'm anti-Zionist, but the Khazari theory is low IQ, anti-Semitic rubbish. Holy shit, at least you admit that. Palsier. Wait, Palsier, are you the dude that was like coming in my chat before that was like got caught being a fucking paid shill? Like an actual paid shill? My grandfather fought for the Ottoman Empire, got captured by the Aussies. It's an Indian ancient pagan temple predating. Is it what in the fuck are you guys talking about in chat? How often is Faketime mentioned in the Quran? You check your weak reading comprehension, bozo. Well, no, he's not wrong, Palestine. How many times is Palestine mentioned in the Quran? That'd be, you should probably answer that one. Palestinian Christians don't need validation from the Quran. Palestinian Christians who are accosted every day by the Gazans. What account am I on? I'm on Sam41_live 2.0 because we're banned on the main account for now. No, but I trolled you months ago. I'm 7 days. No, I think you are the one that got caught. You're the one that got caught, and as soon as you got caught, I wasn't even the one to catch you. It was someone else in chat that caught you. And when you got called out for it, you fucking disappeared.
Yo.
Hello, beautiful. What's up?
Yo, I had a question.
What's up?
So you said that there is no proof of it, proof of the money that the Israeli government paid Qatar to finance Hamas, right? There is.
No. That's not what I said. I said the money was from Qatar, and Israel didn't Israel didn't have the right to. Okay, I'm clarifying what I stated because that is not what I said. I didn't say Israel gave money to Qatar. I didn't say that Shin Bet did anything. I said that the what he is referring to is the money that was from Qatar that did not belong to Israel, but Israel was holding. Your mic's a little sensitive.
No, all of the money was from Israel.
No, this money was specifically from. Okay, are you gonna talk over me, or are you just like, are you?
No, I'm looking at the.
Okay, so are you gonna keep? But you're still talking over me.
Go on,
Are you done? Okay, what I am referring to is the money that was from Qatar that was supposed to go to Gaza and the PA that Israel did not have the right to stop. It was just going through them. And Netanyahu was withholding it. And he had two options, either let it go through or hold on to it. He chose to let it go through because, as he said, it wasn't their money to decide what to do with. And that money ended up going to Hamas because they were the governing authority of Gaza. That's how it works.
So do you have a device on you, a computer or something that you can search it up?
Yeah. What am I trolling? What am I searching?
New York Times, right? How Israel secretly popped up Hamas.
When's this article from? 2023?
Yes, the 10th December.
News meetings determined with Qatari officials, quoting several properties for discussion. So she was asked, not been on the agenda. Does Israel want the payments to continue? Wow. So let's read from this article because I can't show it because there's firearms in it.
Right.
For years, the Qatari. Wait, did you read? Hang on. Did you read this article before you say it?
All of it.
Really?
All of it.
Okay. So.
Do you trust the New York Times?
Yeah, depends on what it is. Their investigative journalist stuff's pretty good sometimes, but their opinion articles are pretty garbage. Okay, so, quote, for years, the Qatari government had been sending millions of dollars a month to the Gaza Strip, money that helped prop up Hamas government there. Wow. Like I just said, money from the Qatari government that was going to the Gaza Strip, straight to Hamas. Okay.
That was the third one.
Cool. That was literally
the one.
That was literally the second paragraph. The first sentence is the third paragraph or second paragraph. All right, because
No,
this
it's the third article. In my phone. Go on, read it.
I'm reading what you told me to Google. All right.
Yeah.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel has not only tolerated these payments, but he had encouraged them. Wow, like I said, during his meetings in September with the Qatari officials, according to several people familiar with the secret discussions, the Mossad chief David Barnea was asked questions that had not been on the agenda. Did Israel want the payments to continue? Mr. Netanyahu's government had recently decided to continue the policies, so Mr. Barnea said yes, the Israeli government still welcomed the money from Doha because it wasn't their money to stop. So you're agreeing with what I said.
Read it. Go a bit further.
Allowing the payments, billions of dollars over roughly a decade, was a gamble by Mr. Netanyahu that a silly flow of money would maintain peace in Gaza. Wow. The eventual launching point of the October 7th attacks keeps Hamas focused on governing, not fighting. He was hoping that by allowing the money through, they wouldn't do it. Dude, you told me to Google something that agrees with me.
Let me read it for you, right? Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, not only did he tolerate those payments, he had encouraged them, knowing well that money was going to Hamas.
Did you not? Hang on. Hold on. Beautiful. Please tell beautiful. Please tell me. Now the same fucking article. Now I want you right now to please repeat what I said to you at the beginning. What did I say this money was?
What? No, that's the third article.
No. I want you to repeat. No, beautiful. I want you to repeat what I said this money was. Tell me what I said about this money.
What money?
Oh my god.
You are openly telling me to read articles and reading articles that agree with what I said. Netanyahu said, yes, let the money through. Motherfucker, I just did. Netanyahu said, let the money through. It is not our money. Hopefully, by allowing them to keep the money, they will be peaceful. Netanyahu approved the money going through. Nobody is denying that. Netanyahu's justification was, one, it's not our money. Two, hopefully they will stay peaceful.
No, it doesn't. You're reading an article in front of you.
Get
You're
out.
spouting nonsense.
Get out. I am reading the shit you just told me to read. I am reading your article. I can't fucking... Holy shit.
Deep breaths. Whoosah.
Palsier, if you're just gonna be a piece of shit in my chat, I'll just ban you on YouTube. Like, seriously. You were at least kind of tolerable before when you were just babbling to yourself incoherently in my chat. Now you're just starting fights with people. It's a quick way to get banned in my chat. No, guys, I'm not going to let too many friendlies up. Hello, Ignatz, what's up?
Yeah, crank the Yahtzee counter up to 17, brother.
Okay, not even going to let you get it out.
I hate how he insisted on calling you brother. That's odd.
Genocide supporter? No, I don't support genocide. Oh,
He
there he
literally
is.
has a Native American on his panel. Why would he support G-side?
And there he is, spamming shit in my chat. Good job, Nazi. Who is Zion Boys? Is this just a troll? Hello?
Hello.
What's up?
Hey, good morning from Tel Aviv.
Good morning.
Anthony, can I send you a DM
Sure.
about something we are talking about yesterday? About a certain Israeli politician, which name was Moshe Feiglin.
Oh, yeah, what about him?
Yes, he really said what he said.
Oh, I know. I read it.
Yes, but this guy is not important. I mean, he's
That's what I
he's
said.
A niche into a niche in Israel.
Yeah, I
He's
know.
Nothing.
Oh, I know. That's what I told the dude.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, so okay. No need to send you it. Yes.
You know, I read the quote. I went through what it was. I went through what he was talking about. Yeah, dude's a fucking nobody. Who
Yeah,
cares?
it's fucking nobody, really.
It's not like he's Muhammad Daif or Yahya Sinwar.
Yeah, yeah. So he was a Knesset member, but he's not anymore. That's all.
Yeah. All right. Well,
And
thanks for coming up, Zion Boys. I appreciate it.
yeah. Okay. Thank you for your work.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
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 W Zion Boys in the chat. Thank you very much.
Okay. Israel's last card is to appoint content creators and fund them to talk about it in a good way. Yeah, if anyone would like to pay me, I'd love that, but Israel's too fucking cheap to do that. You think Israel's actually gonna fucking pay people?
As someone who came from the pro-Pally side, I guarantee you I made more money when I was the token Native American that they pulled out of the kennel to go bark at other people, specifically other indigenous people. But yeah,
Yeah.
I made $300 in a live one time.
Yeah, they just throw money at you on the ProPal side, even though I thought they were all giving it to Gaza.
I know.
I'm sure you're getting paid, mate. Yeah, I've gotten a whopping $1.76 from the donations on this live.
How $300? I got gifted like 4 galaxies in a row.
And yeah, it's not really sad because I'm not in this to make money. Like, I don't give a shit. It'd be nice if there was money on it. It'd be kind of convenient, but it doesn't really matter. History revealed. Get up here. I might kick you for history. I'm sorry.
Oh no. My representation.
I saw him. Where'd he go? Wait, am I not following him on this account? Oh shit, I gotta follow him on this account. He turned off guest invites. Son of a bitch. Seems he gets blocked, finally thinks. Yeah, I just muted him. History revealed, you bastard. Get up here since you don't want to answer my phone call.
Oh.
Hang on. I'm just gonna message him. There we go. Message sent. Sam, you're doing such a great job. Thank you. No, all three stay and talk about global affairs. Well, yeah, that's why I was gonna invite history up because I don't want too many friendlies on the panel because nobody comes up when I do that.
So Alice really made $150 since TikTok takes 50. Yeah, I mean, this was back in the days when I didn't actually have my PayPal account linked to my TikTok, so I don't know how much money actually came into my stuff, but I had so many coins. It took me like 3 months to get rid of all my coins.
I have made in total, I think, $2,000 off of TikTok, and that was mainly off videos covering the war in Ukraine. I had a couple videos get bigger. Are Jew and Israeli two different things? Yes, one is an ethno-religion, one is a nationality. Israeli is a nationality. What is the connection between America and Israel? Why is America so supportive? Genuine question. Because they're a Western nation with Western idealized concepts that actually supports Western values. I feel like I'm being redundant with the word Western. They're an ally, with a strategic ally in the Middle East with good position for American global influence and power. And they're also a great fucking trade partner and very good in the tech industry. Like, we have a net benefit from Israel. Like, Christian Zionism is what it's called. I mean, that is also a factor. A lot of Christians do support the Jews in the state of Israel. But the ones that do come up don't seem to have a clue. Very true, Stefan. Real answer, because U.S. government is run by Jewish people. Okay, Nazi boy. Thanks for your stay. Bye-bye. 18. We're up to 18.
How do you even change that? You'll have to give me like a tutorial on how to do your studio stuff.
A minute. Israel provides the best olive oil and hummus. I don't know. The olive oil from my local grocery store seems pretty dope.
Siggy.
What's up, Siggy?
Hello.
Hello.
Just for 1 minute. Did you guys hear about what happened in Dallas, Texas at the Israel summit? They've canceled it. It is a Christian summit of peace. And due to the threats, they've had to cancel it.
Wait, what?
In Dallas, Texas, for God's sakes.
It is Dallas, to be fair.
Oh.
Hello.
It was the JNS event.
Yes, sir.
I don't know why they would have canceled it, because last year the Pro Palace, I was there. The Pro Palace said they were going to have 2,000 people protesting it. There was like 200.
I think it's because of the recent events in like Boulder and
Yes.
stuff. They're trying to avoid any further loss of Jewish life.
So the venue was threatened, the organization was threatened, the people were threatened. I'm disappointed that they haven't been able to move it, but this was their second venue of choice and canceled again. So I just wanted to share that with you. I wasn't sure if you knew, Sam.
Oh, that kind of sucks, because I was going to go film again. Yeah, by the way, it was really great when they did it last year. They made sure to all cover their faces. They made sure to bring U-Haul vehicles so that they wouldn't have their own vehicles or their license plates tracked. They brought a bunch of children, by the way. That was the thing that really disturbed me, was there was a very alarming amount of infants being carried on shoulders and in strollers at this protest. Because, you know, if anything happened to those protesters, they would have screamed, "Oh my God, the Jews had the police attack children."
My God.
I have photos. I've got plenty of photos and videos of just children in strollers and on shoulders there.
You were there last year.
Mm-hmm. I was filming. The police made me back up. I was trying to get interviews with people. I was in a fucking suit. I was looking fucking fresh. I was trying to get interviews. Nobody would talk to me. They just kept screaming stuff at me with their megaphones. None of them would even just have a minimum, like just a bare minimum conversation about anything. And the police started having to have people back up.
Sam, I understand that the climate has changed a bit, but do you think it was the right thing to cancel it or just continue to pursue it? Because I'm with the latter.
Oh, I think it was hilarious standing outside last year while they were kept off the property and Hilton sitting there raking in money from the JNS to host the event while everyone inside's just having a great time. Like, fuck them. Fuck the protesters. It's become more violent than in 2024. Yeah, this is also Dallas. And hold on. Hang on.
Alice, I'm so upset about
Hang on.
this.
This is also Dallas, where let me just help you out with something. I can open carry this. I can literally walk around and open carry that in Dallas.
I can conceal carry mine.
Well, I'm just really disappointed. I just wish they would continue.
I got to message someone who was supposed to be working that event. Now I did not realize that. That's actually.
I'm actually not super disappointed.
I
I'm
am
glad.
caving to the
gives a
fucking
signal.
It's
It gives a
it's
signal.
caving.
I don't think it's caving. I think that it's taking threats seriously, and if they cannot count on security and police to
So-
protect them, then they need more time to
But
organize.
Alice, the problem is you're rewarding them by canceling the event. You were saying it is okay to attack Jewish events as long as you make a violent threat. The Jews will go quietly. That's what that is.
About it like that.
The Jews will go quietly as long as you threaten them.
Yes.
So what do we do?
Continue.
A fucking bigger event with more money.
Yes. And louder.
Oh yeah, Dallas PD, by the way, dude, they were on that shit last year. They brought in people for overtime from like all sorts of fucking cities all over the air. There was hundreds of officers there, dude. There was mounted police on fucking on horses escorting the fucking Pro Pally protesters. They were guiding them so that they wouldn't go in certain areas. I carry. I'm not afraid. Fuck around and find out.
I know. That's why I'm astonished, because it's Dallas, Texas, of all places, part of the Bible Belt.
You
Anyway,
lost
I
your
wanted to.
followers. No one's buying your propaganda. What are you talking about, Abdel? Oh yeah. Well, thanks, Siggy. I'm gonna have to
Thank you so much.
message
I'm
some
gonna
people.
drop. Thank you.
Yep. Someone. Hang on. I see the guest and the request. Hold on. Oh. Oh, someone I was sending DMs which just got banned. Oof. Where? Okay. Why the Ukrainian flag? Because why not the Russian flag? You mean why not the country that openly hates us and wants us dead every single day? Gee, I wonder why. Hello, Jack. What's up?
Wait, are you actually Ukrainian?
No.
You just said why the country that hates us, though.
Yeah, Russia. They openly shout on state media about how they want us dead every single day. State-run media, which is only allowed to state things that the Kremlin approves.
Oh, I thought you were just Ukrainian, but was born in America.
Nope. I've had friends in
Okay, what
Ukraine since 2008 from playing video games, and I became very close with them. In 2014, I watched their lives be upturned in the first invasion. Couldn't really do anything at the time. In 2022, I watched it happen again, and I was able to do something about it then. So I went over to Ukraine to help, and I like supporting our allies.
Why do you support Israel?
Because they're a Western nation that is an ally of the United States that we get a mutual benefit from that helps us economically and militarily and influence-wise, and also not just the fact that they're an ally, they're a sovereign nation who has repeatedly asked the people around them to leave them the fuck alone. All right. Well, they've asked you to leave them the fuck alone, and yet they were invaded by an outside entity violating the sovereignty of their borders with the intent on unaliving all the Jews. Did you see Parker versus Pierce? No. Hello, Truth Crusader. What's up?
Yeah, I actually agree with you with, I mean, most of the stuff you said.
All right. Is that it?
Do you want a cookie?
Oh, don't be mean.
No, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm tired. It's 5 a.m. in the morning. I mean, are you able to ask me like some questions, I guess?
Oh, I'm just taking people who disagree. Oh, dude, I don't even have to have a fucking topic up here. All I gotta do is have flags and people get pissed off. That's all this is right now. Like people come up and discuss and debate on this shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. I mean, what exactly is your position on Israel? Like, are you a Zionist or?
Yeah, I support the rights of the indigenous people, the Jewish people, to have self-determination in their ancestral homeland.
Oh, okay. Same. I mean, I believe that Jews should have like a safe place where they can go and nobody like bothers them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But also, I mean, people are saying something right here. I'm reading something about genocide.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's saying, do you support genocide?
No.
So, do you consider what's happening in Gaza genocide?
Definitionally speaking, no. It doesn't meet the definition of genocide as set in place by the Genocide Convention of 1948. Hassan with the low taper fade. Oh my god, I have a fucking Hassan supporter in my request. This should be good.
Hassan Piker, bro. Look, it's so crazy that Hassan Piker. Oh my god. Okay,
I'm
so
curious. I kind of want to. I kind of want to see what this person is saying.
Bro, that's already my name.
How old are you?
I'm like 19.
What year were you born?
I was born in 2004.
Why do you have? Wait, so you're not just a Hassan Piker fan. That's not what this is.
I mean, I like him, but it's also my actual name. Like,
okay,
But do you know how to do math, by the way? Do you know how to do math, by the way?
yeah, but I don't really like it that much.
Are you sure?
Whatever. So I wanted to
What's
tell
2025 minus 19?
It's 2004.
Nope.
wait, but before I actually wanted to ask him a question because Hassan, he contradicts himself so many times.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, because
Oh shit, chat was.
it makes no sense.
Chat's losing their shit over the age thing.
No, like it makes no sense. He's pro LGBT, far left.
No, he's not. No,
Wait,
he's
wait.
not. He can virtue signal and say he is, but he openly supports a group that literally throw gay people off of roofs and stone them to death. That's not pro LGBTQ. If you
Wait,
you
okay,
could you could
that's
say
fine.
you could say you're pro LGBTQ, but if you openly support people who literally stone those people to death,
I know that's my point. That's my point. That I'm saying that he's so contradictory that he puts this facade that he's pro this, pro that,
Mhm.
and stuff like that. But then he's so cunning and so insidious.
no, his viewers are just dumb. He's not cutting. He's an attention grabbing whore who just likes to make shit up and openly support terrorism while shouting "Eat the rich" while being filthy fucking rich.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you, but
Yeah.
I don't have the vocabulary to, you know.
By the way, back to the genocide thing that you asked. Definitionally speaking, what's going on in Gaza is a war, and yes, it fucking sucks. War is fucking awful. It is disgusting, and civilians die in war, especially in large numbers, especially in urban warfare, and it fucking sucks. So you don't fucking start a war and then you put your own people in harm's way, like Hamas have openly admitted they do. But I would say that no, what's going on in Gaza is not a genocide, but definitionally speaking, according to the Genocide Convention, what's happening in Ukraine is a genocide. But nobody seems to care about that.
Yeah, but what exactly is like Hassan? Because
Hassan,
first,
a poser.
Because first, right, at first glance, right, he seems like this pro LGBT whatever, but then out of nowhere, he promotes
Hezbollah.
terrorism. Yeah, right. It
You know,
makes no sense.
he's a poser. That's all he is. But
You know, like in
Way
front.
happy Pride Month to all my LGBTQ.
oh my god, did you guys not see what the video he was in at the start of Pride Month? Oh my god, who here saw it?
Yes, I saw that thing.
Anyone
Yes,
see
I
the
saw
Hassan
that thing.
video? I'm guessing.
Yes,
I'm
he
guessing
said
you're
that
a
his
you're an
favorite
I'm
flag.
guessing you're an
No
Asmongold viewer.
idea who he is, but
His favorite flag
false.
was a
Yes,
what's
the
it
flag
called?
video. He was
Hezbollah.
on a video with some friends talking about flags and which was their favorite flag. By the way, the very beginning of Pride Month. And one of his friends sitting right next to him is a member of the LGBTQ community. And they had a pride flag on the table. And they went around and asked everyone, what is your favorite flag? And Hassan Piker sits there with a straight fucking face and goes, oh, the Hezbollah flag.
Bro, I don't understand how how people take him serious.
I don't know. But yeah, so I appreciate you coming up and agree with us up, but I'm gonna try to keep it to like at least one friendly. I'm trying not to get too many people up. When I get too many people up, nobody comes up anyway. So I appreciate you coming up though.
Alright.
Have a good night.
Peace.
Auntie, I'll swap you in a little bit. I'm trying to keep it to like one person.
I'm special. My mommy told me so.
You mean you nagged until Cyber said I'll drop?
Yes.
Hello there, Miss
Hello.
Alice.
Hello, Jay.
Mr. Anthony, Scott.
Yes.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. What's up?
Thanks for hosting me. Look, on this whole I'm a libertarian and lead towards more neutrality.
Hmm?
I'm not a huge fan of my money, and I'm talking about taxes,
Mhm.
going to other countries. I'm really not a fan of the welfare state, let alone going to other countries, to be honest with you. Like
I would agree unless we make money off of it in exchange. Like if we profit from that, like we like if we have a deal where we give you a little bit of money, then we get a lot more money in return. I'm fucking okay with that because that's a profit, baby. Business 101.
Yeah, business, but not my taxes kind of business.
But if we as America still profit off of it, is that not good? America profiting?
Yeah, like not setting up where the government is doing enterprise. Like if it's private companies doing it, sure. I mean, one of my pet peeves, by the way, like this isn't bragging.
Mm-hmm.
Like my family are in the top 1% tax bracket, right? And we're paying money, so much money into the system that is just failing. Failure after failure.
I don't disagree that our government fucking blows. That's why I didn't vote for either candidate this year because they fucking suck, and I was a protest vote.
He's a rich boy.
Yeah, I voted. I was a protest vote for Jeff Jackson because although I'm a registered Republican and I lean more fiscally conservative and socially liberal, Jeff Jackson was openly fucking transparent more than any politician we've seen in decades, and he aligned on a lot of my stuff with foreign policy. And although I don't agree with him on everything, the fact that he was so fucking open and transparent was more than I could ever fucking ask for.
Hell yeah! Let's elect after Jeff Jackson. We'll do Thomas Jefferson.
I mean,
Sir, do you know he's dead? No.
yeah.
Look, you know what? Maybe a corpse would run this country better.
God. I mean, that was basically our last administration, but anyway.
No, that was Puppet Masters. That remember, Alice, the people in his cabinet openly admitted that he wasn't making like any decisions for the last 4 months. It was all his aides. Like
I know. But yeah, it's interesting to have another libertarian on the panel. Grow bold, vote gold.
Yeah, it's always interesting when I see other libertarians speak. Although I will comment on the Hassan Piker BS. So this guy is
poser
a
boy.
millionaire socialist.
Yep.
Yeah.
Socialist.
Just like Bernie Sanders.
Socialist.
I mean, yeah, like this is like ironic, like you know what I mean? Like, holy cow, this is like the real picture of socialism in socialist countries.
Wait, let me see if I can find that picture.
You know?
Hassan Piker net worth. I'm not gonna say it yet, but let's see. Hold on. Hassan Piker eat the rich shirt. Okay.
The
There we go.
top brass is always drinking champagne while their people are eating rats.
Hang on. So, this is a picture of Hassan Piker saying, make the rich pay. Meanwhile, this man sits on his fucking computer all day with his mommy bringing him, I'm not even kidding, this man's mommy brings him chicken nuggies and meals, and he has a net worth of $8 million.
Nice.
$8 million, but eat the rich while my mommy brings me chicken nuggies.
Nice.
Way to go,
And I'll be
commies.
Mr. Scott, I actually live in Luxembourg, to be honest. I'll only visit 25% of the year to the United States. Right? I'm from New Hampshire. So I still go there and I still go on my skiing vacations there and everything. But it frustrates me. It's heartbreaking to come back to America and not only see the mismanagement of government, but only see how society has gone downhill and how society gotten very degenerate, like super digit, like not etiquette, like no zero etiquettes, like sub 5 etiquettes.
Someone with a fucking Palestine flag at their name said 8 million is barely comfortable.
I do have a question for you, though, Jay.
Yes, Miss Alice, go ahead. But this comment is very ironic. Go ahead, Miss Alice.
I just, are you against all military export credit, or is it just like, what exactly is your qualm about that?
So I'll tell you. I honestly don't have any issues with enterprises going and selling, pew pews to other countries, for examples, right?
For clarification, it's not just PPUs, it's
Yeah, yeah.
industrial equipment, it's training services, and a lot of that does, at least in America, it goes to civilian contractors.
Yeah, like the defense industry, just in the manufacturing side, employs over 2 million Americans. That's not even including contractors who go to fix shit and do other stuff. So
Right, that was an interjection, not an interruption. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Can I ask you for an example? Can I give you an example then and see how you feel?
Yeah.
Let's say the United States has 20-plus-year-old equipment that's sitting there that on audits is worth like jack diddly fuck because we already paid for it 20-plus years ago. It's sitting there wasting away, and we actually pay more in money to keep it stored than it would to off it on someone else and make them pay for it, even if they pay for it eventually, like Lend-Lease. And it would cost more, like let's say if we wanted to use it, which we never would again because it's 20-plus years old, it would cost more to modernize it to use than it would be to off it on someone else. Would you be okay with that?
If it's through a private enterprise, yeah.
But I'm saying like the DoD has already purchased this stuff 20-plus years ago. It's already paid off 20-plus years ago. The equipment that replaced that has already long replaced it. This is stuff that we pay more in storage fees than it's worth, and we're charging someone else full value for it, like what we paid for it brand new. Like for a Humvee, for example, a Humvee brand new unarmored is $100,000. Right now, you and I can go to a government auction website and buy a fully functioning Humvee for like 10 grand and drive it off that government lot and register it in our name. But let's say that $10,000 Humvee that's sitting in storage that we're actually paying a couple thousand a year to store, let's say we sell it to someone else for $100,000, like it was brand new. And now, not only do we no longer have to pay to store it, but we regain that money that we originally spent on it. What would you say about that?
The autistic person in me is having to clarify. You could tow it off the lot, but you could not drive it because the emissions is it's not up to code, which is another thing.
Depends on the state.
Yeah.
Depends on the state.
Okay, it depends on the state, but in like 30 of the 50 states, you could not legally drive it off. You would have to.
I could do it in Texas.
Well, fuck you too, Sam. I'm in Montana right now.
Get fucked, Montana.
So yeah, that's awesome, but that's not what's happening. What's happening is a slush fund for Ukraine and the other blue state, right? Where they're getting money. Like for example, I saw a video in Ukraine where they're getting money to support small freaking businesses while our country is going to shit during the creepy Joe Biden's presidency.
So the money, a lot of the money that is going for military aid is in what's called equivalent equipment value. We're not actually sending money over there. We're not even sending cash, or they're not even. We are literally, when they say like, because we've allocated 180 billion or 183 billion. They have only seen about 75 billion of that. Most of that 75 billion is in equivalent equipment value. We're not actually putting down dollars and sending money to send this equipment over there. We are getting equipment that was 20 plus years old. We've already paid for. We were never going to use again. It would cost us more money to modernize it, to use again. And we're slapping it on the ass, throwing it on a train, sending it to the Polish border and going, good luck. By the way, pay us full price. Like it's not like we're actually paying for the equipment that's going to Ukraine. It's shit that was already paid for that we're now charging them to pay us what we originally bought it for.
Yeah,
it's called foreign military financing in the form of a tied aid. Just like all of you can look at the budgets of these aid bills, and it's practically itemized. If you go down the list, it shows you like how these different funds are allocated and what types of deals are being
Good
made.
night, Sonny.
Yes, yeah, I can understand that. At the same time, what they're trying to do is they're trying to turn Ukraine into an Afghanistan for Russia, like how it was an Afghanistan for the Soviet Union.
We don't have to do that. I mean, there's no need to. Like,
and let's be honest, I'm not super pro Russia, but the reason they went in there is because they were trying to join NATO, and that would create a strategic problem for Russia.
Nope.
That's not
That's what
necessarily
Russia says, but that's not true. Ukraine's one and only time they've ever applied to actually join NATO was 7 months after Russia invaded the second time.
right.
Well,
Yeah.
they wanted guarantees that they're going to remain neutral.
Yeah, but Russia doesn't have the right to say that, especially when considering in 1997 they signed a document called the Russian NATO Founding Act for Peace and Cooperation, where in which 6 separate times they not only agree to NATO expansion but offer assistance. They
Also,
agreed to NATO expansion.
in regards to that,
Yeah,
I would say
at that time when they were
you-
friends.
requiring using force as in saying that, oh, we're just trying to make sure that you remain neutral, that starting a war is not usually how people make sure that other people are
Yeah,
neutral.
like at that point, like based on the logic of, let's say we hear Russia out and we say that it was justified what they did, and let's say that, okay, Ukraine was thinking about joining NATO, therefore they invaded to stop them. At that point, they thought policed Ukraine. Like, that's literally the argument that's presented there, is they literally thought policed Ukraine. You thought about something, therefore I am justified in invading and slaughtering your people. They're being thought policed.
So you see, this is America did that in Iraq for Israel. Believe it or not.
That is not true.
In the 2023 invasion, Israel's
the British Prime Minister did actually admit that they were one of the reasons they were pro the war was because of Israel's security interest.
Yeah, but Israel, that had nothing to do with it, though. That may have been something for England, but that was not what the United Nations said or what the reason was. And Israel even said that the UN was wrong. We went in for weapons of mass destruction, both chemical and nuclear, not just nuclear like the news likes to say. But what's funny is Israeli intelligence actually said, hey, not only are there not nukes, but we don't think there's chemical weapons. You guys probably aren't going to find shit. But the UN investigators, what happened was there was a bunch of chemical weapons stockpiles that Saddam had previously had, in partnership with the fact that they had previously been trying to manufacture nuclear weapons. Now, Saddam said, okay, I have agreed to stop. I am no longer trying to make nukes. I am no longer producing or holding chemical weapons. They denied the UN's weapons inspectors, though, 3 or 4 times when they tried to go verify that. When they finally got in, they found no nukes, which was good, but a bunch of their chemical weapons, because they had an inventory list, about 30% of Iraq's chemical weapons were just missing. And they went, oh, wow, look at that. That's so weird. And the UN's like, where are they? And Saddam went, beats me. I guess it's just clerical error. They're just gone. But the problem with that was the UN did investigations to show that they had evidence that Iraq was not only transporting equipment and materials that could be used in the development of future chemical weapons, but also stuff that could be used to manufacture nukes. Now, based on that evidence, they said, okay, we know for a fact that Iraq has lied to us about the chemical weapons of mass destruction. We know they exist. They still have them. They're not even destroying them like they said they would. And there's a bunch of them missing. Why would they not also be lying to us about the nukes? Why would we believe them if they've already lied about part B? Why would they be telling the truth about part A? Now, again, the funny thing is the Israeli intelligence is like, hey, there's not nukes and we don't think there's chemical weapons. But we did find chemical weapons. We had them used against us. Many United States service members had, my staff sergeant, my gunnery sergeant had them used against them and now received compensation for it. But it had nothing to do with Israel. A British politician could say that and say, yeah, it's about Israeli interest. Yeah, and it was beneficial for Israel for stuff to go on, but that's not why it happened. The United States or the United Nations voted to go in and said, hey, this is justified because of the evidence presented, even though Israel's evidence disagreed with it.
So you're telling me a foreign nation benefited more than we did and spent way less money, right? They spent probably $0 while we spent $4 trillion and had our service members come back unalive.
Well, if we had gone with what Israel had said, we wouldn't have gone in at all. If we had listened to Israel, we probably wouldn't have gone into Iraq. But we didn't listen to Israel. We did the exact opposite.
Yeah. And then also, the Ukraine, war. Here's the thing. They're, they could just, there is a solution of just neutrality and having a NATO buffer zone. I mean, they did trick Gorbachev, and they told him that we will not expand 1 inch to the east.
Would you
Right?
would you be surprised if Gorbachev himself personally stated that that never happened?
No, there is a video of the Secretary of State at that time during Ronald Reagan's administration.
James Baker.
James Baker, he said,
Yeah.
not 1 inch.
Yeah, and what was that in reference to? Because you can look up the transcripts of the entire conversation. What was that in reference to?
NATO expansion.
Specifically where?
Beyond the Berlin Wall.
No, it was just, well, yes, technically, but East and West Germany. That was it. There was the concern was reunification of East and West Germany and NATO troops going into East Germany, and that was what it was about. But even that was not agreed upon. But the problem with that is James Baker can
Yeah, they
say it.
tricked him.
Hang on, no. James Baker can say it all he wants. James Baker has no authority to speak on behalf of NATO, nor make any promises on behalf of NATO, because he was not even the NATO voting representative. He was just the United States Secretary of State. On top of that, Gorbachev himself has stated on multiple occasions, including on video, that the discussion of NATO expansion to the East, period, was not discussed or agreed upon at all. And again, even if that were the case, that would be with the Soviet Union, which wouldn't matter because in 1997, with the newly founded Russian Federation, they signed the agreement agreeing with NATO expansion. So even if that agreement had happened, which it didn't, which Gorbachev himself personally confirmed, it wouldn't matter because that was with the Soviet Union, not with the newly founded Russian Federation. Who has no say in what Ukraine does, because Ukraine is a free and sovereign nation and allowed to do whatever they want. That'd be like me getting mad at you. Let's say you and I are neighbors. I get mad at you because you want to join the fucking community watch and have your house watched by people. I have no say in that. That's not my business. You can have people watch your house if you want, because that's what you need for your own protection. It's not up to me.
And here's the thing, man, though. We don't, like, you know, I think a buffer zone would really help, right?
Using whose territory?
The Ukraine front, right?
So-
because it's a plain, it's actually not a super good buffer. Like, it's
Wait,
actually
so you're saying that
beneficial to
Ukraine
America and
should
Russia.
give up their own land for a buffer zone because Russia's not happy?
No. I'm not saying they should give up their own land.
Mhm.
I'm saying that we should just come to agreement that there will not be any kind of involvement on any side on Ukrainian territory, right? That way, dude, Ukraine is already a plain.
Hang on. Let's say we make that agreement.
Plain.
Let's say we make that agreement. Russia promises to not invade Ukraine again. What happens when they invade anyways? Because we've already seen that every single agreement that Ukraine has ever made with Russia, they violated. They violated the Budapest Memorandum. They violated Minsk I. They violated Minsk II. They violated multiple ceasefires. Even fucking 3 days before the invasion, Putin personally told Zelensky he wasn't going to invade. So we've seen that Russia
No, he
doesn't
didn't respond to the phone call.
No, Putin has stated to Zelensky that he wasn't going to invade. The day before the invasion, yeah, he didn't respond, and then he proceeded to go on Russian state television and go, "We're invading, special military operation." But again, Putin even promised after 2014. Putin signed an agreement saying he wasn't going to invade and he was going to cease aggression. He didn't listen. The fighting never stopped. I've got friends who were fighting the entire time. They were there in 2014 when the ceasefire was signed. And 12 hours later, Russians were still firing at them in their positions on the Ukrainian side of the conflict.
That was actually Donetsk.
No,
and that
I'm
was
talking about
the
Mariupol.
separatists.
Nope.
Yeah,
The Mariupol. No. So also the separatists who happen to have brand new Russian rifles, brand new Russian uniforms, brand new Russian vehicles, and brand new Russian tanks that only the Russian military had. Yeah, some separatists. That's like a random group of white dudes popping up in Mexico with a bunch of Abrams tanks and a bunch of United States Marine Corps uniforms and a bunch of M16 A4s.
They're natives to the land.
No, they're not. Yevgeny, do you know who Yevgeny Prigozhin is?
He's Russian.
Yeah, former leader of Wagner. Do you know who Igor Girkin is?
No.
He's a former officer within the LPR DPR. Yevgeny Prigozhin's dead now. Igor Girkin is now in Russian prison, declared as an enemy of the state. They both admitted on multiple occasions that it was their forces, given the orders by the Russian Ministry of Defense, to invade that territory. Putin himself, in April of 2014, openly admitted to ordering the invasion of Ukraine. Like these are facts. Like Russia orchestrated this, blamed Ukraine, and then used it to justify attacking Ukraine. They literally pulled out, why are you hitting yourself?
I actually know a Ukrainian who's of Russian origin.
Okay.
And he told me there are Russians in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Like actual Russian citizens that are
Yeah.
pro-separatism.
Yeah.
Because they've been oppressed.
Except they haven't. I've been to frontline cities with plenty of Russians in them and people that speak Russian. Nobody gives a shit if you're Russian or not. Nobody gives a shit if you speak Russian. Nobody gives a shit if you're ethnically Russian. What they care about is if you're against the state of Ukraine. Because, yeah, there are Russians who are against Ukraine because they're Russian. Because they believe what the Russian government tells them. It doesn't matter if dude, if I went off of random anecdotal stories, I'd say that the entirety of the South wants to lynch black people again because the KKK exists. Like, random anecdotal people from random anecdotal stories from individual hateful people doesn't mean that that's a majority. Doesn't mean even it's a fucking small portion. The facts of the case are that the Russian Ministry of Defense openly ordered these groups, comprising of actual Russian mercenaries and Russian soldiers with Russian military equipment that only the Russian military had, ordered them to commit these acts, blamed the Ukrainians, used it to justify an invasion, and then said, well, we're just defending Russians, or ethnic Russians, which it wouldn't even fucking matter. Let's say all that shit was true, and it was ethnic Russians, but in Ukraine. They're Ukrainian citizens. That has nothing to do with Russia. They're not Russian citizens. Ukraine could slaughter all of their own fucking people, for Christ's sake. It still wouldn't be Russia's business, and it wouldn't be a justification for starting a war.
Okay. And I mean, like, look at it like this, right? There are actually Ukrainian Russians that are in those separatist movements, like and they've been arresting.
Oh, the LPR DPR doesn't exist anymore. I'm sorry to tell you, in the very first 2 or 3 months of the war, if you look at the publicly available no, if you look at the publicly available obituaries from the first 2 or 3 months of the war, the LPR and DPR forces were used as the first meat waves. They got fucking slaughtered. They don't exist anymore. The guys that I trained in Ukraine fought them. They don't exist anymore.
And there's also banderists that are Yazis in Ukraine.
Some, sure, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I can condemn people that support Yazis all day long in Ukraine, just like I can support the people in the Rusich Battalion and Dmitry Utkin who support Yazis in Russia all day long. That has nothing to do with what we're discussing.
Triple K members. Does that mean that represents the entirety of the black community in America?
No, but
what I'm saying is Zelensky doesn't even have power over them.
Except he does. He's literally the Jewish president of Ukraine.
Thank you.
Look, there is an actual video. I'll send you the link, and what you can do is just take the link.
What is the video of?
It's actually Zelensky telling those people to put their arms down and telling them, I am the president of this country. I am not some fool, and I'm telling you to put your arms down, and they're telling him to fuck off.
So I'm going
Wait. Who is he speaking to?
He's speaking to one of those Yazis.
So he's just speaking to a random militia in Ukraine?
Yeah.
Also, I'm going to blow
Wait,
your
so
mind.
hang on, Alice. So if he has no power, why is it in 2016 the Azov Battalion had 95% of their members kicked out and permanently banned from ever serving in the Ukrainian military ever again, and pretty much all went to Poland?
That's even worse. They went to Poland?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, shocker there. Poland's a bunch of fucking racists, but
Also,
whatever.
I'm gonna
Doesn't
blow your
negate my point.
I mean,
2014 to 2016 Azov, 100% a bunch of. Hang on. This is furthering my point, though.
Out. He didn't arrest them.
Yeah, because being a neo-Nazi isn't a crime. Just like it's not a crime in America to be part of the case. Like, it's not a crime. It's just your shitty, stupid belief that's asinine and subhuman. Like, if you believe you're a Yahtzee, then get fucked. You have no place in society. The problem is, again, 2014 and 2016 Azov, 100%, bunch of neo-Yahtzees, blatantly. And they got kicked out, rightfully so. Purge the motherfuckers. But you're not going to get everyone. There's going to be people that slip through. Dude, the highest two religious groups within the Azov Battalion today are Jews and Muslims. Like 30% of Azov Battalion is Jews today. And like 20% is Muslims.
Like jihadists, they
No,
did just
like
like the way they did it in Syria.
no, like just regular fucking Muslims that aren't extremists that probably to normal Muslims wouldn't be viewed as Muslim because they're not
I
extremist
mean,
fundamentalist.
let's be honest, dude. I'm a third Syrian, and in my family, and my mother is actually from there. But
Mhm.
you know, they did sell us those moderate rebels, those
They're
freedom
okay.
fighters
Let me
that
let me
turned
put it
out to
this way: that
be
they're
jihadists.
not fundamentalists. They're not fundamentalists. So they don't believe in
No,
everything that a fundamentalist will believe in.
they did that for the Free Syrian Army. They're like, they're not fundamentalists. And then on an interview, they ask them, "What do you think of these guys?" They're like, "We're actually partners, but we don't agree."
Hang on just one second. Alice, you got this for a second.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that if that's, which I've heard different
Yes.
claims saying that that was a deep fake video. I don't have proof one way or the other,
Yes, what's
but if that had happened in Russia,
What's wrong?
you know, somebody speaking out that way against Putin, they would have died.
I'll try to help change him in a
The
second. Just a
Russians,
sec.
well, article I think it's 29 or something like that, quote unquote, formally guarantees freedom of speech. People are literally getting arrested for not blatantly supporting Russia in their invasion of Ukraine.
There was an actual report of more people in the UK getting arrested, 4,000 times more for the things they said online.
That's a whataboutism. I don't disagree. The United Kingdom has a freedom of speech problem. They literally arrested a dude for holding up a sign with Nasrallah with a fucking pager in his hand because he offended literal Hezbollah supporters. I don't disagree with that. That has absolutely nothing to do with what she was discussing.
Yeah,
That's
it's
textbook whataboutism.
Russia.
What we're talking about right now is a aggressive Western expansion of a known. Personally, I prefer to call them socialist because they were never fully communist. But the Putin has come out and openly stated that he wants to rebuild the Soviet Union.
He wants
That is a
to
direct
rebuild
threat
the
to
former
Western-
glory of the Soviet Union.
Right. So that is a direct threat to capitalism. That is a direct threat to Western values. That is a direct threat to Americans. Or I know I don't know how old you are, but I sincerely doubt that you're old enough to remember the Cold War. I wasn't alive during the
Be right
Cold
back.
War. But
Yeah.
my grandfather, my mother, my uncles, and my aunts all were. My grandfather was he fought in the Korean War and in the U.S. World War II, and he remembers what the Cold War was like. It was terrifying, especially in a post-nuclear world theater. This is a direct threat to democracy and sovereignty around the world if Russia is allowed to expand in the same way that Germany was allowed to expand in the 30s. We can't let that happen again. We have learned too much and come too far historically to allow this kind of blatant aggression to go unchecked.
Yeah, I mean, so here's the thing. They like, would you say that Kosovo is justified in what they did in Serbia and the Balkans?
Absolutely not.
Exactly. Like, see, Bill Grape Clinton, he started a war, and when they came to a peace agreement, the Bosnians and the Serbians, you know what he told them? He told them, throw it out. We'll give you a better peace agreement, because he knew there was going to be a genocide because they're so angry with each other at this point, right? So he started that, right? I've
I
actually
wouldn't say that he started it. He just didn't help.
Yeah, that's exactly, like, he was like, I'm not gonna prevent it. He's like, it can happen because it'll give me a benefit for my war. And at that time, Bill Grape Clinton was, doing Monica under the desks, and Hillary was upset with him, did not speak to him for months until she called him. She was like, we have to pew pew Serbia. That's literally that was the whole entire war. But I've actually, told my friend that if they start the Serbian militia in Bosnia, I'll give him all my trust fund. But Kosovo is filled with a bunch of thugs that are in the government, right? Like, I'm like, quite literally, and America is recognizing this, and they're investing in it. They're investing in that. Like, don't you think that goes against our interest?
Absolutely, but in this particular instance, we're talking about the war in Ukraine, and specifically the topic of conversation was, I think you also included Israel in it as well, but talking about how the U.S. uses FMF and tide aids to assist a country to maintain their sovereignty, which again, a country that the US has vested interest in ensuring that country maintains sovereignty, because if Russia again is allowed to go unchecked, what's to stop them from becoming Germany in the 30s?
So I get that, but you understand that our power is greatly enhanced when we're strong on the inside and we don't have, I don't know, decaying bridges. We don't have poor schools because, degeneracy is on the rise. Do you know how heartbreaking it is to travel, to live outside and to come to visit and to see WAP being popular on the radio? Like, we have this kind of degenerate society. Can you believe that? Like, can you believe, no, I kid you not. Like, I kept hearing WAP WAP on the radio. Like, do you know
We
that we're
we
not
could
gonna
also bring up
police?
lots of examples of shock factor media from the 50s. Okay, like there was some pretty popular artists back in the day. Well, granted, they used more euphemism than blatant, I'm talking about my genitalia on live radio. It's still like there was some pretty raunchy stuff even from the golden age. So I don't
Yeah,
think that we can really base America's society on the shock factor media that's become popular. We have multiple instances of this happening throughout history, and this was during Jim Crow era.
yeah. I mean, but the population back then was more diverse. Not everybody was for that stuff. That's the difference.
Well, I would definitely say that America is not less diverse now. I mean, I'm Native American. I understand what you're saying. I've traveled abroad, not, internationally so much. I have left the United States on occasion, but coming back to reservation and Indian country, I've seen, some of the issues affecting my tribe that is heartbreaking. And I do believe that there are times where we have to stop focusing. This is something that I talk about a lot as an Indigenous person, kind of scolding, especially the men in my community, for championing free Palestine while we've got an MMIW crisis going on at home. Their little sisters are going missing because they're taking him to go get raped at, res parties. It's a horrible thing that's happening, but that doesn't mean that we don't have responsibilities as a world power to be a world power and protect our interests both at home and abroad.
Yeah, look, I mean, exact. So we can agree that we have to focus also on. We cannot abandon the inside to look at the outside.
Right. And I don't think that we are abandoning the inside. I just think that, I understand, especially with wars like Ukraine and Israel, when the media sensationalize the news, you hear the extremely loud, obnoxious narrative of the few, while the majority of the more, I guess, moderate and rational people move relatively quietly. That has been the truth always. It's an unfortunate fact of reality. Humans, especially in mass, tend to gravitate more towards the shocking and entertaining media, and that doesn't necessarily represent the truth of what's happening in the core of our country.
Yeah, I mean, there is
What did I miss?
Oh, we were talking about
Philosophy.
fixing the inside.
Philosophy. Fuck philosophy.
So here is that a lot of Americans read at 6th grade level, right? Which are like nuts to me.
Well, it's
I still
usually
love
it's
reading
it's
them.
not that a lot of Americans read at 6th grade level. It's that there's not really many things for going beyond that. Like, that's usually considered the bare minimum for like the are you literate? But there's not like a test that says, hey, do you read at a college level? Like, that's not something that usually gets asked in like surveys and studies or tests that prove that. That's why you see stuff like, hey, at least this many Americans can read at 6th grade level.
And also,
Well,
that's not necessarily a gauge of literacy. We have a shortage of blue collar workers in the U.S. because more and more people, especially in my generation, are being pushed to go to college and not entering trade or blue collar working class. It's just I don't think that that's an accurate representation of the American school system. Plus, the 6th grade reading level is an American standard, which when America's setting the standard, we can say, oh, everybody's at a low level because we have high expectations.
I mean, here is the thing. Like I said, my parents went to Ivy League, and I rejected that since day one. I didn't go. I went to a normal, small university because they teach way better, right? But you know what's shocking to me? A lot of our taxpayer dollar, it's going to these Ivy League degenerate vills, right? And a lot of universities, not just them, they're like Yale, for example. They owe the government $700 million in property taxes alone, right? They're exempt from paying taxes, and they're treated as a non-profit, yet they make money and they get aid in return too. Like, can you just believe that?
Well, I don't like the big name universities, but hey guys,
Yeah, like I said, I didn't go to them, even
Yeah.
though I have legacy enrollment, by the way. Go ahead.
Yeah. I appreciate you guys coming up. I'm gonna do just me and History Revealed right now. We're gonna talk about like current affairs and news updates and the wars and stuff. So I appreciate you guys coming up. Thank you,
Thank you
Alice,
for
as always.
hosting.
Yeah, no
Thank
problem.
you, Miss Alex.
Remember, if you guys are following this or enjoying this live, by the way, go to my bio. I have my main profile linked. We will be back on streaming on that account next week. Unfortunately, we're stuck on this account for this week. But thank you guys for coming up.
Thank you.
Bada boop. Hello.
Hi.
Are you refreshed now?
Just about.
I'll be there in 15 minutes. 1 hour later.
Hey, you've got stuff to do, you know, things get in the way. When you've got over 200k, things.
Oh God! Fucking give me a break. Okay. You know Ryan Macbeth, right?
I do.
Yeah. So he went after a dude who makes videos, just propaganda videos. This entire dude's account is literally. Let me see if I can show it. It's this dude. Ethan Levins.
No, I've never heard of him.
Hang on. This is him. 123,000. He is the epitome of hello, He is the epitome of hello, fellow Americans. I am American. Trust me. He's got an American flag. And, what?
Video I saw.
Oh, yeah. He's just blatantly making shit up or using propaganda in his videos, and he just lies. Like in the video that Ryan Macbeth made about him, where he accused Ukraine of a bunch of war crimes, saying that Ukraine was dropping unmarked landmines into Russia that Russian children were going to step on, which wasn't true. But also, yeah, independent journalism has a American flag, and he is 100 like the epitome of a Russian trying to sound American. Like I shit you not, you can't hear the audio for some reason when I do this. But actually, let me just fucking play a video.
Wait, is Ryan Macbeth on TikTok?
No, but he made a video on YouTube because someone sent him the TikTok
I know
video.
him on YouTube.
Let me see this dude. I'm just gonna play you what this dude fucking sounds like, and I want you to tell me if he sounds American.
Has entered the war in Ukraine. Following a meeting with the Russian Minister of Defense, Kim Jong-un has pledged his, quote, unconditional support for the Russian, all the way up until a total victory is achieved. In his address to the nation yesterday...
How American does that guy sound? By the way, in most of his videos, he wears the same fucking American flag t-shirt. He's like, hello, fellow Americans. I am American independent journalist.
Does he say he's from Texas?
Oh, yeah, that's typical for a lot of them. Yeah, no.
That's like it's like they're always from Texas.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna rip this dude apart because there's absolutely no way this dude's not a fucking paid shill. And I know the whole thing of like Israel Mossad pays you. No, like this is like Russian propaganda account 101 that they openly admit through the Russian Ministry of Defense that they have like channels like this. that they've been known to actually pay people like fucking Tim Pool.
Yeah. Did you? I saw. I can't remember whose it was, but I saw someone talking about Tim Pool. You know, he was in Ukraine before the Maidan.
I don't
The answer's
recall
no.
that.
Then
Yeah, no, I was trying to
now.
think about that. No, I don't recall that.
Yeah, and his reporting at the time, because he used to be a fairly decent, like sort of on the ground, like non-mainstream reporter, and he did some genuinely good stuff. And if you see his like the record of him talking about the protests before the Maidan and the situation before the Maidan, he got it. He got what was going on, and he was speaking to people. He was unlike you know, the like so many of these pro-Russian commentators. He actually had met Ukrainians, been to Ukraine, and listened to them. And I don't know what happened to him. Obviously, yes, he's taken money, but I think a combination of sort of audience capture, clout brain, you know.
Yeah. History, you got banned. Why? No, he's on his backup account just because I like to get smited on here. So he's not going to be on his main account.
No, it's actually, no, I am banned going live on my main account.
You did? I thought you were just coming in here on purpose on your smaller account. What
No.
happened?
No. What happened? So I got my own live taken down for a reason I probably know why. However, then I got but live access wasn't affected, and then later on, when I was on a different live, I really didn't do anything wrong. Just randomly got my account
Just got
taken down.
zapped?
Yeah, it really was random.
What was the reason?
Hate speech. We were talking about Greta Thunberg at the time.
By the way, did you see the story about how they picked up 4 fucking migrants in the ocean?
Yeah.
I was like, man, wait till they tell these Libyan refugees that they just rescued. Hey, guess where we're going? Gaza.
Yeah. No. They wouldn't have said that. They would have said, we're going to Gaza.
Gaza. Ukraine shot down an Su-35 today. I haven't checked Telegram. Yep, Ukraine shot down an Su-35. Woo! Again.
I'll tell you what would be funny if for whatever reason they get delayed at sea and have to eat the small amount of aid that they're bringing.
Dude, that boat's like a 30-footer. They don't have that much aid on there. I think they're gonna have enough
don't.
food for themselves, and that's it.
Hmm.
Wait, oh God, that's loud.
What's loud?
The fucking Telegram video. Oh my God, we have the actual video of the plane. No, can I just mute that? Can we turn that volume down? That's really loud. Download. No, I don't want to download Telegram. Open Telegram desktop. There we go. There we go. Hell yeah, that is glorious. Let me pull that up on stream. Downloads. Let's make sure the volume on that is fucking muted. Oh, thank God. Okay. We're gonna do window capture. Add source. Hello, TikTok. Add source, window capture, VLC. This is the Su-35 that was shot
It's
down.
covering your face on TikTok.
I know.
Right.
There's the Russian Su-35 burning in the Kursk region.
Lol.
They show them coping about it at the side.
What they show?
They showed the Russian Telegram about it. That's funny. Oh, that's funny. Also, apparently the JNS canceled their event in Dallas this year.
Why?
Too many threats. All you got to do is threaten the Jews, and they'll be quiet. That's the message that sends.
Yeah, I know. That's yeah. Well, there you go.
So I'm doing a video on that Ethan Levens dude. And I've got a bunch of shit like how he talked about how Russia's going to respond. It's going to be the greatest attack ever. They're going to destroy Ukraine. And then same shit, different day. All they did was blow up a bunch of civilian buildings. Like, this is Kharkiv, the city I was in. It's a...
Okay, enough for the Raza thing. Just Kharkiv is fine.
Kharkiv.
Yeah.
That's how it's pronounced. Ukrainians yell at me when I pronounce it wrong.
Yeah, but there are no Ukrainians to yell at you now.
I will get phone
And
calls.
also, tell them to shut up. It's like when, I mean, I've never had a problem. I always say Kiev on my lives, and no one ever corrects me. And if they did, I'd just tell them where to go.
Sam, according to Al Jazeera, Greta is going to come to Gaza today on the 7th. Interesting. Say it right. See, Jason says say it right. Kyiv.
Well, is he Ukrainian?
No.
Oh, well, there you go. I mean, not that it would make a difference if it was. But...
Anthony, can I ask you something about Abu Shabab? What about Abu Shabab? You know, I've downloaded a bunch of this dude's videos, and I'm gonna fucking rip into him.
The pro-Russia contingent is very interesting compared to
Wait,
like the pro.
what the fuck? How is
What?
the guest still up here? What the shit?
Just drop them then.
Do you see him underneath you?
Yeah, yeah.
I disconnected him earlier, and it just showed him
Yeah,
he
but-
popped up again.
Maybe one of your mods has gone rogue.
No,
But it
it showed that he had never disconnected. It showed that he was still connected for 46 minutes. What the fuck?
Is that bad?
That was weird. I don't know. That was a glitch. I don't know what just happened. Abu Shabab. Are you? That's the what's his name? I don't remember what group he's in charge of. He's the one that Israel's thinking about arming, right?
I don't know. There's too many. There's obviously reports about this, but there's been no detail. And wasn't the main guy? A lot of people are saying Netanyahu has admitted. As far as I'm aware, he hasn't admitted. It's Lieberman, who's his political opponent, roughly his political opponent, who has who's talked about it. So I'm holding off any judgment just at the moment.
I just if Israel actually goes through with this, I think it'd be really stupid. Let's arm the people that, you know, like let's pull a fucking.
The main reason why I think it could be true, or true to an extent, or it's very hard to know with this stuff, is that you should remember sort of the Israeli generals, but also the politicians to an extent, they're just so incredibly lazy. They're just very lazy people. They don't want to do anything themselves. They would much rather outsource anything, and so it's why it's taken them God knows how many months to sort out this aid mechanism stuff. And I know that Biden was hostile, which didn't help, but they should have come up with, despite the risks, they should have come up with a mechanism to deliver aid via the IDF very early in the war as a means of cutting H Group off, but they couldn't be bothered.
Yeah, no, actually they proposed it just like they did recently, except it didn't get as much publicity as far as I know. Israel has proposed.
Yeah, but they never did it.
Yeah, that's because the UN was like, no,
Right,
Israel
but
can't be in charge of the aid, and Israel went, all right.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, what small effort they did make, they immediately backed down.
I don't blame them though. That's not on them. As much as am mad at Israel
Well,
about not having to play the
that is on
PR.
them. That is
Hang on,
on them.
as
If
much
that's
as I'm mad at them for not playing the PR game, if the people that you're trying to help, and there's the advocates for those people are telling you to fuck off, don't bother helping, then all right, not my problem then.
But okay, now if they were going to do that and then say, okay, well, no, in that case, either it's us or no aid gets in, then that would be fine. But they didn't do that. They allowed the aid to go in sort of in the normal way. The UN would take it in, and then obviously H Group would gain possession of it by stealing it, and then the UN would say, well, we didn't see anything.
I think the better
took it.
I think the better option. Oh yeah, armed 97 trucks were stolen by armed groups. Who? Well, we can't really say. Wow, really?
By the
I
way, even if this story turns out to be true about the arming of whatever they're called, there's no way they would have the manpower to steal 96 trucks.
Yeah. My thing is, I think what Israel should have done is like, look, we offered to do the aid because we clearly know this shit's gonna get stolen. Like, you don't even have to fucking tell us. We know it's gonna happen, no matter, even though you're gonna deny it. And then as soon as it got denied, and the UN told them to fuck off, Israel, if they had played the PR game properly, which we know they don't, and they probably never will, Israel should have gone to the rest of the world and gone, look, we tried to help the Gazans. Here, everyone, here's the receipts. We tried to help them. The UN, who supposedly cares about the Gazans, said no. Like, rub it in their face. You told us we can't help. Not just sit there idly by and just go, whatever, it is what it is. It should have been you told us no. I think that would have been the better way to play that.
Probably.
Also, did you see that Ukraine launched another massive wave of drone attacks?
Say that again?
Ukraine launched a bunch of massive wave of drone attacks.
I did not.
Targeting oil infrastructure and main power lines heading into Russian military bases. So, like, they're just crashing into giant electrical towers that are directly outside military bases with power lines going into them. Fuck your power.
Yeah.
No more power for your base. They could say a Jewish hamster took the aid and a significant portion of the UN would believe it. Why?
That is true. That is true.
Jews! That's why.
Yeah, but then sort of, you can't be too sympathetic to any Israeli complaints about this because they've played ball with the UN for years.
Yeah, like, Israel hasn't just gone on the offensive with the UN politically and been like, hey, what the fuck's with the double standard? They've kind of just laid back and taken it.
Yeah, and obviously there is still there's pressures. It's not done in a vacuum, but then it gets back to the laziness I was talking about. It's are we going to actually stand up for ourselves and
like when someone
solve this problem?
Someone brought up a report earlier. This one. They were trying to do the whole genocide thing. They said, UN Special Committee finds Israel's warfare methods in Gaza consistent with genocide, including use of starvation as weapon of war from 14th November 2024. And I showed them that the aid was, in fact, going in on those exact dates and the months prior, which the report says it wasn't. I showed them all that. And then I said, hey, if Israel had a UN committee that said a bunch of stuff about Gaza, and that committee was led by an Israeli, would you not see that as a conflict of interest? And they were like, yeah, absolutely. I was like, okay, so what about the fact that this committee was literally led by a woman whose husband openly works for the PA, but she lied about it? And he goes, well, but. Why did Israel not go on the offensive about that? Why did Israel not go, hey, hello, you guys, her husband literally works for the PA and she failed to disclose that. What the fuck? Also, here's the tracker of the aid from UNRWA. Like, all of these things could literally... Dude, if the IDF... I shit you not. Whoever runs the IDF's Twitter account or Israel's Twitter account could literally just reply to links with their own sources, like from the Gazans. And it'd be better. Like, there's no aid going in. All it would take would be some jackass behind the fucking phone and going, oh, let's link to the Gaza aid tracker.
Yeah, like I say, the Israelis are too stupid for that. And by the way, if the Ukrainians were under the same pressure, they'd be too stupid for it.
Oh, no, they do. They do the
their
same thing.
media operation is just as, if not more, hopeless.
I wouldn't say... I'd say not as hopeless, but hopeless, yeah.
But they're under less scrutiny.
Yeah, because they kind of just get forgotten about. But the problem with them is they got forgotten.
Not just forgotten about. You will never have like the BBC or the New York Times like taking every small thing either in bad faith or just completely making it up. When in regards to Ukraine, so like when Russia claims something, the BBC won't put that as a headline because it understands.
They have been doing that in the last few weeks, actually. But the problem is, Ukrainian drone attacks in Russia, where Russia's claiming that they're targeting civilians and stuff. It's like, wow,
Okay.
Where have we seen that before? Crazy that Russia. What? Civilians targeting? Who'd the claim come from? Russia? Oh. But it's like, Ukraine kind of got in this slump where it's like, well, the world kind of forgot about us. Well, I give up. Like,
Yeah.
I told you, I've had a discussion with the Ukrainian journalists from different media outlets. And I go, dude, your outreach is so fucking awful. I didn't even know you had a TikTok account. I didn't know your guys' news company had a TikTok account. I didn't know you had a fucking Instagram account. I just knew you guys existed. And I'm a fucking pro-Ukrainian supporter. I've been to Ukraine for like... How is it that someone as involved as me, doesn't even know that your page exists? It's insane. Why does Ukraine have bad outreach? Because they have the same mentality as the Israelis. I can walk up...
Yeah, with the other complicating factor that they were communist for a long time.
Post-Soviet issues, yeah. But, like, the main thing is, I could walk up to an Israeli and say, Hamas uses human shields. And they go, yeah, no shit. And I can walk up to a Ukrainian and I go, Russia bombs civilians. And they go, yeah, no shit. And then I go, cool, now explain that to the West. And they go, why? I shouldn't have to. And I go, yeah, you're right. You shouldn't have to, but you do.
It's not even that they feel they shouldn't have to, which is part of it. But the main part of it is they think it's so self-evident that it's the equivalent of saying the sky is blue. And it's like, why would I have to tell anyone the sky is blue? That's how
the truth is there. Why can't they see it? Why do I have to tell them?
Right. And of course, often it's personal involvement. So, if you're a Ukrainian and you live in, Kiev or Kharkiv, wherever, and you've seen it yourself, or people who've been affected by it, it doesn't make sense in your own head to want to explain it to anyone. It's like, well, this is just reality. Again, like the sky is blue. I don't need to explain this. And it's like, well, you do.
Yeah, and that's the problem. And they don't understand it. They don't understand how to explain it to a Western audience, and then they just give up.
Or explain it at all.
Yeah, it's not that black and white, guys. Almost is.
Black and white.
Zohan says it's not that black and white. It almost is.
I mean, it's true. Israel are white colonizers, so they're not black.
But no, it almost is. Like, if you look at Ukrainian media outlets,
it is that black and white, mate. There's also with with Ukraine. Sorry, not with Ukraine. With both of them, it's quite weird how it seems to be a very Western thing to maybe it's just because we live in open and free societies where, truth is something that you kind of have to prove. Whereas, in the Arab world or Russia, it's not the case. So they understand propaganda so much better than
absolutely
any Western country does. That's an interesting phenomenon to observe. And Russia obviously has got the history of the KGB and propaganda being a big element of the KGB, but with the Arab factions who are fighting Israel and Iran, it's a bit different. They've managed to work it out on their own.
But like when it specifically comes to the Arab world, it's not just Gaza, it's not just Hamas. The Arab world as a whole has been trained in Russian and Soviet propaganda styles. They've been trained in that since the 60s, and they've fucking perfected it almost better than the Russians have, because we don't see, although Russia does claim, oh, Ukraine committing war crimes, blah, blah, we don't see that much coming from Russia because of just how their media works. What we see coming out from... So with Russia, they'll throw out a million different talking points, but in small numbers. And as long as those talking points land with someone, they all meet at the same end goal, mission accomplished. But what you see with the Muslim Arab countries is, I'm going to throw the same talking point out a million times, but it's still going to be a blatant lie and the goal will still be accomplished. It's two sides of the same coin, all taught by former KGB members. It's ideological subversion. It's basic Soviet Russian psychological warfare 101.
Yeah. Is there any like academic work about this? I know I've read about it in like bits here and there.
About what specifically?
All about sort of like the Soviet sort of propaganda model and how they exported it to the Arabs.
You're mostly going to find books from former KGB handlers, like Yuri Bezmenov himself. It's like Yuri Bezmenov. Yeah.
I do love Bezmenov.
Yeah, very openly and honest. Like, yeah, we did this.
Well, he was a defector, so yeah.
Yeah, but it's just like that's the people you're gonna find it from the most. You'll find people talking about it, but the most common books you're gonna find are from the people who enacted it, who did it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not bad. It's fucking great. Primary sources on that shit. I know there's a book that I need to order on that. It's in my Amazon cart somewhere. I'll have to go back and look for it.
There's just too many books I need. There's a book on, well, I'll call the group AQ that I need. You know, the one, the guy who
I know the one.
half of TikTok started simping over.
Oh, yeah, they started to idealize him for an entire fucking month, going, he wasn't such a bad guy. We deserved 9/11.
There is a major difference, though, in terms of like the content of, compared to sort of the content of propaganda between Israel, sort of the Arab-Israeli wars and Ukraine, is that for complicated reasons, let's say Russia and I don't know H Group tries to produce the same piece of propaganda. You know,
yeah,
Israel unalives, let's say, 10 people. Ukraine unalives 10 civilians as well. The difference between them, at least with mainstream media, and of course this app being TikTok, is that there is in sort of the British and American press, sort of in the major English speaking, to be honest, and French speaking media, almost every outlet will immediately lap that up if it's about Israel. The journalists won't do their most sort of basic due diligence or use the most rudimentary critical things.
Al-Ali Hospital, where multiple
Al-Ali,
news
yeah,
agencies retracted their statements and apologized to Israel.
Yeah, well, a very half-hearted apology, but yes.
It's like begrudgingly, yeah, I guess we were wrong.
And but with Ukraine, if Russia claims that, they won't publish it immediately, and you know there won't be this sort of uniformity of headline. So maybe, for example, maybe the BBC might fall for it, but the New York Times might not, and CNN might not, or the other way around. Maybe CNN will fall.
Because I mean, New York Times is the one that published that giant fucking blatantly false article about the war crimes of Chosen Company, based on the proven false accounts of 2 individuals who weren't even on the missions they claimed to be on. Like, they openly published that and doubled down on it.
Yeah, or they won't say, for example, like the New York Times did a very long piece, which is a very good piece actually, about the Ukrainian children who have been kidnapped by the Russians, and part of it they interviewed some of the children who had been released as part of negotiations. I can't remember how exactly they managed to get these particular children back.
It's weird that they're just releasing children in POW exchanges, by the way. It's weird.
Yeah. And it's a whole tangent, but how Ukraine hasn't like gone wild with this on the PR front is beyond me. But whatever, that's a tangent. Hang on. The kids give their stories about what happened whilst they were kidnapped, and at no point does the New York Times say the kids' claims can't be verified. You will never see that in any Western reporting about kidnapped Ukrainian children. Whereas when it comes to Israeli hostages, they always caveat it with, well, we can't verify their account.
Yeah, the hostage said this happened. That can't verify it, though.
Yeah.
It's like with Ukraine's side, too. What pisses me off, especially about the children, is the Ukrainian government knows that they could. I hate the whole argument of, look, there's a warrant out from the ICJ for this person, because it's the same shit they have with Netanyahu. It's like, it's just a charge. It doesn't mean they're guilty. But with the difference with the ICJ warrant for Putin is the main piece of evidence that was used to get that warrant was the Belarusian Red Cross openly admitting that they had taken part in kidnapping Ukrainian children by the tens of thousands.
I don't know how they haven't wound up the Red Cross by now.
Well, the Belarusian Red Cross is not associated with the actual Red Cross. They just call themselves the Red Cross. A lot of the Red Crosses are independent.
Right, but then if you're operating under the Red Cross label, that gives you a certain credibility.
Yeah, it does, and that's the problem. But the
Right.
Belarusian
And
Red
so,
Cross.
so
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, they can't keep getting away with this.
Yeah, they openly admitted to this. Yeah, we kidnapped a bunch of children. We took them to Russia. Yeah, they're up for adoption now. They've got Russian names even. Like, the fact that Ukraine didn't fucking run laps around the media with that blows my fucking mind. Or the fact that there was a report where Zelensky made a public statement saying, hey, we've lost track of 200,000 Ukrainian children in Russian occupied territory. Like, we don't know if they're alive. We don't know if they're dead. We had contact with them. They're now living in occupied territory. We don't know what's going on with them. They're just gone as far as we know. And instead of running laps around the media, the Russians took advantage of that and said, Ukraine has lost 200,000 children because they've trafficked them during the war.
Yeah, we have to look after them.
No. Russia claimed that Ukraine had trafficked them and blamed Russia for them being gone.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
But then Russia would then come in and say, "Oh well, look, if we do have Ukrainian children, it's because we had to look after them because of what the Ukrainians did." Did you see a debate? It was on, I think it was on Tim Pool's podcast, between this pro-Russian guy and this quite whiny pro-Ukrainian?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, and it was a good example of how, like, pro-Ukrainians really need to know their stuff before they go on, because like this guy was saying, the reason that Russia had taken these children is because they were orphans and they were looking after them. Right, now you and I know it's very easy to say. So why are their parents the ones advocating for their release? Why, when actually some of them were released, who do they go back to? Oh, their parents.
Yeah,
But he didn't do that.
why did these children, when they come back, talk about the fact that they were put in fucking boarding schools where they were told, your parents hate you, Ukraine gave up on you, you now have to fight against Ukraine? Like,
Have any of them been in the Russian army?
not that I know of, but I know that Russia has openly bragged about putting Ukrainian children into Russian military schools,
Yeah, no, I know about that.
which is insane. Why is Ukraine not running laps around the world with that? Why?
Well, there aren't many. You know that there are quite a lot of sort of like pro-Israel voices on media and social media. Now, the number of good ones are, they're few and but far between, but there are some good ones.
I mean,
even if,
you're pretty mid.
I'm not associated with them. Fuck those guys. But in terms of the pro-Ukrainian ones, I don't know any. I couldn't name you a single one. No, who's Ukrainian?
Oh, Ukrainian. Oh, you were talking about the. Oh, I thought you were just talking about people who do the social media stuff.
No,
like,
'cause
okay.
anyone can do that. No, I'm talking
I didn't
about
hear
sort of
you
like
say
the
Israeli.
pro-Israel, like
Uh-huh.
Israelis. Yeah.
Someone in YouTube chat says, the thing is, Ukrainians feel like everybody knows everything by now and everybody made up their minds. There's nothing they can do about it. Yeah, but the problem is, even at the beginning of the war, Ukrainians were like, well, this is obvious. Why do I need to tell people? This isn't just a new thing. This isn't like Ukrainians have just given up because everyone's made up their mind. At the very start of the invasion in 2022, Ukrainians went, it's obvious Russia's invading. It's obvious Russia's the bad guy. Why do I need to tell people? Like, they were dumbfounded when they found out that people supported Russia. What do you mean? I hear about missing children from every Ukrainian stone. The thing is that nobody cares. Okay, well, here's the problem, Irene. I'm huge in the pro-Ukrainian community, obviously. I don't hear shit about it. I talk to Ukrainian journalists. I don't hear them say shit about it. I don't see their news organizations posting articles about it. I don't see shit from anybody other than random social media influencers. That's the only people I see talking about it. Occasionally you get an article that comes out of Ukraine, and it's not covered by anyone else. That's the problem I'm talking about. What Nick Mattel? Nick's not Israeli though. He was saying people from Israel who do that, and people from Ukraine that do that. I misunderstood him too. It's just, God, there's so many easy ways Ukraine and Israel could just flip the script like that. And they don't.
I think just because there are more sort of English speaking sort of information about Israel than there is about Ukraine coming from Israelis. Obviously, there is some coming from Ukraine, but it's easier to get an idea of what they're like, and it's clear. Like, just are Ukrainians in terms of their official decision making? I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking about like government institutions. Are they just as stupid as the Israelis?
I hear you have a rat in the background.
Yep.
It sounds very tiny. Wait, say that again. Are you who is stupid?
So, like for example, after the whole Al Ali thing, you know, the main guy from the BBC. I don't know if you know names, but the main guy from the BBC who ran that lie was their most senior Middle East journalist, a guy called Jeremy Bowen, and he went even further than what H Group was claiming. He didn't just say, oh, you know, 500 people have been taken out in the strike. He also said that Israel had flattened the hospital. Even H Group didn't claim that.
Is he the one that said because originally it was 407 originally from the Gaza Ministry of Health, the claim was 471 people, and then there was a couple media outlets that said 800. Was he the one that was pushing 800?
No. He's the one. Here, let me see if I can find the link to it. Yeah, so he's the one who, like I say, he actually said that Israel had flattened the hospital.
Yeah.
So destroyed the hospital, which they didn't even claim that had happened. Anyway, the reason I bring him up is not just to highlight how people lied about Al Ali, which they did, but it's also to see what Israel's reaction to that was. So their reaction to that was not, okay, we should revoke this guy. I don't know how it works, like revoke his press card or his press access to Israel, whatever it is, because he was in Israel at the time.
Or do a redaction.
Right. So what did they do? They rewarded him. So a couple of months later, or whenever it was, when the invasion had begun, they invited him in to Gaza to show him a site that Hamas had used to launch rockets, and it was within a like a kids like scout camp. I don't know if you remember seeing that one. Where you've got the scout symbol on the wall.
Yeah.
And what did he do? He did what anyone with half a brain cell would have told you he would do. It's like, well, they're saying this, but there's no proof of it.
Of course. So they just handed him fucking candy on a platter.
Exactly. There are journalists all over the world who would have given their back teeth to be able to go into Gaza and see something like that, and they gave it to their worst enemy. Like, these people could not be more dumb.
Yeah.
And if you've got Israelis in the live, like, go and sort these people out.
Someone says, no, but I feel like Ukrainians don't know what else they can do to make it known. It's the same thing as Israelis. Not give the fuck up. Giving up and sitting there with your thumb up your ass is not a solution. Just quitting before you've even done. Like, again, I don't see this shit coming from Ukrainian media. I see this shit coming from people in NAFO. Fucking the collection of autists who gather on Discord to fight Russian disinformation. God, could you imagine if Israel had their equivalent of NAFO?
Then what would happen?
It'd be better than the Israeli government in combating misinformation. They'd be doing more collectively than the entirety of the Israeli government.
Yeah, probably. But then it's sort of NAFO's only allowed to exist within a sort of a certain. Not allowed to exist. It only exists within a certain.
Thanks, unusual.
A certain environment. So the fact that the most of the, let's call them sort of like the ruling class, elite, aristocracy, whatever you want to call it, of Western countries are pro-Ukrainian, means that something like NAFO can exist. That's just not the case with Israel. In fact, it's mostly the opposite.
But it could is the problem. It could.
No, it couldn't. As in, you could have those people, but NAFO benefits from like almost blanket positive coverage for Ukraine from Western media outlets that Israel has the opposite is the case with Israel.
Call me, is it Al or AI? I did say autists. NAFO was literally weaponized autism on Twitter, like in full force. Like it is a collection of autists going, doing everything they can. I don't understand why the solution is to give up. Like, what happened to fighting back? In all aspects, not just one way. Like, fighting back with the military isn't the only thing you should be doing.
Yeah, and it's just like imagine if the Russians did this. They tried out a propaganda line and it didn't work. So like, oh well, there's no point trying now.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, you know how I mentioned in the group chat the Oreshnik missile?
Yeah.
So Preston and some other people didn't really want to talk about it and push it because Kazakhstan's Ministry of Defense and the Russian Ministry of Defense claimed it was a satellite that was re-entering the atmosphere, specifically a Starlink satellite. But they named that satellite. They gave the exact name and description on it. Well, I plugged that into some satellite tracking websites, just like you can with like Flight Radar Tracker 24 and the Maritime Tracker. The funny thing is, that satellite was not expected to re-enter the atmosphere and maybe re-enter the atmosphere for another 12 hours after that debris was seen flying over the skies of Kazakhstan. That debris, which perfectly fell in line with the ballistic trajectory of a missile that would have been fired from Russia going into Ukraine.
So we got where can we see this now?
Here. Okay. Let's see if I can add source. Window capture. Okay. So we had this stuff here. This was a Ukrainian website. It's a strange object spotted in the sky over Kazakhstan. We've got a bunch of debris flying here. We've got a bunch of claims of the satellite falling in Kazakhstan and not being an Oreshnik missile, but the Kazakh government stated specifically, oh, you got rid of my fucking ability to read this? They stated that it was Starlink satellite 1631. So I went to track it. You can track these satellites.
Yeah.
Contains unoriginal or reproduced content. Seriously, I got reported again. The live is not eligible for recommendation. Lovely. Thank you, people reporting. Who could it be? Maybe the guy saying 22 a day, let's hope for more. Page 12, Jewish State by Theodore Herzl. Okay, Nazi boy. Decolonize Palestine. Oh, the irony.
Lol.
Goodbye, Nazi boy. Okay, so we can track when it actually started losing altitude here. We can track everything about this satellite. And you can see when the re-entry was. It was 12 hours after the debris was seen flying over Kazakhstan. And you can even see, well, now it's not in orbit. Where'd it go? Starlink. Where's Starlink 613? Where? Hang on. Where'd it go? Yeah, no longer in orbit. I was able to track it as it fell out of orbit. As it fell out of orbit, I was watching it. But yet, Kazakhstan media and the Russian Ministry of Defense was claiming that it was this specific satellite, which blows my mind because why is nobody capitalizing on that? Why is Ukrainian media not saying, hey, we have proof that this thing was launched with a ballistic trajectory that would be firing from Russia to Ukraine. They said they were going to do this. They said they were going to launch more ballistic missiles at us. And it falls in line with things they've done in the past when we've defended ourselves. Oh, my God. Another restriction. Are you kidding me?
For what?
Same thing. I don't understand. But yeah, it blows my mind that people don't capitalize on these things.
Yeah.
You diff say? What does that mean? Guys, since we got appeal, oh my God, it said appeal approved, and then I immediately got hit with it again.
I don't really get this.
Guys, share the live up just because it fucking got fucked. This app, I will never understand this app. TikTok shadow ban? Yeah, I know. I am at least joining an agency though with my other account, ran by one of my friends who said she can help with the appeals and stuff, and helping with the shadow bans. Apparently, agencies do actually help with shadow bans, so that should be
On
interesting. Like on lives and stuff and on videos.
Do they on Instagram and YouTube as well?
I don't know. I think it's just here on TikTok.
Because the shadow banning on Instagram is just as bad as here. They just outright ban less.
I think it's worse. You said Yahtzee twice, probably why. No, the restriction came because it said unoriginal content, like as if I'm playing someone else's, like as if I'm playing a movie or something that's not mine.
Didn't even care about that.
Yeah, doesn't care if I say Yahtzee. But we've got 39 new followers today, at least. Anything in the news you could think of or newsworthy?
Not particularly.
Let's see if there's anything on ground news right now. Let's check the Israel-Hamas conflict for news. Okay. French grandmother files genocide complaint in Paris over Israel's Gaza killings. What?
Oh yeah, I saw that. Isn't one of them? Isn't one of her sons like a terrorist or something? Like
the grandmother of two. Here's from an Arab source.
well, it must be true.
The grandmother of two children with French nationality killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza has filed a legal complaint in Paris accusing Israel of genocide and murder. Her lawyer said on Friday. Jacqueline Revolt filed her complaint with the Crimes Against Humanity section of the Court of Paris. Blah, blah, blah. What? On June 6, 2025, grandmother submitted a complaint, blah, blah, blah. The complaint arose after the siblings aged 6 and 9 died on October 24, 2023, when two Israeli F-16 missiles struck their northern Gaza home where the family had sought refuge. October 24th, 2023. The family left their original apartment on October 22nd after severe Israeli bombings and sought refuge elsewhere. That's weird because the area that was getting bombed had already been given evacuation orders like the day after October 7th. French rabbi tells of 2 attacks in 1 week and hate crimes rise. Okay. But their shelter was struck by 2 missiles. One penetrating the roof and another hitting the room where they had taken cover. The 48-page legal complaint accused Israeli officials, including Prime Minister Netanyahu, of genocide, murder, and crimes against humanity, and notes that Adrian died instantly when Jana died shortly after hospital admission. This case could grant French courts jurisdiction due to the children's nationality and reflects. But you got to be fucking kidding me. So your grandchildren are in a fucking war zone that was given evacuation orders, and you're going to directly file a lawsuit against the Prime Minister of Israel.
Yeah, I mean, this international law was already in a bad place, but this war has just proved it's not worth the paper it's written on. It's completely worthless.
French rabbi tells of 2 attacks in 1 week as anti-Semitic hate crimes rise. French rabbi was attacked on Friday for the second time in a week, reflecting a rise in anti-Semitic hate crimes across France, including high-profile assaults. Shocker. Elie Lamel told Reuters he was sitting at a cafe in the Paris suburb Neuilly-sur-Seine, I can't fucking pronounce that, on Friday when he was hit in the head by a chair. I found myself on the ground. I immediately felt blood flowing. He was stunned and unsure what exactly happened, he said, initially thinking something must have fallen from a window or roof before it occurred to him he had been attacked. Unfortunately, given my beard and my kippa, I suspected that was probably why, and it's such a shame. Friday's incident follows another in the town of Deauville in Normandy last week when Lamel said he was punched in the stomach by an unknown assailant. Lamel said he was used to, quote, not so friendly looks, some unpleasant words, people passing by, spitting on the ground, but had never been physically assaulted before the 2 attacks. Shocker, France being taken over by violent Muslims.
It might even have been like just a randomer walking past who just
hates Jews.
Yes, but who in the spur of the moment decided to do it.
Thai national was recovered by the IDF last night.
Yeah, I saw that. I forgot to mention that. Yes, that is actually big news.
This fucking war, dude.
Pardon?
I said this fucking war. Oh, there's the story right there on Ground News. Israeli military retrieved the body of Natapong Pinta, a Thai hostage abducted in Gaza. Yes, that man probably deserved that totally because he was a Zionist. During the Hamas assault, blah, 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 he was taken hostage. Hostages abducted, blah, blah, blah. Described the retrieval as a special operation. Officials said 55 hostages remain in Gaza. Okay, the return is a significant important movement. Okay. You blind spot. U.S. targets Iran's shadow banking network with sanctions. U.S. suspends license to ship nuclear plant parts to China. We were doing that to begin with? What? He was a refugee from Rafah. FBI Director Kash... Oh, yeah. Kash Patel said his home was targeted for a swatting raid. I don't know why I found that funny. The director of the FBI gets swatted.
That is a bit of a lol. You know.
What the fuck? A Sikh Captain America? Question mark. Why religious diversity matters in the comics? What the fuck is this?
Well, how did the live go in this direction?
I'm looking at Ground News. I'm looking at the fucking updates. Let's see what else in Gaza. Who feeds Gaza? Inside the U.S. Israel aid distribution model. One source covering it on the right. Hamas warns Israeli army of heavier losses ahead in Gaza.
Do me a favor, will you make me mod, please?
Oh, yeah. Why? Do you need a hammer?
Sure.
Is this just a power thing for you?
It is, yeah. I couldn't do live streams if I didn't have I don't mean using the literal account, but I just mean being someone who had a let's say a normal following, which would be like their friends and maybe a few others, or even just like a small creator account. I couldn't do that. I could only do it if from my own position. Now I've tasted it.
France blasts Israel's Lebanon strikes, demands withdrawal. Gee, France, maybe this wouldn't have been happening if your fucking UN facilities had not let Hezbollah, launch rockets from right outside them. Just a thought.
Yeah.
Was it the French UN facility that was caught
so there
flying
are-
the Hezbollah flag?
I have no idea. I've not heard of that one at all.
Wait, you've not seen the Unifil truck that was flying the Hezbollah flag?
The truck, not the base.
No, yeah, it was one of the APCs.
I don't remember seeing that, but it's quite different.
It's the Unifil camps that are run by individual countries.
Are they run by individual countries, or are they run by a coalition of countries? I didn't think there was an Irish one. And
Each country gets their own base. Like China has their own. China openly published videos of their CCTV footage showing Hezbollah launching rockets from outside their base, and then admitting, yeah, we didn't even report it. We just recorded it. That was it.
Yeah.
It was Irish and Italy. Italy was the one that had the Hezbollah flag.
I know that the Italians. I saw some videos of this was back during the ground operation. The Italian soldiers were far more cooperative with the IDF than the Irish were. But even the do you remember the one where the Irish, I think either the Irish president or prime minister, I think it was the president, said that Israel had ordered the Irish to evacuate their base and they'd refused, and then the Irish commander said they never asked us to do that.
I remember the one you're talking about. Erie had stickers on their APCs. Someone had a giant flag. Someone had a giant Hezbollah flag. Who was it?
I mean, it's no secret. It's no secret that particularly the Irish are very, very sympathetic and friendly with Hezbollah. It's to the shock of absolutely no one.
Yeah, but it's a pretty big deal when the Unifil vehicle is flying.
Of course it is. But just the idea that the UN in southern Lebanon are these impartial sort of observers of a UN resolution is complete nonsense.
Where would I find this vehicle? I know I've sent it to someone. Damn it, who did I send it to? Who would I have sent this to?
I don't know. Who did you send?
I'll have to find it, but yeah. Love when the Irish advocate for the hostages. Wait a minute.
What you say?
Someone in chat says, I love when the Irish advocate for the hostages. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, when was the last time the Irish did that? Fuck it. We got a guest. Let's see what this person wants. Hello, Adam. Welcome.
G'day. How you going?
Going okay. What's on your mind?
Well, I've only just clicked on you. I don't know you, but I'm seeing an American flag, an Israel flag, and a Ukrainian flag, and I'm seeing conflicting ideologies.
Far from it. Those are three very coherent ones.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ukraine is currently being invaded by Russia. So what? Israel's being invaded by Palestine? Is that
Israel was invaded from Gaza and then counterattacked.
Yeah,
which is what I hope Ukraine does.
Here, let me break this. Let me break this down for you then. Both Israel and Ukraine are Western idealized nations that are allies of the United States that have repeatedly asked their neighbors to please, for the love of God, leave them the fuck alone, and have repeatedly been attacked over and over again throughout the years, and were both invaded and had the sovereignty of their borders violated by an outside entity. One of these allies just happens to be able to defend themselves better than the other. Israel is fighting Hamas. Ukraine is fighting Russia.
I disagree with that.
Hang on.
Israel
let me finish. Let me finish, Adam. Adam.
Let's face it. Zionist Israel is not Arab at all. That's
cool. You're gonna let me talk now. So, Hamas fighting Israel, and Russia.
Of course, I'm blocked straight away.
Cool. No,
Yeah,
Adam,
I'm
Adam, I muted you because the beginning of your sentence should not interrupt the middle of mine.
When was the last lost election?
Adam, the beginning of your sentence should not interrupt the middle of mine. So let me finish now, like an adult. So, Russia, on October 9th, their former prime minister and president openly admitted that they helped arm, fund, and train Hamas to cause October 7th because it would distract the world from Ukraine. They worked together. The Hamas and Russia both work with the IRGC, who sells them weapons, who trades with them, who sells them stuff like the Shahed drone, which Russia uses against Ukraine, and Hamas tries to use and the IRGC uses against Israel. They are one and the same entity. Russia is literally just Hamas with more weapons. If Hamas had the capability and equipment of the Russian military, this war would be a lot different. But they don't. The problem is, again, one of these allies, Israel, was able to defend themselves better than Ukraine. That is the only difference. They are fighting the same exact enemy.
So, what percentage of Palestine is Hamas?
What percentage of Palestine?
Palestine doesn't
Yeah.
exist. So
Are you referring to like Gaza and the West
Palestine
Bank?
doesn't exist. Well, in historical record, Syria, Palestina exists way back 3,000 years ago. So
Syria,
that's,
Palestina was not a country. It was the colonizer
Yeah.
name given to.
No, it wasn't a country.
It was
because
no.
countries
It was.
didn't
It was a.
exist back then.
Correct. They didn't exist, but it was a name given to the land, renaming it to be a jab at the Jews. So the estimate on the size of Hamas. Hang on. The estimate on the size of Hamas, to answer your question, is estimated anywhere from 25 to 40,000. It depends on who you ask, and it depends on if you're including the West Bank or areas C and A with Gaza. Just depends. But there's also
When
multiple
was the
different
last
militias.
When was the last election for Hamas?
Okay, he's not responding to any point.
I know.
This is
Relax.
getting-
Relax.
No, I'm lining up questions.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
so-
you're exactly. You're not
No,
having a
I'm lining
conversation.
up
I know where he's going. I know where he's going.
I'm talking to the host. I don't know who you are. I'm talking to the host.
Okay, well, you don't know who I am, then you probably.
So, Adam, their last election was in 2006, but they have had, based on their own polling and stuff run by the Palestinian Center for Policy and Research Development, they have had an overwhelming majority of support from the Palestinians as a whole, not just in Gaza, but also in the West Bank. And we know that because of, again, the polls, and also the fact that in the West Bank, the last election they had to be canceled because Hamas won over 52% of the parliament seats.
Okay, and what percentage of Palestine is over 18?
Over 18?
Again, doesn't
Yeah,
exist.
that has nothing to do with the topic right now.
It does, because it affects
Do-
polling
doesn't-
when we're
does-
talking about people dying in Gaza.
Well, so you're gonna ask about children, right? Would you consider an 18-year-old a child?
I'd consider most countries in the world would consider anyone under 18 a child. Yes,
Under
I'm
18. So I said 18 though. Would you consider 18 a child?
I'm Australian. 18 isn't legally an adult where I'm from.
Is or isn't?
Is.
Okay, so is an adult.
18
Okay,
can-
18 is an adult. What about 19? What about 19 years old? Is 19 years old an adult?
Legally, where I'm from, 19 is
Okay.
considered an
And 20, right? 20 is also an adult?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
obviously, if
so
I'm saying,
according
yeah. to
to the Gaza Ministry of Health, anyone who is the age of 20 or under is counted as a as a child on their statistics.
Yeah. So what percentage would be under 20?
Wait, do you not get what I'm saying? They're saying we have X percentage of our population is children, but they're including 18 to 20-year-olds in that. Do you not?
Let's do it under 16 then. Let's give them.
We don't know because they're not specific with that. They just say that X percentage is children, but they include adults.
That's over 50% are under 16. That's
Over
50%, it's over
50%
half.
of Gaza is under 16. And where are you getting that from?
Well, that's a well-known statistic within the UN.
It's not. Can you point me to the UN article that says that?
You know what the life expectancy
Wait,
is?
Adam, stop pivoting and going down your fucking script. Let's stick to one thing at a time. You said it's a well-known thing within the UN. The UN, who doesn't give their own numbers on Gaza, they literally repeat the numbers given by the Gaza Ministry of Health, who the Gaza Ministry of Health, I just told you, counts 18 to 20-year-olds as children, drastically skewing the statistics. You didn't even know that. So how do you know what the percentage is? Hang on. No. How did you? How do you know what the actual percent? Adam, you didn't even know that they count 20-year-olds as children. So how do you know what the percentage of children is in Gaza if you didn't even know that they count 18, 19, and 20-year-olds in that statistic?
I'm making a point.
You didn't know. You did not know that. So you knew that the
percentage that is 18 to 20?
you knew that the Gaza Ministry of Health.
Gazans that are 18 to 20?
Calm down, Adam. Are you telling me that you knew before I told you that the Gaza Ministry of Health counts 18 to 20-year-olds as children? You knew that?
No, I know. But what is the percentage?
No, I'm
of 18
asking
to
you.
20?
Did you know that?
I'm willing to discount it. Yeah, I did. I'm willing to discount it. What are the percentage?
You
of
have a
18 to 20?
clue.
No. Let's get to a point.
Yes, let's get to a point. You've just been rattling off question after question, and you're complaining
Yeah, I
that
know.
we're not getting to
I
a
know.
point.
Because I'm trying to get a basis. I'm trying to get a basis of your argument.
I'm getting a
This is
basis
how the
that you
basis-
don't know. I'm getting a basis that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know any of these things.
What are the percentage that are 18 to 20, and we'll discount that.
It does.
You know,
It doesn't
let's
fucking matter.
It doesn't matter.
No.
So
Why-
you're
why would
saying,
it matter?
you're making a point that 18 to 20s are like the Hamas or the UN in Gaza statistics are including 18 and 20s, but you won't admit what the percentage is of 18 to 20-year-olds in Gaza.
No, it's because I don't fucking care because it has no bearing on the
You won't
conversation.
admit it. It's not a thing.
You know.
Why would it matter?
It doesn't matter. I don't care.
Yeah.
Because I'm willing to discount it. I'm willing to give you a win.
I don't need a win.
In
The facts are on my side.
No, really? 18 to
Yeah.
20. What's the percentage in Gaza?
I don't care. Go to your point. I don't care what the number is. Go to your point.
Well, that's been 20 years since an election.
Okay. And?
Could the 18 to 20-year-olds vote in that election?
Why has there been so long since an election?
Because Israel won't allow Palestine
There we
to form
go.
a government on
Wait. Wait. You think Israel controls elections in Gaza?
Yes, they do.
So you think Hamas, the people? Hang on. Let's use your logic here. Does Hamas like Israel?
No.
Okay.
No, because they're the
Okay.
fifth generation of
Okay. So
people-
I didn't ask for a bunch of rambling. We're doing. No, you asked me. No, you asked me a buttload of questions, and I answered you directly on everything. It's my turn to ask you questions now. Hamas doesn't like Israel. Do you think Hamas would? I didn't ask for editorial on this. Do you think Hamas would listen to Israel if they said what to do?
No, of course they wouldn't.
Okay. So, does Hamas or is there Sharia law in Israel?
No, there is not Sharia law in Israel.
Because it's illegal there. Is there Sharia law in Gaza?
No, there is not Sharia law in Gaza. There is no law in Gaza.
There was up until 2 years ago.
No, there was
Yep.
not. There was
No. There was.
No, Gaza has not been allowed to form laws.
Cool. No.
by veto of the USA at the UN.
Gaza isn't a UN member.
No.
So then,
every time
no. So acknowledge that what you just said is asinine. You said Gaza isn't allowed to make laws. The UN doesn't dictate what laws you go on in your own country. Do you think the UN has to approve every single fucking law that happens in the United States? That's fucking stupid.
Every UN resolution for Gaza being able to form government has been vetoed by the USA.
No, that's not how that works at all. That's not what that. No, it's not. It's not. Are they allowed to form government? Hamas is the officially recognized governing authority of Gaza. They were elected officially and they won. And the people, it doesn't matter how long ago it was, because the people have overwhelmingly supported them and stated that they would vote for them again and again and again. So if the people would still vote for them, why does it matter? Are there rights for gay people in let's settle this. Are there rights? I'm taking statistics from the Gazans. Are there gay rights in Israel? Are you allowed to legally be openly gay in Israel?
Yes.
Are you allowed to be legally open? Hang on. Are you allowed to be legally openly gay in Gaza?
There's no law in Gaza.
Please drop him. He's too stupid.
Adam, from the river to the sea? What river and what sea?
Well, that's what Israel has been repeating for.
What river and what sea? What river and what sea, Adam?
Jordan to the Mediterranean.
Holy shit, you know that, but you don't know anything else?
Do you know who started that saying? Israel. And
No,
it was
they
talking
didn't. It
about
comes from an Arabic saying. Please drop him.
Really? What is it? How is it Israel that started it?
Can you ask
And,
why
no,
did
Adam,
DNA
Adam, it's not banned in Israel. DNA's not banned in Israel. You fucking moron.
Yes, they are. DNA
How much money do you want to place on that, Adam?
They are.
How much money do you have in your bank account right now, Adam?
if you were
Adam,
saying-
Adam, how much money do you want to place on that right now?
I've counted. You've muted
How
me
much?
13 times.
I don't give a shit. How much money do you?
counted, you didn't
How
say
much,
that.
Adam? How much money do you want to place on that right now that DNA tests aren't illegal in Israel?
You cannot purchase the DNA.
Adam,
in Israel.
how much? That's not what I fucking asked you. How much money do you want to bet the DNA tests are legal or illegal in Israel?
He's trolling.
Everything
Drop
I have.
him. Drop him.
Because Israel is a bunch of Europeans and Americans.
Oh my
They're
God.
Zionists.
There it is.
If you don't-
Okay,
if you don't
Nazi
drop him,
boy.
I will.
You know what?
Way to go, Nazi boy.
There's no point speaking to people as like.
Except
moronic.
I proved the point by egging it on and showing that it wasn't just anti-Israel. It was Jews. It was Jews. You get it out eventually. It's just Jews.
Okay.
Adam, I don't want to talk to your fucking Nazi ass. Get the fuck out of here while I add you to the Nazi counter.
Please be careful with that word.
I don't care. Adam, I'm not going to accept you. You can cry all you want. You're not getting back into my stream. There's someone who has a question for you. Let me know. Who has a question for me? Adam, no. Adam, the second you brought it up that they're just a bunch of Europeans, you immediately showed that it's not Israel. It's the Jews. Because it's the Jews that they claim came from Europe and took over that land. It's the Jews that they have a problem moving into that land, not Israelis. No, Andy, you are pro-Israel, and if anyone says anything about it, it's bad. No, he literally repeated Nazi propaganda, Matthew. It's not hard.
And he didn't know anything about anything.
I'm surprised he knew for which river and which sea.
Yeah, I was surprised by that.
You do. I watch you most days.
Why?
Oh,
If it's so terrible, why do you watch him?
Oh yeah, why the fuck do you watch then? You're just wrong. Like, he literally parroted anti-Semitic propaganda. And you're saying that that's anti-Israel? Saying that they're all just a bunch of European Jews it's bad that I combat that? It's bad that I combat blatant misinformation and lies? You're upset with that? That's not even an Israel thing. That's an anti-Semitism thing. Yemenite Jews are from Poland and should go back to Germany? That's funny. Hey, who had the question?
I don't know.
Someone had a question. Adam, I'm not accepting you. Get out of my fucking request. Real quick, Golda, what's up? Real
Yeah,
quick.
Sadella has a question for you about Ukraine. Sad, do you want to come up and ask?
Why don't they just, what the fuck, just type
Well,
it?
yeah,
I
just
don't
type
know.
it, yeah.
Or Sad, yeah, type it.
Okay, thank you, Golda.
You're welcome.
Okay, but why? You know you can just ask me in chat or just come up. Oh, there they go.
Live.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry, I had to come. Now, how are you, host?
Doing okay. What's up?
Basically, I just wanted to ask a question. Do you think not blaming this on America, but like just the NATO, everybody, all that the alliance? Do you think we might have stuffed up a little bit with the Ukraine situation?
Why?
Like,
With how
wait,
we
do you mean we?
demilitarized them in 1991?
Oh, yeah, in '94, like,
And not back in. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I think. Are you saying like, do you think we fucked them over by like doing all that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, like, they
it's
might lose 25% of the land.
it's funny if you actually ask Bill Clinton, he actually thinks it's his fault. Bill Clinton thinks it's his fault for forcing Ukraine to agree to that because we gave them our word.
Yeah, and then it's like they've lost 25%, and Putin's not giving it back, right?
It's at 20% right now. In 2014 they lost 8.7%. That was Crimean portion of the Donbass, and right now they're up to 20% in total.
So, and then my question's basically going to be like, so isn't there a commission where, like, didn't there used to be like a commission where during the I think it was the Cold War, where there had to be, when anything about WMDs had to be notified with the public?
What do you mean? Like what?
Like, I think JFK had a speech about it. Like, when anything that was happening with WMDs had to be, the public had JFK, you said, like, the public needs to know about it. Like, we have a right to know about it. Isn't there, like, who governs over, like, the commission of the WMDs?
Are you talking about, like, testing or the amount that we have?
No, not what we have. Just in general, any country that tests or uranium goes there.
Why didn't you cite
Do you think the public needs to?
convention or treaty you're
There's
talking about?
there's like nuclear.
Not you, him.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Which convention or treaty are you talking about?
I'm not sure. It's just there was maybe the atomic.
Okay,
Act
we
or
can't
something.
comment on something if you don't even know what it is.
Sorry?
We can't comment on it if even you don't know what it is.
Yeah, like there's different groups that inspect weapon sites and nuclear development sites. Like there's different groups that do stuff like that, but like it depends on what you're referring to. I'd have to know which organization you're talking about specifically.
Like basically, like if we how we demilitarized Ukraine, like no one's ever gonna demilitarize anymore.
I mean, yeah, unless you beat their ass so bad that they don't have a choice.
Yeah, that's my question anyway. Thank you.
I don't know if you knew the name of the organization, I could give you more context, but unfortunately, I don't know.
It's all good. Thank you. So yeah, we did stuff over Ukraine. Doesn't it?
Yeah, no, we fucked them.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
if they had nukes, though, there's probably a chance that this probably wouldn't be happening. Also, they'd still have a
Yeah,
large
100%,
chunk of their military.
100%. All right, and then like, well, how many unalive? 600,000 men. Yeah.
Don't know on the Ukrainian side. Estimates in the like 100 to 200,000 range, just based on what I personally know. If we go on the Russian side, just the publicly available obituaries for regular Russian soldiers, the publicly available ones, account for over 300,000 soldiers. And that's not including Wagner. That's not including the Russian or the North Koreans. It's not including the other mercenary groups. It's not including the Chechens. That's just the publicly available obituaries. It's not the missing people or MIA, but we all know they're dead because you could see their body right there, but you haven't been able to capture it back. Like it's a lot.
Yeah. Right. Okay. All good. Very upsetting. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for coming up. Adam is still trying to get in here. There was South Africa's. Yeah, I know there were South Africans in Ukraine fighting for Russia.
No, she meant about what do you call it? Nukes.
What about nukes? Oh,
They voluntarily gave them up once apartheid ended.
International Atomic Energy
hang on,
Agency.
Maybe actually they might have given them up before it ended. Can't remember the exact timeline there. They might have given it up just like as a sort of like move towards reconciliation at the end. I can't remember the timeline.
Auntie, I'm trying not to have too many friendly people right now. Every time I get more friendly people, nobody comes up.
True.
I've been doing that the last few streams where I bring up like 4 or 5 people, and then it just becomes a friendly live, and then the stream dies. Also, I've been live for 4 hours and 50 minutes. I'm only at 18,000 likes.
Tell Auntie Biscuit if it helps soften the blow. The only reason you talk to me is because I'm a bigger account. Otherwise, you'd never want to talk to her.
Wait, hold on. Let's see what the follower amount on your current account. Lower than mine. Get out of here.
But it was just
you're only allowed here if you're on your big account.
Yeah, true.
I just want 2 minutes. Auntie, you could just say it in the chat. Let's see. Any more news on Gaza? Apparently, Greta's supposed to make landfall today.
Oh, there you go. It worked.
What?
Look at Auntie Biscuit's response. I pointed out how shallow you are, and I got agreement.
Signal. Hang on.
Oh, actually, I've just remembered. I forget. The thing is, I don't care enough about these people, but I still need to make a response video to that idiot who called me alt-right. Remember that one?
Yeah, I gotta film this video going after this moron. It's gonna be I'm gonna do a short form and then a long form for YouTube. Gaza Thunberg.
I feel like sort of like the Israeli Navy could turn up to Greta armed with plastic straws.
Imagine being against Greta for simply being humanitarian. No, I'm just laughing at how naive she is.
She's not naive. She knows.
I don't actually think she's aware of how the Gazans would treat her.
Oh no, I didn't mean that. I meant she knows she's being pro-Hamas.
Oh, that too. But I think she's naive to what's actually going on, and I think that she's going to show up. There's a good chance she dies. There's a good chance the Gazans just kill her.
No, they won't.
I disagree. I think that they wouldn't understand that she could be used as a propaganda tool to help them, and would instead think she's just another Western puppet that they don't like, that is pushing stuff that they don't care for, and that they would unalive her.
Okay. I personally think that's unlikely, but I suppose it's possible.
Roz, I replied to you on Signal. Yeah, I mean, it's not likely, but I can see it coming. Like, it would not surprise me in the slightest if Greta Thunberg missing in Gaza is the next title I see. UN conference to push for two-state solution to Israel and Palestine conflict.
Oh, what could go wrong?
Let's see. France and Saudi Arabia are co-chairing a UN conference from June 17th to the 20th. What? Are co-chairing 2023? What? Apparently, we've gone back in time. Held at the United Nations main venue in New York, aimed at promoting progress towards a two-state solution. The conference responds to faltering political will and brutal conflict, including Hamas attacks and Israel's war on Gaza, which had nearly extinguished the two-state prospects. They already have a second state, Jordan. France's President Macron is urging European and global nations to recognize Palestinian state to rebuild political. But here's my thing: is even if all of those groups agree that Palestine can be officially recognized as a state, they still don't even meet the UN's requirements for a state. They don't meet the requirements.
Yeah, but let's face it. Even if they're willing to bend any rule or procedure in order to, try and undermine Israel. So even if they don't, they'll still just make up that they did.
They'll never accept it without Israel holding them up. I don't think so, Golda. I think if they were willing to bend the rules and say that Gaza does, or Palestine doesn't have to meet the UN's requirements for a recognized state, I don't think they'd give a shit what Israel thinks. Because Israel can just be outvoted. It's easy to virtue signal and recognize Palestine without commenting on any borders, capital, etc. Exactly. Because the Palestinians are then going to claim, well, we want Israel's territory. That's what we recognize as Palestine. Palestine will recognize Israel as their territory. If Israel doesn't provide them with water or electricity, they'll say no. No, I don't think they would, Golda. I think they would still accept it and then blame Israel. I think they'd say it's Israel's fault for not providing them with that, even though Israel's not under any obligation to.
So this is actually something that's quite interesting about any negotiations with Israel, or in the history. of these sort of negotiations and diplomatic overtures from Israel. So when Israel pulled out of Gaza, there were lots of people in Israel who supported the move. Obviously, they've been proven to be completely wrong, and they should have their heads examined. But a lot of the argument at the time was, if we show such commitment to peace, and if we go as far as giving up territory we control, the second anyone in Gaza does anything to Israel, we'll be able to go back in with full support, because everyone will have seen just how much we were willing to sacrifice for peace, and that will be acknowledged. And of course, just pure fantasy thinking, but lots of people thought that.
Yeah. It's just fuck the UN. They shouldn't exist. They're fucking useless.
Yeah, it was the idea of the UN. Remember, was never supposed to be a big group of countries with a third world majority. That was not the point. That's what it evolved into.
Good initiative, bad execution.
I'm not even sure it's a bad execution. It's just sort of the world changed in a way that no one expected.
I think it was a good initiative because they had good intentions, but the way they executed it after that just it just became fucked. Oh,
Yeah.
I've been flagged for inactivity. Neat.
What?
Yep, and I had to do a little puzzle thingy. How do they get their jobs there? Oh my god. Wait, how do people even get jobs at the UN? You apply through your country? Great purpose, wrong execution. You just flipping through news stories.
Yeah.
By doing model UN and university and impressing them.
That is probably true, actually.
Could you imagine doing that and you just walk around and convince everyone to go to war? Can I have my job at the UN now, please? Let's see, is there anything else? Planned peace conference Saudi Arabia co-hosted by France. Well, now, why is France co-hosting it? A country fucking filled with rampant anti-Semitism. Oh, also, did you see that there's been now Egypt is now claiming there's a connection between the dude that was illegally in the United States who did the Molotov attacks and the Muslim Brotherhood?
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I did not see
that. Shocker, though, right? Macron's doing too much. Same with the new German chancellor. Yeah. Israel recovered the body of the Thai hostage. Yeah, we talked about that, Oba.
Macron's a real strange one. At times, he seems willing to stand up to Islamists. Other times, he completely bends over for them.
Mm-hmm.
He's very. I don't really get sort of what his sort of principles or priorities are. Um, but oh, have you seen Piers Morgan's shift?
Not surprising, considering even when he was talking with Tucker Carlson about Ukraine, he just kind of sat there and didn't really say anything.
Yeah, the main problem with him, I mean, he was disgraceful the way he conducted himself in his interview the other day. But the main problem, he just doesn't know enough to challenge these people.
Oh, he doesn't know enough on anything.
Yeah,
he's a
On
jack.
Ukraine or
He's a
Israel.
jack of all trades, master of none. He knows just enough to maybe sound like he can give the news. That's it.
Hmm. And he was in what do you call it? Sorry, when he was interviewing, I don't know what his title is, but that Mustafa Barghouti guy, the guy just goes on and lies for H group. He's like every hostage in Gaza now is a soldier. Is that just utter rubbish? And Piers Morgan didn't even say anything.
Sounds like a song right there.
Yeah.
Thoughts on the travel ban expansion? What are you talking about? They're trying to set themselves up as the leaders of Europe, but are going about it badly. God. Who would have guessed that Poland would be the last bastion of safety from Muslim extremists in Europe? Who would have guessed that?
Nah.
Poland's sitting there like, yeah, fuck everybody. Trump expanded the travel ban to 19 countries. God damn it. Trump travel ban. Okay, let's see. What other countries? What countries we got here? Where's the list? Okay, so we've got Afghanistan. All right. Burma, Chad, Congo, Equatorial Guinea. Huh. Oh, that makes sense. So apparently the overstay rate of people that come over to the United States from Guinea is 70%. That actually makes a lot of sense. If you've got a high percentage of people that just overstay their visas and just go fucking dark and disappear, that would make sense. Selling partial 12 with full bans. Eritrea, criminal records are not available in the United States. That one makes sense too. I'd say that they could probably probe that one. The overstay rate is also 55%. God damn, that's a lot. Apparently Eritrea does not give the United States access to criminal records in order to do background checks. I would agree that's a problem. Haiti makes sense.
By the way, you have to, and I know lots of people won't like hearing this, but when it comes to certain countries, third world and second world countries, even if they do provide like criminal record access, it doesn't really mean anything. They're too corrupt or disorganized for it to actually matter. So as long as you can pay the right bribe, you can get the thing removed. And we had this problem with Russian, in Russian property cases, they can just make up title deeds. Like, you just can't trust anything. And it's why, like, I don't know. I know you have lots of Mexicans already, but like I wouldn't trust I wouldn't trust a criminal, knowing what influence the cartels have. I wouldn't trust documentary evidence from Mexico.
I mean, it depends on what region of Mexico. Some of the stuff can be pretty good. Let's go. Libya makes sense. Somalia makes sense. Sudan makes sense. Their overstay rate's pretty low. It's only 26%. But Sudanese government won't cooperate with them. Yemen makes sense. Okay, now that was full suspension. Now we're getting to partial suspension. Burundi. Why Burundi? So reduced validity for any other non-issues issued. They don't even give a justification for that one. Okay. Cuba. What?
Cuba what?
I hope they just didn't get rid of the fucking thing where someone who swims from Cuba gets to be free. Okay, so official visas from Cuba are suspended. Okay. What if they flee from Cuba? That's interesting. To be fair, the U.S. system isn't exactly a great plea bargain instead of jail and criminal records. Yeah, but you can access them, though, Auntie. That's not the point. Laos? Why Laos? Failed to accept back its... Oh, so... Dude, the justification for Laos is when the U.S. tries to deport people back to Laos for like breaking the law and overstaying their visas, Laos just refuses to take them.
That's a common problem. That's a common problem with every Western country and trying to deport people is they just won't take them back. It's also one of the reasons why a lot of the illegal immigrants will destroy any identification documents they have, so they can't be traced to a particular country.
Okay, we've got Togo or Togo, however you want to pronounce it.
Togo, yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't give a good justification for that one. Turkmenistan. I always forget Turkmenistan exists. It just says their overstay rate 20%. Venezuela makes sense. All right, so the list for the most part makes sense. Countries with lots of terrorism, countries that refuse to allow access for background checks for official visas and citizenship, and countries that refuse to take people back when they get kicked out. That makes sense. Sierra Leone, I don't see that on here. Oh, I must have missed them. Sierra Leone, they are on here. Oh, Sierra Leone is another one of the countries that refuses to take people back. Sierra Leone's like, no, I don't want them either. Fucking keep them. Okay. All right. Well, it's 7:30 in the morning. I am going. Maybe I'll make a video covering that. I am going to get ready and do a bunch of family stuff, and then I'm going to fucking Buc-ee's. For anyone that knows what Buc-ee's is, I'm going to Buc-ee's. And then I'm going to make this video and go to sleep. So everyone have a good night or day. I will be live again tonight. History, will you be joining us again at some point tonight?
We'll see.
Oh my God, can't be bothered. What? How long's your ban?
A week.
So I'm just losing viewers by having this account up here.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I wouldn't bother. I'm not worth anyone to any. Not worth anything to anyone anymore.
All right. Well, tonight we'll see if we can get the likes up and everything. But everyone have a good night. It's been a 5-hour stream. Have a good night.
Bye bye.